Hello and welcome to the European Challenger Series Summer Split. It is week 4, the competition is electrifying and things are definitely hotting up here in Leicester. We are ready to get on with the action. And I'm quite glad these are prescription sunglasses, because up until that point I could see absolutely nothing and you guys can't see anything either. I'm going to take these off, I'm going to switch across to my normal glasses.
I don't really want to take these off now.
I'm definitely too cool.
Are you guys just scared that like a man in black is in the distance or something? Like he's gonna like red light you? I can't remember what that's called. What is it that they use in Men in Black? Obliviator or something?
Oh, yeah.
Obliviate is the spell in Harry Potter. We'll go with that one, trying to hide their eyes from it. I am joined by Kieran Scoundrel Low and Will Frozen Dawn Burgess, and we have an exciting set of best of 2s for you this week. Team RB take on Giants to start us off, then Wyndham Main will face up against Origin, and to close out the day, it will be Shalke and Little Fear against Paris Saint-Germain. Guys, we're into week 4. Things are definitely hotting up, eh? How do you expect this week to go?
I think what's so interesting about this week is, at the end of it all, Giants are the only team that are going to be able to secure a spot in playoffs. Realistically, we are going to have the culmination of Challenger Series being decided next week. So a lot of games this week are going to set things up for a finale that you do not want to miss. So this week is a lot of shuffling and shaking, but the whole process is going to come to a boil next week.
Yeah, absolutely. And for me, I'm just excited to see how these teams play out, because over the course of the week so far, you know, some teams have started to shine through, but others have shown significant weaknesses.
Sure.
Well, some of the teams that have shown weaknesses are sitting at the bottom of the table. Paris Saint-Germain and Wyndham Main in that 5th and 6th spot. They are not in playoff contention at the moment. However, Giants, Shalke, RB and Origin are in those playoff spots. I'm sure Wyndham Main and Paris Saint-Germain will want to gain a win today to secure one of those spots, or to get into one of those spots.
Yeah, I think what's really important is what you mentioned there, that realistically down that bottom end of the table, there is a lot of scrapping for that 4th spot in the playoffs. And that big game at the end of the day is going to be massive for a lot of them. And also that middle game of the day, super important.
Every game.
Super important. And everything has its own connotations. We'll go through them when we get through the matches. But again, lots of setting up this week. Lots of big swings could happen that really set the stage for next week. And that's a really important thing to note, that we actually could have a Challenger Series that realistically isn't decided until the very final week, which is hugely insane to when it comes to these last 3 games that we'll see next week as well.
You say it, in Spring Split we had the possibility of a 5-way tie on the final day. We didn't get a single one of it. Like, there were no ties at all that mattered. The last 2 teams were tied and they couldn't get into playoffs. So I'm really looking forward to the possibility of a lot of ties, but I'm kind of hoping it doesn't happen, because I enjoy just casting 3 best of 2s and not the rest of the games that day.
Medic confirmed slacker.
Just that lazy man, only working 1 day a week as well. Frozen Dawn, you've had a bit of an outsider's perspective on Challenger Series thus far. How do you think it's going? Has any team really shocked you or surprised you?
So for me, I think that Shalke not performing to the standard that I thought they would, considering how well their Challenger Series split went last season, it's a bit of a surprise. Perhaps they're going to, finally get into the season with this new patch as well and really pull it through. But last season they went undefeated. This season is just not the same. I
think if we play on the meme of a Scoundrel said that Giants were going to be 6th at the start of the Challenger Series, I think for me, Giants have just performed so well, in part due to the coaching staff. I've had some conversations with the head coach behind the Giants team, who's obviously been putting a lot of work into their draft, which has been so good. But the team in general has looked so solid, which is why I'm so excited to see today's game between Red Bull and RB and Giant, because it is such a big match for them going into this next week.
It is the first game of the day, RB taking on Giants. Let's have a look at that RB roster as well. In the top lane, they have Tal, then Mujin is their jungler. Mid lane, Magi, Felix, and Cedrian and Kasing round out their bottom lane. At times, they've looked great. At times, not so much. Who do you think is the RB player to watch here?
For me, I think it must be Kasing. Not only UK pride, but specifically because in
England is his city.
Yeah, entirely that. He typically plays carry supports in the Challenger Series qualifiers. Even before then, back when he was playing sort of LCS, it was similar. And this new meta is favouring tank supports. So for me, it's a matter of whether or not he's adapted to it and can still perform this carry role.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think Kasing and the bot lane in general for RB is going to be such a big thing for them coming into this match.
Well, speaking of that, the bot lane for Giants has been very strong. Let's have a look at their roster. In the top lane, it is Ruin. Their jungler is Gideus. Jizuki, their mid laner. Mini Trupax, their AD carry, still unkilled. And then Jackdraw, their support. Scoundrel, your player to watch here?
I mean, you took the words right out of my mouth, right? Mini Trupax, we have to talk about this guy. Unkilled. positionally has been excellent. Team has played so well around him. The question now lies, Giants have faced arguably the weakest 3 teams compared to them in the Challenger Series so far. They have to now perform against the likes of RB and Shalke going into the next 2 weeks. And can Mini Trupax maintain that record? He's been on Caitlyn in 4 of his 6 games. Caitlyn has seen almost 100% ban rate across like sort of competitive sort of level on 7-13. So I think this is a big question for Mini Trupax and the bot lane going up against something that is so arguably strong as Cedrian and Kasing. It's
always a big question as to whether teams need to perform consistently across the entirety of Challenger Series, or whether it's better to have sort of slumps and dips and then improvement, because something we saw from Shalke last split was they went undefeated, of course, and then got tilted, basically, in their playoffs, and they lost to Misfits Academy. Giants here, they had 3 easy games, as we've said, well, easier games to start it off, and now they have to face up against RB and Shalke. Would it be beneficial for them just to lose a game here?
I mean, it would never be beneficial just to lose a game, right?
But not deliberately, but...
Yeah, sure. It's a confidence thing as well, right?
Exactly.
That comes into it.
The argument that people have always made about this has been, do you need to taste defeat before you can fully sort of prepare yourself for every eventuality? That's what the argument was made with Shalke last season. They didn't taste defeat. They thought they were kings of the world. And when they finally had to hit that defeat in a really important series, they unfortunately got left to the wayside. So I think there's an argument for that. But in my honest opinion, a team that is perfectly formed and is capable of taking the Challenger Series by storm shouldn't have to have that situation presented to them, because they should be able to play their game that is aiming for success every single time. And if they do taste defeat, it is that ability mentally to reset. So I think there is an argument for potentially having to lose a game somewhere just to get that mental, I guess, experience. But I think as a team like Giants, they won't be aiming for that. They won't want to win every single game.
And as well, you know, if you do fall behind in games, you can actually then learn from the mistakes that you made in it to find your weaknesses. If you end up having a perfect split, no one can find your weaknesses. And when it comes down to the series and teams have watched your VODs, you know, plenty of times, those weaknesses are then going to come out. Whereas if you lose, it kind of re-clarifies things for you.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I think it extends to EU LCS and Rift Rivals as well, because Fnatic were the team that couldn't really lose, and then they go to Rift Rivals and get absolutely dominated by the NA teams. I mean, Europe as a region was very well hyped coming into Rift Rivals, and then fell by the wayside to a lot of NA early aggression. Yeah, we are the wild card now.
I think what's so interesting about that point is that you often feel like your draft is perfect, your gameplay is perfect. If you're winning every game, why would you want to then go back and say, well, let's change something? Because what you've been doing has been winning, so why would you want to reorder that? But you raise that important point that you need to be able to, and you touched on it as well, Will, you need to be able to then turn around and say, well, okay, we have made mistakes. People have exploited us in certain areas of the game. We need to shore that up. And so, again, there is those arguments on either side of the coin, but let's be honest, Giants want to get a perfect record in the Challenger Series. They want to match Shalke last season, so, you know, you don't want to lose a game, really.
Team RB, on the other hand, were the sort of team that everyone thought would come in and pull a Shalke. They thought they would be perfect, they would be undefeated. Hasn't looked like that. They've got 2 draws under their belt, only able to win 1 series thus far. First, tell me a little bit about where you think things are going wrong.
For RB, I'm not sure whether it's just they haven't found their groove yet, whether it's because Kasing isn't playing these tanks yet, which have kind of been in the meta for the last couple of weeks, but he hasn't necessarily got onto them completely, or whether they're just sort of playing against opponents that have matched them, you know, and respected them to a point where if you think RB is the best team, they're the team you're going to prep for the most, and they haven't been able to deal with that.
The point that you made that was really interesting before we went on broadcast and we were talking about the length of RB's games is that they seem to do so well in the laning phase. When it comes to individual laning phase skill, they actually tend to lose more of their games when we get to late game, when it comes to late game team fight and decision and shot calling, because they snowball so well from the laning phase that, I mean, Aaron, Medic, I keep calling you your first name. Medic, you picked up the statistic that the average length of RB's games is the longest in Challenger Series, but they win when they play below their average length, and they lose when they play above their average length. So the sort of assertion that you made, Frozen, was that late game, they obviously are struggling. And I think that could be something that we need to watch out for in this series.
And struggling late game can come from multiple things, you know. It can be because your team fighting is bad and it's something quite easy you have to work on, or it could just be an understanding of the macro and team not quite gelling. And with RB, I'm just not sure what it is. You'd think that they're going to have the mechanics to be able to pull it out from the, you know, from seeing the laning phase into the team fights, but it doesn't matter because draft's coming up.
It does matter because draft affects that a great deal as well.
Like, this is true.
Do you draft early? Do you draft mid? Do you draft late? That's the big question. RB taking on Giants. RB are on the red side to start us off, and they banned away Gragas from Gilius.
Yeah, he's not going to get his hands on that this time round. Solid ban. I fully expect Caitlyn to come out as a ban for RB as well, if not by Giants. She has seen 100% presence on 7-13 thus far in professional play. The Tal Jace ban makes complete sense as well. That has been a standout first ban for most teams versus RB.
What do you think are the next intentions here for RB? Because we have seen, as you say, a lot of Caitlyn, a lot of Zach. Do you think they will focus down those usual picks?
Yeah, so I think Caitlyn is probably going to get banned against RB. I think that Rakan as well into Kasing. And then there is always the question of Zach, which is, again, it's essentially the same as Caitlyn,
It's really interesting, the draft phase, when you have an RB, when you're going up against RB, because you actually draw so many individual champion bans, like the Rakan, like the Jace, that you wouldn't often normally ban against a lot of other players. And it does make the draft phase kind of interesting. That, to me, is interesting. That tells me that Cedrian didn't want to play Caitlyn, because you would obviously ban something, then leave Giants to make that decision on the final ban of B side, usually, or red side.
It's odd because Caitlyn, you can take it as first pick anyway, right?
Yeah.
It's such a strong, powerful champion. It does beg the question as what they're prioritizing higher than Caitlyn.
Elise is there as a possibility. Also, the Rakan's still there for Team RB if they want it. The Caitlyn ban, as you say, is intriguing. Hasn't been played by Cedrian yet this split. It's still a very strong AD carry, and you expect most AD carries to know how to play Caitlyn at this point. RB are taking a bit of time.
It's not hard. You right-click.
Yeah. Well,
you also have to be able to find the items in the shop. Yeah, I think that's the difficulty, isn't it?
It's very challenging to find all of those items.
Now, this is a Cedrian pick, if it has been a pick at all during the Challenger Series. Varus, I mean, I remember Deficio tweeting out and looking at the AD carry picks during Rift Rivals. He's saying, where's my boy Varus at? Well, Cedrian championing Varus during the Challenger Series, and they actually prioritized that as a first pick over the likes of Elise for Mujin, which has been transferred over to Giants now.
This could be because Elise and Rek'Sai are both still open, and if you don't have too much of a preference between the two, currently sort of top ganking junglers, then you can happily give over the one and take away the other. That's what I'm expecting to happen here.
Well, there are the Elise and the Kalista locked in for Giants. Interested to see the Kalista could, of course, have gone for the Jhin as well here for Giants. Mini Trupax has played both that Kalista and the Jhin last week up against Origin. They went 2-0. Not saying too much against Origin recently, but perhaps he can revive some of that form. RB looking for their jungler, we would expect here, and perhaps even a support as well to make sure they don't lose out on that support pool.
Generally, unless you're looking to absolutely prioritize a mid lane on your first rotation, you often generally see your bot lane and jungler picked up on first rotation because it is just the safest. And Lee Sin getting locked in for Mujin here. We know how powerful he has been as an early pressure jungler. The good thing about Mujin is if he isn't getting ganking stuff done, he's either super good at farming or super good at securing neutral objectives. He is never a time on the map where he is quiet. And that's what I really want to look for this game. I want to see Mujin to be that proactive against a jungler on the opposite side that requires that level of proactivity, because Gilius is one of the best ganking junglers in the Challenger Series right now. So.
But this is a tough matchup for the Lee Sin into Elise. If Elise finds you in your jungle, you will be bursted down, through the runic echoes as well. So he's got to be very careful and make sure that he plays this pretty much perfectly to avoid the Elise.
How much of that becomes about winning lanes as well then? Because if the Elise is going to invade, you need those pushing lanes to help you out. We'll come back to that at the end of the draft, because I really want to think about that early pressure from the junglers. Next ban phase here for Giants, going to get rid of that Shen and RB. Where are they looking for this set of bans?
I think RB need to ban Fiora. Yeah.
Yeah. About that split pusher.
Yeah, you don't want to give that over to Ruin, and I think because it is such a powerful pick. And the funny thing about these compositions, we haven't really been shown what they are intending to do as a global macro strategy, because you don't get too much from the bot lane and jungle pick when it comes to it. Often it is defined by your solo lanes. So I'm looking forward to seeing what that sort of brings out.
And both team comps are quite similar. They both kind of have engage tools. They're kind of off tanky or at least shieldy tools with the Rakan, Braum, and then both junglers are playing carries.
Ruin gets his Gnar band as well.
Not too much of a surprise. Gnar on 713 is incredibly powerful. Buffs to the crunch, buffs to the Boomerang Blade as well. LeBlanc, Syndra, Orianna, so much still open here. Giants go for the LeBlanc for Jizuki. We have seen him play that twice. Of course, has a 100% win rate on it because Giants are undefeated. But he can do a lot of work in the mid lane with that champ.
So this already opens up the strategy of a 1-3-1. When you pick a LeBlanc will want to eventually transition into a side lane. She's got good wave shove with the Shatter Orb and the Sigil of Malice. And also has the ability to impact team fights as well. So you eventually sort of transition into that double teleport 1-3-1 here.
Ooh.
My God.
Lissandra, that's a champion I haven't seen on the Rift for a very long time. Frozen Dawn, what are the strengths of this Lissandra?
Ye old LeBlanc counter is what it is. I mean, along with Morgana, which is sort of half troll, those two champions have been the LeBlanc counters since LeBlanc was, brought into League of Legends. So essentially that's what they're taking. They're deciding to take a team fighter that can take to teleport and match the LeBlanc's pressure.
Point and click CC is LeBlanc's worst nightmare, and the Frozen Tomb is one of those abilities that can just lock a LeBlanc down and absolutely, you know, destroy her if you have that burst damage there. I like what RB have done here, by the way, with their picks. They basically have picked two good, solid solo laners, so that if you do get locked up into a matchup where you have a 1-3-1, you have the tools to answer it already from RB.
We have seen this Jarvan before from Muin, not surprised to see him pick that one up again, and does allow him to try and gank that mid lane pretty readily early on. That's how they got ahead last week. Perhaps he'll be looking to do that again here.
It is very tough to gank Lissandra is the only thing.
Yeah.
I mean, Elise can come down as well, and between, you know, the three of you, you're pretty much one-shot her at that point, but her claw is able to get out of the Jarvan ulti. Still, it's still a fine option though. It gives you team fight presence. It can kind of hold the Renekton, does get bullied in the laning phase, but after that, can sort of push the wave and then look to pressure them out.
The funny thing about these two compositions is that I think they're almost trying to do the same thing, just in different ways.
They are,
it's almost trying to do the same thing, just in sort of slightly different ways. You have good engage from both teams. They want to put pressure under a turret or force a team fight. Lissandra or Renekton can do it for the side of RB. Lee Sin can even do it with the kick, obviously. Rakan can even do it in some instances. And you have the similar kind of thing from Giants. They will, as you can see with the double teleports, want to transition into 1-3-1s eventually. I think a lot of this is going to come down to who gets that steamroll from the laning phase. And traditionally, what we've seen so far, that has been RB in a lot of instances, especially against some of the tougher opponents as well. If you get steamrolling from the laning phase in your solo lanes, you have the advantage, I think, going into the mid game.
Well, especially as you have to shut down LeBlanc to be able to, you know, essentially handle her. If she does get fed, then even when you group up, she's going to have pressure and she's going to be able to snipe you sort of as you group up mid. So the question is going to come down, I think, essentially to how well these two mid laners can battle it out and whether the LeBlanc can just be shut down by the Lissandra, which is entirely her job.
Quickly, before we get into the game predictions, guys, Frozen Dawn, we'll start with you.
I think RB have the potential to be able to shut down the LeBlanc.
I want who's going to win. Who's going to win?
Game one?
Yeah, game one.
RB.
RB?
I'm actually going to go the same. I think RB.
I'm going to go Giants because Mini Trubak's going to go unkilled once again. I think they do have a few strengths. We'll have to see how it does play out. I'm going to get onto the Summoner's Rift in just a second. Before we do, Frozen Dawn, tell me just a little bit about these jungle matchups. We said the Elise can beat out the Lee Sin early. Do you think she's got the tools to do that?
So Gilius definitely has the skill to do it, and Elise, essentially how it's going to work is if Elise is hiding in a bush and Lee Sin walks anywhere near her, the stun range and then the full combo from Elise, which she can proc pretty much during her stun duration, is going to be sufficient to essentially one-shot the Lee Sin. That only changes at about level 6 when Lee Sin gets his kick and can essentially do the exact same thing back to her.
I actually think it's a really interesting jungle matchup because if Lee Sin can do the same and catch Elise with a Sonic Wave and then she's already used Repel or something like that, it can be very difficult for the Elise too, but I agree. I think in most instances you would favour the Lee Sin a straight-up duel if she gets the catch on Lee Sin, but it is about getting the catch, right?
Absolutely,
that's the most important part.
But how do they get the catches? Because we talked about lane priority. Do you think that Giants can actually get that Elise into the jungle early on?
Well, Renekton's going to push in the top lane and then Lissandra the mid, so I think Lee Sin's just going to have to work around that.
Thank you very much, Frozen Dawn. It is Scoundrel and myself to take us into the action on Summoner's Rift for the first game of the day. Giants taking on RB, looking to continue their undefeated streak and pull a Shalke is what I'm going to call it from now on.
Pull a Shalke.
Can they pull a Shalke? That's the big question. Sounds like something you tried to do on a Saturday night.
Me, specifically.
Actually, not specifically you, because you are in a very happy relationship. Frozen Dawn might try and do it, though. Don't know how happy his relationship is for the time being. Looks like Tal and Mujin are going to get some vision forward here just a little bit.
By the way, that Renekton skin is so cool.
It's not pool party, it's toy, isn't it? Renek toy. It's well named. I think some of the puns that the naming department come out with are actually pretty strong. This is something we've seen a lot of teams do: is get that early ward just over where the Razor Beaks are to try and spot people out. They've actually put a ward down here in the bottom side as well because they know if they take some pressure from Kalista Braum early on, they can get harassed down.
Interesting, we were talking about who's going to have that shove to get someone into the enemy jungle. I don't know if we'll see too much counter-jungling this game because the ability for lanes to shove back very quickly and for things to be tipped over the edge very quickly is probably a little bit too high. I would imagine early on, Renekton should be able to put a lot of pressure onto the Jarvan in terms of lane shove with the Cull the Meek, and Lissandra should be able to just throw out those shards and push in the LeBlanc. But you know, Lissandra, before level 6, is always going to have to be careful about LeBlanc's ability to trade into her. Lissandra does not have the ability to respond to LeBlanc trades incredibly easily. So we'll have to be very careful pre-6, I think, against Jizuki, who has been, obviously, like you said, 100% win record on this team right now. So they are the team to beat in the Challenger Series. And RB, this is probably the first real tough competition that Giants has had to face up against. I think that's something that's really important to stress. Giants have got a 100% win record, but they are 100% against the bottom 3 teams in the Challenger Series thus far. This is the first test for Giants to see whether they can continue that kind of form.
However, Giants are 100% against Wind and Rain, and RB are not 100% against Wind and Rain. They drew against them in a prolonged affair a couple of weeks ago. So Giants there, you could say, have the superior standing. Their late game seems perhaps to be slightly stronger as well, their decision-making in late-game teamfights, whereas RB have been known as the mechanically superior players. And the question then becomes, can they extend that mechanical advantage into an early-game lead? We are going to see a route onto Jizuki, and this is the trading that we talked about with that point-and-click stun, although it's an area Ring of Frost.
It's the route at the start. Yeah, if you can stop Jizuki from making aggressive plays, you actually have the advantage of the Lissandra. You know, you just basically outrange her for the most part. Actually, Ruin starting to shove in Thal here as well. So if Elise wanted to make moves, you do have the lane position to do that, although it's a bit more risky for an Elise to invade Elise in. Realistically, as an Elise, you want to try and catch out Elise in as he invades you. As Thal makes a good trade into Ruin.
Both of them trading pretty effectively in this top lane. The Dragon Strike coming out from the Q of the Jarvan into the Grasp of the Undying, actually keeping him a little bit healthier.
Really good.
Sorry.
So, no, I actually completely interrupted you. I'm sorry, buddy. We got a gank going
Engage, flash, Ruthless Predator. Ruin's going to try and jump away. Does have the flash. Mujin's going to flash forward. Tempest Cripple looking for the slow. Ruin will go down to Mujin. First gank for the lead. Teleport actually being used. Cancelled from Jizuki.
Yeah, both teleports came out. Jizuki knew he was basically walking to his death there. Decided to not take the bait. And Ruin, you know, he knew what was going on there with Mujin's gank. He knew that he flashed in. Couldn't flash away from the Sonic, the Resonating Strike. Just didn't burn his flash, knew there was no point. So First Blood goes over to Mujin. It is that Tal-Mujin combination that we have talked about so much. Their ability to synergize as a jungle and top is... I haven't seen the likes of this since Alphari and Maxlaw. These guys, very, very good at putting pressure on top lane as a duo.
And it's something we do have to watch, because a lot of time you see Korean imports, especially in Challenger Series, not quite have the impact that you'd like. I think Paris Saint-Germain is a prime example of that. Blanc and Pilot coming in, mechanically superb players, absolutely wonderful, but when it comes down to later on in the game, their ability to make decisions as a team tends to be let down. And what RB have done so well with this top and jungle matchup is they have allowed them just to snowball each other. They've allowed them to be in a position where they can just play with, play each other's game.
I knew
it so well.
I knew what you were doing, buddy. I like how you held that. That was really good.
Play with their food in that top lane and continually catch out the enemy top laner.
Oh, you recovered so well.
Thank you. Thank you.
I also think it's really important to stress how communication affects teams as well, especially that top lane jungle where you want to have the communication about certain aspects of the laning phase, flashes, spells used, ability to get a successful gank. You often see Korean imports do well when they are in a lane where communication matters so much. Top lane and jungle being a prime example of a duo, or a bot lane Korean lane where they need that level of communication with each other as the game progresses. So, you know, I think this is a really good indication of how communication really works well, especially for these two Korean guys playing for RB right now. They obviously have an incredible level of communication between the two of them, because this happens so consistently over and over again.
Gideus is pathing down towards the bottom side river here. Has control over that scuttler for the time being. Interested to see no vision control for Giants in that topside river, accepting the fact that Mujin might come forward for the gank. Ruin actually backed away once again. He's got himself a Dorman's Blade, knock up from Kasing, jump onto Jack Troll, but the Unbreakable Shield does a lot to stop the Varus, and we haven't talked too much about this bot lane matchup in and of itself. Kalista Braum, very, very strong at the moment, up there with Kalista Thresh, Kalista Rakan.
If you can land a Winter's Bite onto somebody, you should almost act like a Thresh hook, that you can isolate that target with Kalista and look for an execute. What's really interesting is how I thought for the most part Sejuani and Kasing should have the shove advantage. You have a range support against the Braum, you have the ability to shove waves so quickly with the piercing arrow. It wasn't until just then that the actual shove advantage was with RB. And also let's touch on Kasing specifically. He's on Rakan.
Another ranged support, or pseudo-ranged, squishier.
Yeah, but he's a playmaking. We always talk about Kasing being a playmaking support player, and Rakan is one of those playmaking champions, and I think we should really keep our eye on how Kasing looks to dictate engages, dictate fights towards the mid and late game, because it was something that he gave RB so much success with. I think all of you might remember if you watched the Challenger Series qualifier, he made some incredible Rakan plays during that week. So
Gideus has been spotted out here up towards the top side, has just dinged 6. Mujin has that Dragon's Kick as well, the ultimate available. so much vision control for RB in this red side jungle of Giants.
And that was Mujin. Mujin walks in to get that vision control down because he wants to keep tabs on Julius early on. You know, if you are playing Elise, one of your major impacts is by getting very early jungle presence by ganking lanes. And by keeping tabs on Julius, that's a really important part. Look at this move, though. They're going to try and defend or aggress this red buff from Julius.
Smart play from Gilius as well, just to back away. Great blast cone to knock Magi Felix out as well. Interesting to see how long Kasing has spent up towards this mid lane and top side. He's been there for an incredibly long period of time. And it hasn't actually given Giants too much of an advantage in the bottom side. They've accepted Cedrian's just going to stand back and farm with the piercing arrow. Mini Trupax and Jack Troll haven't been able to capitalize.
Well, if you're going to play Varus and your support has gone roaming, he's one of the safest AD carries to make these kind of plays with. Yeah. You can farm with Piercing Arrow as things move towards your tower, and naturally, as a Kalista, you're going to want to try and push and put pressure on him. And they have got that lane, I think, slightly freezing, but it's not like hugely freezing. It looks like it's eventually going to push towards
probably about
Cedrian.
Like 4 to 10 degrees centigrade.
Yeah,
not
almost.
Quite freezing.
Not quite a freezing
it's
point.
It's cool, but not ice cold.
They are
tell you what is cooler than being cool. Ice cold, Scoundrel, and that is exactly the temperature that Lissandra wants to make people with that Frozen Tomb. Haven't seen her use that ultimate yet. Has gone Catalyst of Aeons in the mid lane. I was talking to Frozen Dawn beforehand, and he said some people are building the Abyssal Mask first, which now comes out of the Catalyst. I expect this to be a Rod of Ages. Don't expect it to be an Abyssal Mask, but it is something we're seeing a little bit more commonly.
Yeah, I don't think Abyssal Mask makes too much sense.
Mate, you go into the team and reduce the magic resist in an AoE.
I mean,
as a play-by-play, it makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense.
It does indeed.
To all of us.
I'm just trying to struggle with something technically over here, Medic.
Okay.
You just carry on.
Good. I can hear you, just in case that's what it is. Okay, so yes, let's have a look down towards this bottom lane as Jack Troll has now hit that level 6. Glacial Fisher up. Ice versus the Ice of Magi Felix, of course. Ocean Drake still there. Good control wards down that river. I'm sure actually Frozen Tomb comes in for Magi Felix. He's going to get the follow-up. Mujin with the second kill of the game.
And that's the perfect example of Lissandra post 6 versus LeBlanc. The point-and-click stun, so important at shutting her down. When she is locked in place, she can't have that impact. Rakan going in the bot lane there. Great gank by Mujin to follow up on Magi Felix's flash engage onto Jizuki.
Well, Jizuki, like, he needs to be able to get out of that a little bit quicker. Has got Mercury Treads for himself now, alongside that Hextech Revolver. Expect him to build up towards the Gunblade, but it's not that easy to get away from a Flash Frozen Tomb. That's what we've seen from Magi Felix for the time being. And
so anyway, yeah, there we go. I'm all good. I'm all sorted now, by the way, Medic. I'm all good. Yeah, apparently my ears don't work. That was what's going on.
Oh, that sounds about right to me, in all honesty. Maybe you jostled something underneath the desk. 1,000 gold lead here for Team RB. They are slowly eking out an advantage. Mujin has both of their kills early on, and now is looking perhaps for a little bit more action down towards this bottom lane.
Mujin's had such a good impact in the early game, by the way, and it's something that is kind of put Julius on a...
Ooh.
Got a big roam down here. I think they realize that Mujin is around. Mujin will spy out LeBlanc, land a Q, and it's going to kind of ward them away. They are shoving into that turret, though, but it will now be a 4 versus 3. It's not such a sublime tower dive to take place when you have to go into a 4 versus 3, so they are going to back off. But it was a proactive roam from Julius and Jizuki, who, realistically, for the most part, have been pretty quiet.
Jizuki's going to land the chains onto Magi Felix, trying to shout a name for himself. Shatter Orb, waiting for the passive, can't quite connect. Magi Felix forced back, and that is what the LeBlanc can do in a pure 1v1. When the ultimates are down for Magi Felix, when he hasn't got the flash, it makes it a lot harder for him to fully engage onto Jizuki. Across the board, CS, gold, pretty much even between these two teams for the time being. Only those 2 kills really separating them, and Giants are going to try and equalize that with an Ocean Dragon of their own. An early Ocean Drake. One of the better Drakes to have for the laning phase.
It was a really good capitalizing by Giants because they knew Magi Felix had gone back. Teleport, they were timing, it would be down. They then are able to just say, okay, we have a massive advantage in a teamfight situation if it broke out here. Easy dragon take for us, and RB made the correct decision not to even try and respond to that. Actually going to send Cedrian back, who's working towards Blade of the Ruin King. Tends to be the standard first item on the Varus these days.
Yeah. It's a bit more of a tank shredder. Sometimes you see Varus is going more for the long-range poke build, which is something we used to see a lot more commonly.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. It hasn't been so much the case for a little while now, but Blade of the Ruin King generally tends to be his sort of standard go-to. But with a Jarvan on side, you know, it gives you the opportunity to get maximum effectiveness out of that Blade of the Ruin King. Rod of Ages is now finished. We are post 6. Suddenly, this is going to make this an easier matchup for MagiFelix to function in, especially 1v1 scenarios. He's a little bit tankier to have to burst down. And you can see Jizuki off kilter a little bit with his build path. Has had to prioritize Mercury Treads. Wants to reduce the duration that he's stuck in that ultimate for and reduce the damage because he knows how impactful Frozen Tomb can be at shutting him down post 6. And that was a really good piece of pressure. You were right about when the ultimate is down, by the way. MagiFelix doesn't really have the way to respond properly to Jizuki, but post 6 with ultimate up, really, really big.
4 men mid here for Team RB, perhaps looking for a bit of collapse. Once again, Kasing comes up. Mini has been left to farm down towards the bottom side. Now, do RB know that Jack Troll and Gilius are waiting in the wings? They'll call on the Herald. Jack Troll, you could have just queued him. You would have stopped it coming out. Oh, that was a bit of a mistime there from Jack Troll. All he needs to do is Winter's Bite Muujin, and it stops the Herald coming out. He wasn't quite able to connect. They get the tower anyway. Oh, I would have interrupted the channel.
Yeah, I mean, Rift Herald did its job, right? They wanted to get the first tower of the game. It was an easy first tower push because MagiFelix had been shoving into LeBlanc so often they'd already got the damage done necessary for a singular tap. Gilius now, they're caught out here.
Doesn't quite land. There's the TP coming in. Repel up straight away. Jack Troll looking for the charm. Jumps in. Kasing on the backline as well. The Glacial Fisher out. Ruins joined the fray. Here's Mini as well. Getting onto Kasing, putting the spears through his heart. Jack Troll dies. The knock back! Cedrian, you absolute mean man! I was going to say a very different word there. Jizuki's being jumped in by Muujin. There comes the Glacial Path. Mini Trueback flashes in. Can't quite get the kill. Is this the end of the unkilled Mini? Yes, it is. The Cocoon lands as Gilius jumps in. MagiFelix tombs himself and comes down with the Cataclysm. Another kill for him. They're going to jump onto Tal as well. The chains does not connect as Tal tries to escape Jizuki. Does he have a distortion? No! Ruin and Tal and Muujin get away off towards the end of that fight.
How do we even break that down? That was absolutely crazy. I'm not sure what Gilius and Jizuki were trying to achieve when they were sat in the enemy jungle. I think potentially looking for a catch as the red buff came up. That was the most likely scenario there. But they were spotted moving in because there's a good amount of vision capturing that red side entrance for RB. And then the collapse from RB was swift. But then everything just went to hell after that point in time, and it was all over the place. Again, like you said, Cedrian did kind of execute Kasing by knocking him back into the team, but at the end of it, RB, you feel, did get that turret off the back of it. It was a pretty even trade across the board, so realistically, RB will be moderately happy with that, and they've finally killed Mini Truepax, the first team to do. I guess that's a small trophy that you can take from this situation.
So he has 30 kills to 1 death in the Challenger Series.
I mean, I'd take a 30 to 1 KDA.
It's not a KDA though, because it's not even including assists.
Oh,
that's
wow.
just a KD.
A KD.
It's pretty impressive from him. It also has a CS lead in this bottom lane, about 30 farm ahead, but Callista does fall off a little bit as you get later on into the game. As well as that, Tal had 2 kills off that last fight down towards the bottom side, and now is sitting on a black cleaver. Ruin yet to complete his cleaver, instead went for a Tiamat and the Phage.
Kind of need the Tiamat to keep up with Renekton's wave shove though, because obviously you can rely on your Dragon Strike, but Renekton with Call the Meek and Slice and Dice can absolutely decimate waves, so he doesn't need to prioritize a Tiamat as early as a Jarvan would to keep up with the way these waves will shove in the top lane. He will eventually go towards the Black Cleaver. Usually you get Tiamat, Phage, and then go Black Cleaver, and then finish up Titanic Hydra. This time round, though, Black Cleaver already there for Tal, so it's going to give him really good trading potential versus Ruin.
So before the game started, we talked a lot about Muujin and Gilius, and we said the jungler that gets the earlier ganks off will be able to snowball their team a little bit. It looks like Muujin has done that for his team thus far, but what is the win condition now for Team RB? How do they actually close out this game?
Well, they've got their first turret in the mid lane. I'd like to see some aggressive vision put down. You've got excellent catch potential with Cedrian and MagiFelix. Eventually, you'll want to transition to 1-3-1. I mean, they've kind of held that off right now because MagiFelix's potential to take on Jizuki in the mid lane is so strong. I think they do also want to maybe go for a bot lane dive, which is what they might be orchestrating with the shove from Cedrian and Kasing. But eventually, they're going to want to move to 1-3-1, where you feel that MagiFelix and Tal right now have advantages. They just need to sort of, I think they need to make a big play around bot lane tier 1 and then rotate off that and then go for the tier 1 on the top lane and make that usual play. It's just so unusual to have taken first tier turret in the mid lane because it opens up so much of the map that you're not used to, because you usually rotate around mid lane tier 1 and then take it afterwards. But this time they're going to get a big shove onto the mid lane tier 2 here, so they're going to start sieging.
And the thing about this is a lot of the wave clear actually from these 3 members of Giants is kind of engage wave clear. So you're looking at Shatter Orb, you're looking at Distortion like that. And if Jizuki is jumping in, it always provides you the opportunity to try and jump back on him.
The problem is I don't think their tower take is good enough right now to be able to make those plays where they can just walk up to a tier 2 turret and try and catch them on rotation. They don't have a quick enough tower clear, and you can see, you know, you actually managed to shove that lane in free from Mini Trupax. He wasn't even forced to rotate out bot lane. What is the next dragon that we see coming up? It will decide whether we actually see a team fight around it or not. You know, you might actually just see people kind of ignore it for the most part.
Well, Muujin's actually backing off towards the top side. A second Ocean would be great for Giants. I think they pretty much have this one in the bag.
They do. Yeah, they do. I mean, I don't think anyone is in position to contest this. Jizuki tries to find a bit of pressure, but won't get it done. And again, there you go.
Yeah, easy enough. You've got Smite, you've got Rend, you've got everything you need to secure a dragon. And actually, this is something we did talk about earlier on, is Muujin's ability to control objectives. Now, he's got a Rift Herald and a tower for his team this game, but has lost out on those 2 early dragons. Ocean, not the most impactful later on in the game, but definitely helps in a 1-3-1.
I think it really helps in a 1-3-1 because you can disengage from a 1v1 that has kind of gone even, then you regenerate that HP a little bit more readily. You can look for another trade, get the shove because you have the HP advantage. We have now seen the transition to the 1-3-1, so they did make that rotation finally off the back of that mid lane tier 1 take, which means you now can start to shove that LeBlanc in with your duo lane, which I think is very important. But again, I think they need to be looking to make a dive on one of these turrets. And classically, Lissandra is one of the better dive champions in the game because you have that Frozen Tomb. And obviously, LeBlanc being such a prime target for that, you might be able to orchestrate something with even just Muujin and Magifelix going for a tier 1 dive in the bot lane.
Looking across the gold, there aren't too many disparities. An interesting point is the fact that Mini Trupax is still ahead. 400 gold ahead of Sedrian at the moment because of that farm advantage. Top lane is 500 in favor of Tal, but it's so close. It's a lot of it is actually sitting on Muujin's shoulders because of those early kills he got. He's 700 ahead of Gilius.
It's interesting that this is, in my opinion, this is classic RB. They have massive lulls in the mid game where they don't really know what they want to achieve. And we're going to get towards late game where they have categorically, as we can see from the statistics throughout the Challenger Series, struggled to make good late-game decisions and have impactful late-game team fights.
Late game for them is 40 minutes, so it is a little bit away from
here. We've got
double the length of the game.
But it is this lull that you are starting to think, well, okay, you shove the Lissandra into the LeBlanc, but LeBlanc clears waves. You have to do something proactive. It looks like Thal has come down here. This might be a rotation to bot lane tier 1 with this wave, potentially, although it just looks like they're kind of faffing around in mid lane, and now Thal might now head back up to top lane. The problem is that you just have lanes that are going to shove against each other so equally right now. So you have to do something proactive to sort of get the game moving from this position. Unless you're relying on a 1v1 kill, which I think will be difficult.
They have got a path up to top lane if they want to take it. It looks like they were going for it. Jackdraw's going to face check here. Straight into Kasing, Sedrian, and Muujin. They knew that Tal was up towards the top side, so it was relatively safe for them to do it. Ruin has the flank. Muujin safeguards away. Tiamat takes some fire to the face. The Giants, and they will gain control of the river for the time being. We're still waiting on some secondary items here for RB as well, though. Like, they haven't quite got the Zhonya's on Magifelix. He's only just short of that at the moment.
Big
at most, 800 gold away. You're waiting on second item for Sedrian. You're waiting on first completed item for Kasing as well. Actually, looks like he's going down that Talisman of Ascension line. There we are. Just completed. Oh, the prediction god of a support main right there. That's what we can do. We don't see too many Talismans of Ascensions on Rakan. We do more in 7.13, but a lot more people were going Frost Queens into Eye of the Equinox. We're
actually seeing a lot of Talisman Ascension on 7.13, believe it or not. We've seen huge amounts of people start to pick it up as those ranged supports. So the movement speed often can be super powerful in really tense situations. They look like they are rotating towards this top lane. I feel like this might be one of the harder lanes to actually get a solid gank on because it is a Jarvan. He has got a bit of health and those Ninja Tabe behind him, and the EQ combo gets you kind of out of a lot of sticky situations. But again, it's starting to stale. This mid-game is starting to become a bit stale for RB. They're just clearing waves, shoving things into turret and expecting something to happen. I think they had an opportunity when Lissandra is shoving in LeBlanc in the bot lane to rotate down there, and LeBlanc can't defend waves if the entire team just turns up to them, and you could just quickly, very, very quickly take it. It might be that RB are waiting for those item spikes that you mentioned, the Zhonya's, which has now been completed for Magifelix, maybe waiting for the second item for Sedrian to be picked up, which is more than likely going to be a Ruin's Hurricane, you imagine.
Magifelix has come up towards the top lane. He's going to try and deal with Ruin for the time being. Neither team has incredibly strong engage as well, which can be a little bit difficult. Like, you've got the Lee Sin to jump in, you've got the Rakan as well from RB. Okay, let me finish my point, right? They don't have strong engage in a pure face-up. Okay, if they get vision control, Rakan is really good at engaging.
I mean, I
but
don't
your
know.
ability
Have you
actually
seen
to jump on
Jarvan
the
before?
back.
Have you seen Jarvan before?
Yeah, okay. I'll hold my hands up. That was a mistake. Jizuki jumped in a little bit here.
You should have seen the studio. I just started going underneath Aaron's face. Like, what are you talking about, my friend?
What I meant by it was the engage, although it's there, it's hard to do when you're just purely in this 1-3-1. Because you have to get vision control and then get a flank engage.
To make the engages work, you have to group, right? Like, these are group-based engages, apart from maybe the 3 in the middle. But, like, let's be honest, Varus is not going to one-bomb somebody. Varus is not a one-bomb AD carry. He doesn't build critical strike. He's there for a more sustainable. But that is the engage.
Corruption. There's the charm coming in as well. Fate's call out, repel up. Jackdaw jumps back in with the Glacial Fissure, trying to block off Mugen. His Tal gets cocooned. The exhaust down straight away as well. Counter TP being used. Stun onto Tal, and RB might just have to back away. Kasing gets absolutely decimated there. Sedgem knocked back as well. The chains connect. That's a dead AD carry. We did see Gilius falling to Mugen off towards the back of the fight. They might actually look just to catch him out here. Magic Felix still has ult.
Does still have ult, which is a very important factor when dealing with the likes of Jizuki and Mini Trupax, both incredibly mobile. Lissandra very good at locking down mobile carries.
Coming for the flank. Trying to get onto Jackdaw. Jizuki
Big
needs to be
defense
careful
here.
here
Big defense from RB. I don't know if they can do it.
They're still looking for the flank off towards the top side. The turret is falling lower. Jackdaw's been engaged on tiles there as well. Ruin with the knock-up onto Mugen. Here comes the
here we go.
Magic Felix. The double route onto Jackdaw. Cataclysm out as well. Jizuki trying to do what he can, but he can't do much. He can just not take down Magic Felix. The shield from Kasing was absolutely devastating.
But they still potentially just end up losing the turret regardless, but it was a major defense from RB. The setup for Magic Felix was perfect there, but they still lose the turret because they just took too much damage in the process.
That shield right at the end was absolutely devastating. And the flank, actually, Giants had a pink ward in that bush.
I mean, they knew
They knew it was happening.
They had vision in the Baron Tiny Brush. I'm just going to call it the Baron Tiny Brush. They had vision in the side brush of the river. They knew that was happening, right? But they chose to make that commitment because they felt that they had low enough HP bars on RB's side. Let's have a look at it here. This is the setup from the Lissandra. I mean, that is like dream territory for a Lissandra to jump in, get a 3-man route, and then be able to ult herself for maximum team-wide damage.
It's actually Mugen's shield.
Yeah.
Mugen's the one who comes in with the shield, not
he uses
Kasing.
the safeguard to keep them safe there, but
the safeguard.
the safeguard to keep them safe. I know that sounds funny. I actually think previous to that, if we went back to the team fight that actually resulted in that situation, Giants' ability to focus the team fight was way better than RB. RB had Mugen and Magic Felix off chasing Gilius through the jungle, and 4 members of Giants then said, okay, well, we have the ability to engage with Jarvan, we can lock down a carry, we can get LeBlanc to look for an execute, and they actually capitalized on poor team fight positioning for RB because they chased and then split so heavily during that team fight, and that was a really good...
Kasing with the flash in, double knock-up as well onto Mini. Mugen's going to chase him all the way in, can't quite get the kill. Here's Tal as well up towards the top side. Giants need to get out of here. Ruin no TP, can't join the fight. Glacial path into Glacial Fissure, into a stun. The cocoon's not enough. Frozen Tomb for Magic Felix. Chain of Corruption lands on Jizuki. He's going to have to try and jump his way away. Will escape to fight another day.
Okay, so team fight's now going to result in something tangible, which might be this top lane tier 1. That was a really good play by Kasing. Let's hark back to...
Oh, Mini! Oh, there's a crocodile in the bush. Tries to QSS away. Cannot escape. And Giants won't be able to chase down Tal for the time being. Ruin is just pushing down mid, though. He's looking for that tier 2 as RB get their first tower in the top lane. Looking for a second of their own. Ruin's just going to continue to get this. RB will trade it for a tier 2 up towards the top. 2 towers for 1.
It's a 2 tower for 1, and you lose your AD carry. The problem by having Jarvan do that, yes, you get something out of the situation, but Jarvan is your way to counter siege. A good way to counter siege, if you feel like you have the ability to do so, hard engage onto them under tower, force them to fight near your tower. It's a really good way to sort of shove a siege back, or actually just completely outright beat them in a team fight. Without Jarvan, you don't have to really have the way to do that for Giants unless you are catching with Gilius. Unfortunately, Mini Trupax just face-checked the Renekton, and that resulted in the situation that you saw, but...
Let's take a second, let's reevaluate. 2,500 gold for RB, still not catastrophic for them. Item spikes have started to be hit here by both of the teams. Jizuki has a Void Staff alongside the Hextech Gunblade. You've got a Zhonya's and Rod of Ages fully stacked for Magic Felix. Phantom Dancer, Blade of the Ruin King into Blade of the Ruin King, and a Runans, both AD carries with a QSS to their names.
Actually gone for a Phantom Dancer for Cedrian. I like that into a LeBlanc, by the way. Realistically, for Cedrian, one of the major threats to him is going to be LeBlanc in teamfights. So if you can get that basic attack down, reduce the damage, very important for him to give him some survivability, because he's a very immobile AD carry. It's why you've seen him prioritize the QSS and the Phantom Dancer. It is a very, can be offensive, but it is mainly sort of phrased at a defensive way of looking at these teamfights. Also want to just hark back to that entire situation that we saw just 3 minutes ago. All resulted because Kasing made a play.
Yeah.
And let's not forget that Kasing making a play.
He's making another one. He jumps in. The root comes out. It's a stunner rampage for Muujin as well. 4-0-4 at the moment. The hopes for Giants are not found. The Baron, however, can be found. And that is what RB are going to start up now. Mini Trupex and Ruin are in the mid lane, pushing it up. Jizuki's going to jump in, tries to land the chains onto Kasing. Muujin there, Baron low, 7,000 on it. Glacial Fisher comes out, Ring of Frost. Magic Felix trying to get away. Here comes Jizuki again. Ruin jumping in. The TP's going to come into the backside. Mini Trupex down towards the bottom of the fight. Has been jumped on here by Tal. Jack Troll there as well. The heal comes out. They're going to land another chain onto the Relected. A 5! Cataclysm in the backline. Magic Felix takes out Ruin. They cannot capitalize on it. And Giants will just have to back away. Imagine if they just had a little bit more to follow up that superb Cataclysm from Ruin.
Oh, just wasn't the damage there, but Ruin made a play to keep them in this team fight. Giants also achieved their primary aim of shutting down that Baron in a 4 versus 5. And now come out on top and can start to clear vision, because now they have advantage of being able to just basically get rid of the wards, set things up, and now it makes RB second guess. RB now have to step up to the Baron area and make those face checks. Again, you mentioned Kasing making a play. Really want to touch on the fact that this is something that we talked about with Kasing. He is a play-making support. He does these late-game shot calls and engages. Just take a look here at that big 5-man Cataclysm by Ruin.
Oh, it's good. Imagine if you got Jizuki there to follow it up. Imagine if you got Elise there to cocoon someone as well. They just didn't want to jump in to that Ring of Frost, to the fact that Kasing could knock you all up. It was just a little bit too risky for Giants, but they hold on. They're only 2,000 gold behind. The scoreline looks so detrimental to them. 12 kills to 4, but they
so
are
close.
Still in this game.
Split pushing working out for them with LeBlanc in the bot lane now. It's actually going to force Magic Felix to rotate down. Luckily, does still have that teleport available and picks up a Banshee's Veil. So with red buff and Banshee's Veil, you imagine he's in a pretty solid situation to match up against LeBlanc, but also going into a LeBlanc with a Gunblade finished, a Void Staff finished, a lot of ways to pierce some of that magic resist built up with the Mercury Treads and the...
6 stacks on his Dark Seal.
Yeah, 6 stacks, mate.
6 stacks.
Living the high life.
Gargoyle's Stoneplate has actually just been finished on Ruin as well. He has a 60 CS lead over Tal, although Tal has 5 kills to his name that Ruin lacks. And speaking of Ruin, you know, he's been around Challenger Series for a very long time. Played on SK Gaming for a while, played on Nerve for a while as well, and was never really this pure top laner that you looked at and said, yeah, he can outplay, he can make these big plays. But across Challenger Series this split, he has definitely been performing incredibly well. Only 500 gold behind, even though he's 5 kills in the hole.
Actually starting to struggle the defensive Magic Felix. I feel like this bot lane tier 1 will end up going down. Magic Felix now rotates. Finding it difficult to be aggressive in this laning phase versus Jizuki now in the side lane.
And how much have they shut down Jizuki? Because this was something we said in Picks and Bans. We said, you have to shut down the LeBlanc. He's 3-1. He's ahead on farm. His team is doing okay. He's got double oceans for the 1-3-1. That doesn't seem like shut down to me at all.
My worry as this game progresses is, for RB, you are relying more and more on making a big wombo combo happen, because your straight-up teamfight damage feels like it's going to be lower. Because Magic Felix hasn't got a super aggressive build here. Wait a second, Kasing making a play.
Kasing with the quickness onto Ruin. He's going to jump away. Magic Felix. Banshees eats the cocoon.
That is huge, because there is some massive ults burnt there for RB. You burnt your Frozen Tomb by Magic Felix. You burnt your quickness from Kasing. Lots of ways to shut down Jizuki now gone out the window. If Jizuki was to rotate here and look for a catch, especially forcing the issue around this Infernal Drake, suddenly RB are in a really tough situation to actually teamfight here. I don't even think they can contest.
No, you've got Ren. Like, Ren should be easy secure there. They actually take it down from 700. The smite from Gileas does get it. There is a Cloud Drake on RB's side. I'm sure we'll update the overlay just to show you that. Giants now have double Ocean and an Infernal to their name. If this was Magicka, they would have made a little bit of steam.
Do RB have a Cloud Drake?
Yes, they do.
I didn't even notice.
It wasn't that impactful.
That's how insignificant card trick is.
Exactly. Although it does give them extra movement speed for Sing.
Yeah,
Talks about the wombo combo they're engaged can be a little bit better, but it's not that impactful in all honesty.
Baron's going to be set up as the next major objective.
Is this the impact? Is this the impactful thing? Because we say, you know, dragons at this point, unless it's an Elder or an Infernal, don't really matter that much. Is Baron the main point here? Because you still have a 1-3-1 from Giants. They've still got double TP on either side.
The best composition to make a Baron work in is a 1-3-1 or a heavy siege composition. So if you can get Baron rolling in all 3 lanes, there's a lot of bounty to still be had by the RB composition. You can still take 2 towers in the bot lane. You can still take mid lane tower, and you could even group and shove that top lane inhibitor turret to try and take that. My issue is when it comes to a straight up team fight, unless you are using your Frozen Tomb on Jizuki or onto mini Trupax, I feel like you're in a tough position. They used it on Ruin to try and catch a guy with a Gargoyle Stone Plate out and a Ninja Tabai. I mean, Ruin took no damage from that attempted catch by RB.
He doesn't actually have any magic resist either,
Yeah.
I just realized.
Just so tanky because he's Jarvan.
Oh, I guess Gargoyle Stoneplate gives you a little bit of magic resist, but no Mercury Treads, no Spirit Visage, nothing along those lines to keep himself a little bit safer. Magifelix's Banshees will eat the Winter's Bite. They're going to get flanked by Jizuki's clone.
RB have to play these team fights so well. It's almost going to be like a situation where you peel back and try and make a catch, or Magifelix has to find a flank.
Ruin is looking for that flank just down towards the bottom of this fight. Sing there as well. They're going to get vision control up towards this Baron pit.
And the better thing, this is an excellent way for Giants to play. If they can force RB to face check, that's exactly what they want. Suddenly there are no surprises for Giants if RB are forced to face check these kind of fights around Baron.
Instead, RB are trying to take the fast track down the middle lane. No minions there for them. Giants playing well around mid lane priority there. Here comes the quickness. Kasing looking for the double charm, gets it in. There's the Frozen Tomb ready for Magifelix as well. The root comes in. Jizuki has to TP into this fight. He's eventually going to join the fight, and Giants have actually managed to turn it around. Tal was not there. Magifelix goes golden with the Zonyas, but he's going to get the glacial path out. Tal, that front line, tanking everything up. Jizuki on a rampage up towards the back line. Cedrian flashes for it. Tal's going to fall as well. Giants take down 2 and are looking for that Baron.
Literally, we talked about this 5 minutes ago. The lack of damage from RB in a straight-up team fight is worrying. And unless they can absolutely catch out Jizuki or Mini Trupax right at the start, you can't just run at the Giants' composition because they see everything that you offer.
That's so good from Giants.
So
they
good from
stop
Giants.
Immediately. Ruin and Jizuki jump across. Cedrian might get Ruin, doesn't even get the kill with that Gargoyle Stoneplate. And this is the 100% Baron record for Giants throughout all of their games, maintained here against Team RB.
Giants are playing these team fights so well because they can see all the cards that RB has in their hand. It's like playing poker, but your opponent is showing you their entire hand.
Is that not what you're meant to do?
No.
That's where I've gone wrong.
That's maybe where you've lost all your money. RB need to find a flank with Magifelix. The only way you catch out Giants in these fights, you actually straight up lose in terms of damage output in a 5v5. You need to have Magifelix flank onto someone like Mini Trupax or Jizuki, catch them with the Frozen Tomb and try and burst them. I don't think they win in any other way in a team fight because you've got Thal, who's fallen off in damage entirely because he's only got the Black Cleaver, hasn't even finished the Titanic Hydra yet. You've got Cedrian with a build that is very defensive orientated as well. I mean, the straight up damage output of Cedrian is very low at this point.
We'll have to see if they are able to hold out. It looks like it's a 1-4 here for Giants.
The big spike for RB to next play around, I think, is Magifelix's Void Staff. I think that's the next spike they can play around because without that Void Staff, it does feel like that Magifelix is super lackluster.
Here comes the engage. The charm lands double stun as well. Gideus repels up. Mini Trupax untouched at the back of the fight, but Tal's going to try and change that. Knocked up with the concussive blows. Ruin has the flank, has the Cataclysm if he wants it. The knock up. Kasing caught as well. Magifelix tries to glacial path out. Will just about escape. 1-for-1. Jungler for top laner.
That was a catch. They basically made a 5 versus 3 catch and still couldn't win the fight there.
Jizuki misses the chains.
Mini Trupax a god, by the way, as well. Just his positioning, his ability to stay safe. I mean, no wonder this guy had no deaths previous to this game. He is just shredding through the entire RB lineup. And that was, like you said, that was a big engage that was essentially a catch onto the Giants roster. And they still ended up going only even out of it.
This is going to be an inhib falling. Magifelix just about gets away towards the back of the fight. Re-engage coming out from Kasing. If he wants to talisman pop, Muujin there as well. We'll just get forced back by Giants. Teleport's actually being used from Magic Felix. He's going to try and get a flank off here. They do still have Cataclysm. They don't have any other ultimates available for them. There's the Frozen Tomb used. Kasing jumps in, Ruin with the Cataclysm to get himself back out. Magic Felix, the one on the receiving end of all the damage as Jizuki goes unstoppable. Cedrian jumped on. It's a double for Giants as they might look just to close out this game.
They are pushing in here. It's going to be very hard, you think, for RB to defend with only Thal, Mugen, and Kasing for wave clear. This is Giants taking the first game of the series. You have to feel here, Medic.
First Nexus Tower is going to fall. Gilius joins the rest of his team. Giants looking victorious once again. And Red Bull flew too close to the sun. They grew their wings, but they weren't able to take down the Giants 1-0 up in this best of 2.
And something else that we didn't touch on was how vulnerable Cedrian was to both Jarvan and the LeBlanc. I mean, he could not do anything. As soon as Ruin jumps in on the Jarvan, the threat of Cataclysm, the threat of knockup meant that Cedrian had to be super defensive. The way that you follow up with the Lissandra is by having someone that can complement that damage, someone that can complement the catch. And every flank that Lissandra made, apart from maybe 1 or 2, ulting herself because no one was able to follow up on her easily enough.
And that's the thing, because of the way the Varus itemized as well, he just didn't have the damage to follow up, so there was 4 seconds of targets being rooted and then no one actually being able to kill or finish off the targets. And contrast that with the effect that Kalista had with her 4 sort of full items by the end there, was just shredding through.
I almost feel like Runan's might have been better just because at least you get team-wide damage then. That was the
Cedrian sacrificing the bird.
Sacrificed Kasing, but this was that really messy team fight that basically resulted in a sort of net even game for both teams. But this was after RB had already got that tier 1 turret in the mid lane. I feel like this was them being so lackluster in the mid game again for me from RB. They just didn't do anything for a good like 10 minutes.
Yeah, they kind of just fell off essentially. I mean, they didn't know how to play around it. Ruin was doing a fantastic job on Jarvan to push in the Renekton, and as a result, Renekton wasn't able to make TP plays even though he had TP advantage.
Yeah. And
the game just got shut down.
It was interesting to me as well that RB were playing this sort of pick comp at times with the Kasing, catching one member out, and they went for triple long-range totems instead of triple sweepers, because getting that extra vision can actually help you out quite a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the ability to clear vision from Giants would have been really good for them. I just think itemization-wise, they were far too respectful. I know that sounds odd, but they were far too respectful with their itemization. Like, Magic Felix actually was doing really well into Jizuki, but he went a super defensive build, which is obviously like you would expect to do against LeBlanc to give you the advantage in a side lane. But if you're not going to continue a 1-3-1, it's a terrible teamfight build.
But even there, Orianna would have done very well as well. I mean, into the LeBlanc is not as easy a matchup as the Lissandra, but Orianna late game, when you've got Kasing jumping in, that's a free ball on a couple of people.
The way that they played like they played a teamfight composition. Like they were using Kasing to set up teamfights and trying to punish Giants for being on the other side of the map. You saw multiple teamfights where Jizuki teleported in because he was late, because the engage had already started. If that was an Orianna, suddenly people would be dead before he even teleports in.
And as well, I just counted 3 auto attacks that Cedrian put out in that second, like the penultimate teamfight. 3. Kalista was auto attacking the entire time, and just because he couldn't walk up, the way that Giants were playing around their CC to threaten the Varus, so that he couldn't even with a QSS, he was just so afraid to walk up that essentially there was no way of killing the enemy. It's
cooldown based as well, isn't it? Because LeBlanc's cooldowns are slightly shorter than Lissandra's with the stuns, with the jump in, and the Cataclysm being held for so long was great play from Giants. They are going to go to a break.
Oh yeah. So sorry, it's all good. It's all good.
Okay. We're going to go to a quick break. Giants are 1-0 up in this series. Can they make it a 4th 2-0 in a row? We'll find out after this. Hello and welcome back to the European Challenger Series Summer Split. It's week 4, and it seems like Giants are just too hot to handle. They were meant to do it as well. They have done it, but production has decided just to look at me. I look a little bit like a blind man. Like, I just get my stick out. Well, at the moment, it seems like RB are the blind
How many
team.
times
not
do we get away with this
understanding.
during the broadcast?
I'm hoping 6
One for
in
each
each game. One for each game. RB seem to be the team without much direction at the moment, unable to actually close out a game even though they had an early lead. What went wrong?
I feel like they had a massive mid-game lull that they didn't. I'm just going to take these off, sorry. They had a massive mid-game lull that they didn't capitalize on. Like, there were so many opportunities for them to rotate as a squad and literally force turrets with a Lissandra, and they didn't. They just kind of were like, oh, well, we'll just shove lanes and hope something happens. When you play a 1-3-1, you either make darn sure that your solo laners are going to get pressure in the side lanes, or you rotate around one of those lanes and try and make plays and turrets. The problem is they took mid lane tier 1, which is interesting because it doesn't usually go down first in most games. And then they were like, oh, this is great, but now what do we do with it? And they didn't do anything.
Well, the thing is, I think they just respected Giants' double TP almost too much.
They had double TP themselves.
But the thing is, in that kind of scenario, you know, if you pull the trigger, and because there's disengage tools on both teams, the team that pulls the trigger is the one that has to risk the turn.
Yeah.
And that was precisely what we saw from almost both teams, except it kind of played out in the end in Giants' favor, where whichever team went in, the other team would TP into your flank or something, and that would be you doomed. So
was it impatience from RB? Should they have waited longer at times, or should they have been just better about pulling the trigger?
Yeah,
I think they should have. Again, we mentioned so many things. Build paths that just weren't aggressive enough given RB's position in the game. The fact that they played it like they had a team fight composition, which they kind of did with the Lissandra, right? She does provide an element of team fight to the team, but they were making plays like they had the Orianna, basically. They were if the Orianna ball was on Kasing when he made some of these plays, that would have been a dead Giants team fight, you know, almost all the time. So yeah, I think it was RB just didn't quite realize what they wanted to do in the mid game, and it has been their real issue throughout a lot of their games that they've played, that their macro in the mid game has let them down sometimes. We'll have to see whether they shape it up, but Giants continue their 100% record.
I actually think with that win, Giants have secured themselves top 2 in playoffs
Wow,
as well.
that's great.
So that's very strong for them. If they win this completely, they are top spot. No one can challenge them. They will have that first spot and play probably up against OG or War, which are teams that look drastically inferior to them at the moment. Do you think we're just going to be seeing Giants in that promotion tournament?
Right now, with the way things are lining up, I just don't think there's any way that they're not.
Frozen?
I think I mean, they're going to be in the promotion tournament. Whether
They'll
or not
be in playoffs.
Playoffs, sorry.
They're not guaranteed to be in promotion.
Sure. Sorry, my bad.
Right.
Terminology. So I think there's potential for them to, you know, be beaten. They did show moments of weaknesses. I mean, RB's early game being a prime example. You know, if you can get that far ahead early on and then know how to snowball it, that is the weakness that Giants are showing. And I think throughout the tournament, there's been moments where that has shown. And so I think teams can look to exploit that, but it's more of a looking at themselves and how strong you can be in the mid-game as opposed to looking at the mid-game weaknesses of Giants.
Okay, so what did Team RB do to change this one up? Because they tried a 1-3-1 composition, it didn't work for them. They played well in the early game, it's what we said they needed to do. Do they change the entire strategy? Do they throw out the playbook and say we need to do something else? Or can they do that with a few refinements?
I think when we look back to draft, I'd like to see some more consistent damage sources from them, because this build from Varus meant he was very low damage. Lissandra is kind of a burst champion. She doesn't have consistent teamfight damage, but wasn't building to sort of try and burst anyone. She's building to kind of almost tank a little bit in the front line. I'd like to see that. Ashe was hovered. I actually would have really loved to have seen an Ashe come out for Cedric, because it gives him that consistent damage output. They can pull the trigger a little bit more easily with the Ashe arrow than they could with the Varus ultimate. Be a bit more decisive, especially with the sort of champions that you pick up to make those plays.
Right, Giants are on the blue side this time. Switch it around as we always do. They're 1-0 up, and RB will take away that Zac as expected.
Okay.
I think now RB will be on the side where they ban Caitlyn.
Well, they banned Caitlyn last
yeah,
time as well.
And Fresh, right?
This is what I mean. It made sense to ban Caitlyn if you're on red side, but for me, it didn't make sense for RB to ban Caitlyn as their third ban when they were blue side, when you had the opportunity to force RB to ban it. You could have got a better ban phase for yourself and something maybe a bit beyond the Caitlyn, because you knew that Giants would have had to have responded with a third ban Caitlyn unless you weren't going to give it over to Cedric.
Now, I'm very curious as well to see whether or not RB can change. So they've been playing this playmaking bot lane, but I'm wondering if they can change that up. Maybe look to playing a bit less playmaking, a bit more sort of scaling into the into the late game. The Varus first picked last game essentially did nothing for them. The Rakan was very useful in team fights, but perhaps if they'd had some sort of hyper carry, it could have been a different story, like the Ashe you suggested.
Agreed. Yeah, something a little bit more impactful throughout the game. I love that they took something that was decisive like a Varus, but you need to be decisive when you pick the Varus, and they weren't decisive enough, I don't feel, to make it worth it.
Well, they're obviously respecting the Elise from Gileas in the last game. Does leave open a few possibilities here. The Caitlyn is going to get banned away. Thresh there as well still, so wouldn't be surprised at all. Jack Troll is a very good Thresh.
And so is Kasing, right? So if you give that away,
you almost
is a big
hasn't
risk.
played at this tournament yet, though. Has not played it yet.
He did play in the Challenger Series qualifiers, I believe, though. It would be, I feel, a mistake to give Kasing Thresh here, and I feel like that forces Giants onto Jack Troll picking it up. But Gragas open for Julius. I think RB take Thresh here, personally.
Well, it's a challenge, isn't it? It's a direct challenge. It's saying, Kasing, you haven't played it yet. Why is that? Can you bring this out? We know. I mean, back when he played with TSM, I know that he could play Thresh, but it was a while ago. I remember those TSM days with
not very much fondness.
He knows the mechanics of the champion.
That's true. That's true. It is going to be Thresh.
That's all you need with Thresh. Hook, Lantern, someone. You know, it's easy.
Could you get Kalista Thresh here?
You don't need to prioritize the Kali at this point, though, because you can still look to try and get engaged with Ashe or Varus. You know, there are a lot of options open. Why not just leave it? You know, leave it out. Maybe try and just take yourself the jungler you want into it and not give anything away. Lee Sin's
still open here, Kha'Zix as well. Mujin has played a variety of things, even played the Olaf at times throughout this tournament. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Kha'Zix though, and that is what's going to get lost.
It was obviously something he was thinking about last game because there was a long hover. I mean, hovers don't mean too much, but sometimes it gives you an insight as to what a player is considering during that pick phase, or the coach is considering during that pick phase. I know, Will, you'll say, hover this, just in case. Because what you'll say is you'll say, hover this.
Just in case.
Just in case, so I don't think of anything better to pick up in this situation. And then, obviously, he's now going to get his hands on that. Giants are going to respond, though, and they're going to take away the Kalista Thresh combo. Yeah,
it makes a lot of sense. I think Braum here is actually a really good pick as well, because Braum works relatively well into the Thresh.
And specifically Jack Troll, he's played a lot of Braum. Like, this guy has played a huge amount of Braum throughout this Challenger Series, and we saw how well it worked out for them, especially as the game progressed. Laning phase felt a little bit down, but after that, it was just the mini Truepack Jack Troll show when it came to sort of keeping him safe and performance during team fights. I think they both had excellent performances.
This is 5th game of 7, actually. He was subbed out for 1 game where Dew played Thresh, and this is his 5th game on that Braum. It's very strong. We saw how well it can work in that last game. It is going to be the Ashe that you suggested, Frozen Dawn. Why do you think this works well as part of this RB composition?
So Ashe provides very similar to what the Varus does with this engage, but her DPS is just
straight
far
up better.
higher. Far higher. I mean, there is, you know, it's just better than Varus's.
So Varus has undergone almost a metamorphosis of his AD carry role. He used to be so good building flat AD and poking people with piercing arrow, and then he went back towards being an auto-attack based AD carry. I think Ashe kind of just does Varus's job, but better, in my personal opinion. I think Ashe is just one of those carries that's a little bit easier to make your engage work, a little bit easier to be safer in teamfights, and can consistently put out damage a bit better than Varus can as well.
We're going to see the Fiora ban once again from Team RB. Giants have taken away the Shen. Where are we looking next here for this ban phase?
Do you think it might just be a repeat of last ban phase? You ban the Gnar, or you force Giants to ban the Gnar maybe, and then RB could get their hands on it?
Well, they can first pick, can't they? So they could first pick the Gnar here.
Yeah.
The Gnar is typically seen as like a pick into the Renekton or into the Rumble. It's obviously it's a safe top laner anyway, but you don't necessarily have to prioritize it that much above other champions. Jarvan is a very safe top laner that you could just pick now if you're RB.
Yeah.
Try and neutralize out the.
Works really well with the Ashe as well, doesn't it? You know,
you have complete snowball on.
Got that follow up.
Absolutely.
It feels like you do need some CC from top as well.
You do, yeah. I would actually like to see RB move away from a 1-3-1 style of composition and go for something that seems to suit them more, which is these team fight orientated teams. J4 is the safe pick. It is, like I said, it's got very few poor matchups and functions so well across multiple functions, and it could go 1-3-1, could be into a team fight. You can dive towers, you can follow up on Ashe engage. Jarvan's such a breadth of utility to this champion that brings a lot to the team.
Yeah, and so to match that, the Gnar straight into it provides very similar, you know, safe-ish laning phase in the top lane, being able to double hop out and naturally a ranged champion, and provides incredible team fighting as well in the same vein that Jarvan does.
Alongside the Gragas as well, you have a lot of engage, disengage. You've got a lot of big game-changing ultimates there with the Gnar and with the explosive casting, and then the Orianna on top of that just helps so well.
So Jizuki A is an excellent Orianna player, but B, you deny Orianna from the Jarvan combo, you deny Orianna off the back of an Ashe engage. I think it was the perfect deny to the RB composition, but you also had the double whammy of Jizuki being an excellent Orianna player. I remember during Challenger Series qualifier, Jizuki played, I mean, I'm assuming that is a flex pick.
No, well, it's on Tournament Realm, right?
Oh, are they on? Okay, well, that's straight up a Heimerdinger.
So, I was going to say that Taliyah might be a really nice fit into this team comp. because it has a safe laning phase, it can roam.
Is this definitely straight
no,
up
it's a Heimerdinger pick.
I mean,
it is a Heimerdinger
unless
pick.
it was literally a misclick, but it doesn't matter.
No, it's
so.
still a Heimerdinger pick,
Yeah.
even if it's a misclick. So unless it's
All right.
So let's get down to analysing the Heimerdinger.
I'm just gonna shut up for 30 seconds.
Yeah,
you
no,
guys, yeah,
it's
go
all
ahead.
right, guys.
Okay, so let's go to the very basic level of what Heimerdinger provides. Good shove in a side lane because he is one of the best side lane champions in the game. Cool. Kind of good in team fights if you just get the giant turret out. Kind
True.
of.
Well, I mean, his team fighting is very strong. He has a stun. He has a massive the ulted
rockets,
micro rockets. You might want to look up what those all
Hex
called.
tech.
I know them all. I know them all.
35.
Yeah,
I even know the
B52 bomber.
passive. Techmaturgical repair bots. Thank you very much.
You should pride yourself on being the greatest play-by-play. knowing that.
That's what makes you a good play-by-play.
Is this a specific pick to just push Orianna in early? I don't know. Like,
Well, Talia does that.
does that? Yeah.
I think you're essentially picking it because it's
Don't look at me.
entirely.
Where am I looking? I just don't know anymore.
You take it because it shoves in Ori, it has team fight potential, and if anything else, the enemy team is tilted.
I can think of
But
a
the
lot of
enemy
other
team
picks
is
that have
tilted.
team fight potential.
It's-
That isn't a Heimerdinger.
However, very difficult to gank. Very
you
hard to
never
gank.
Heimerdinger, you never tower
Yeah, you never
Aurelia.
gank Heimerdinger, you never
chase
follow
Singed.
Singed, you never tower diver. Who
Okay,
was
there's
it
one
you
way
never
to
tower
shut
dive?
down Julia. There's one way
Orianna, you never tower dive, isn't it?
No, just Aurelia. I mean,
Aurelia, yeah.
There's one way you shut down Gilius. You stop him from ganking
You
in
tilt
one
him
lane.
so much by
It's like,
playing Heimerdinger.
Try ganking me, Gilius, I'm
Yeah,
Heimerdinger.
because he comes in and you just put a bot in front of him, and then he bobs the bot.
He bobs the bot.
He tries to use his flash body slam combo. There's a fucking bot there.
Oh, God.
That's my one. That's my one. Let's get into games. On
that note, I'm leaving.
Giants up against Team RB.
Who's the professional paid caster here? I'm not sure. I
We're
think
all
it's one-
professional paid
I
casters.
think it's one of them.
Heimerdinger has tilted me. I apologize, everyone. It won't happen again. Mute your mic if you're going to laugh that much.
I'm sorry.
Let's get on to the Summoners Rift. Team RB are taking on Giants Gaming.
I love you, buddy.
Giants 1-0 up against Team RB at the moment, looking to extend their undefeated streak in Challenger Series.
This is genuinely a Heimerdinger. Okay. Okay. There's no teleport. The other theory is that you could put him in a side lane and he never leaves. That's potentially where you could look at for a Heimerdinger. There is the sort of the way to play around an Ash Arrow where you can shove turrets very quickly with a Heimerdinger. Like, you make an engage happen, you try and force a fight, and then just shove turrets down and shove a turret. Just try and push turrets very quickly. So what Heimerdinger does allow you to do is if you capitalize on a fight, you can literally walk with a Heimerdinger up to a turret and take it super, super quickly.
They
So
actually changed the name of his passive as well.
I think that was his old passive where
Yeah,
he
it's
got...
called Hextech Affinity now.
Because his
My
old passive was
apologies.
where he got regeneration.
Everything got regeneration around him, but now it's just movement speed.
It's H28G
Evolution
turret.
Rocket, the Hextech Micro Rockets.
there you go.
The stun is the CH2 Electron Storm Grenade, and then upgrade is his ultimate. The only skill in the game with more than one exclamation mark after it.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's the more you know.
that's what makes a good play-by-play. Today I learnt that Cedric and Singh are getting pushed back here a little bit by Jet Trolls and Mini Trupax. The Ashe, very strong, but we've talked about this lane time and time again. Mini Trupax seems to just be able to find CS where his enemy AD carries cannot.
Actually, Felix going to start shoving this Orianna in. This is what you see with the Heimerdinger. You just get this trifecta of turrets that are very difficult to shove against. And you are going to push this Orianna in super quickly, super early. It might draw pressure to the mid lane. That's another thing you can look at it. It might actually draw Gilius to the mid lane, in which case then it allows Mujid to start putting pressure on other lanes like top or bot, especially post 6 when Ashe has the arrow. I'm really, really, really excited to see what Magi Felix does with it when we get past the laning phase.
Yeah.
Is he going to go to a side lane and just shove consistently? Is he going to actually function in a team fight, you know, and be like the stun bot with the giant turret that people have to play around?
Where is more CC for the team? It's an intriguing prospect indeed, X-Scoundrel.
This is the little funny thing about thinking about. If you are going for a big wombo combo with the Orianna ball, do you have to consider where the turrets are to try and include them in the shockwave? Because if you try and jump in
try and
off
kill
the
the
back of a
turret.
shockwave and then you're ignoring turrets, turrets might get a lot of work done while you're busy trying to CC up the entire team from RB. This is me like trying to overdrive think about how Heimerdinger is useful, and I'm kind of grasping at straws here.
Well, it was a fine choice for Team RB in that middle lane. Ruin is pushing up in the top though. Tile getting forced back underneath his tower as expected with this Gnar, was of course buffed on 7-13 as well.
I mean, if you hit an Ash Arrow and then combine with the upgraded Hextech micro rockets,
That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage. Like, if you could actually completely burst someone out, and think about the Jarvan.
Here we go.
Think about the Jarvan combo. The Cataclysm into the upgraded Hextech micro rockets just absolutely slams rockets through the Cataclysm area. I mean, the possibilities are endless. I can see them laughing. I can see them laughing back.
Yes, they are. Slight gold lead for Giants early on. We saw Mugen actually looking for an invade. Has got vision control down towards this bottom side. Speaking of long-range arrows, something we saw a lot from TSM across Rift Rivals was getting control ward vision through the river to make sure that the arrow couldn't be spotted out before it got to the middle lane.
Yeah, that's
I'd
good.
like to see them do that here again. Hasn't quite happened yet, but it's still early on. Gideus gonna knock Tal back. And it's a strong lane, a strong top side of the map for Giants. You know, Ruin and Gideus, very powerful combination when played correctly. Mugen's actually going to get some isolation down onto Gideus here, tastes his fear, decides it was a little bit boozy for him, and will just retreat away for the time being.
MagiFelix, again, there will be a point where I feel like Jizuki could push this lane back into the Heimerdinger quite quickly, especially when you get a bit of ability power behind the Orianna. One command attacking distance should be able to clear up a couple of turrets here and there. So, but still, this is what we expected early on. MagiFelix will draw pressure, you feel, to this mid lane. He will consistently shove Jizuki in.
He is maxing Hextech micro rockets as well for that consistent poke harass rather than
That tends to be the way that the Heimerdingers go with their...
I love the way you say that, like we've seen any Heimerdingers in professional play in the last 4 years.
I know a couple of Heimerdinger mains, right? I know a couple of Heimerdinger mains, and you generally tend to max that because the poke damage and the ability to use it in team fights is probably that much better. I think if you're playing like a top lane Heimerdinger, you might just max the turrets, but mid lane, you kind of want to actually function in a team fight, maybe. So you probably want to max the rockets.
Last time Heimerdinger was played was actually this year. HKE versus Fireball in LMS Spring. It lost 1-6-1, it went into a Jace top lane. Before that, it was played in 2014 in the EU LCS. Good old Young Buck playing for Copenhagen Wolves.
Well, that's a name I haven't heard in a while.
It's the G2's coach now. It's done very well for
not
himself.
Young Buck, Copenhagen Wolves.
Oh, Copenhagen Wolves.
That's a throwback.
True, yeah. Well, just going to continue to push out this mid lane. Pretty even between the two of them. No double TPs for either of these teams, so much more orientated around fighting in these lanes as opposed to going for that 1-3-1. We have actually seen a priority from RB across the split of getting early Rift Heralds. There's a Cloud Drake on the map, but we see RB decide they want to move their support and their AD carry up towards the top lane.
We've seen this. We've seen this from teams before, where they rotate very early on because they want to try and restrict a freeze happening in the bot lane. So they want to basically say, okay, we don't want to run the risk of trying to unfreeze this bot lane. We are going to rotate early. A, it takes Jarvan out of that matchup with Gnar. And B, it means that you can force Giants to unfreeze the bot lane and start to shove in. So that's the way that you deal with freezes in the bot lane. You just rotate very early.
That you do. Getting away from that laning phase. Also going into the Gnar, of course. He'll be able to farm up okay. It looks like Giants are just going to try and force this one. MagiFelix is on his way down, as is Kasing. It's an Ashe into Gnar solely in that top lane, and you can see Cedrian realizes that he is alone and walks his way back off that top side. Going to connect with the grenade. Gideus here. Jetro says, stand beside me. Actually, the flash away from the hook as well there from Gideus.
So this might actually be a pick directly into a Kalista as well, because the teamfight damage is so good, so good at restricting Kalista's movement. You can basically blow a Kalista up in one shot. That's essentially maybe where MagiFelix is going with this pick. Also, interestingly enough, Orianna should eventually win the lane. If it gets to the point where Orianna has maxed her W and starts to get points in Q, one Q might be able to finish off turrets and then you start to shove back in. So it might be the...
It's very difficult to get close to the turrets as well. And the thing is, if you're playing that sort of triangle of turrets, the triangle of doom, the Illuminati, Heimerdinger, it can be quite difficult to actually catch all of those towers.
So once you've maxed Q, sorry, I meant to say once you've maxed Q, you should be able to then shove lane very quickly back into the Heimerdinger, because she's maxing Q first.
MagiFelix going straight for the Sorcerer's Shoes in that lane. Same from Jizuki, that extra penetration early on can do work. Of course, flat pen very strong early in the game when people haven't built up that magic resist, but later on you want the percentage pen that a Void Staff provides. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, still pretty even between these two AD carriers. Cedrian did move up towards top and has had perhaps a tiny CS advantage, but not too much for him for the time being.
I like that Mugen is now setting up in that top lane, realizing the rotation from Mini Trupax and Jack is going to come to respond to Kasing and Cedrian. It is post 6 for Cedrian now.
Gilius actually backed as well, so if Mini Trupax and Jack Troll overextend here, it's a very dangerous position.
Look at this ward, look at this ward as well. They're going to try and snipe out with the arrow here.
Jack Troll, yeah, this is so smart from him. Faces straight in, because you've got the Fate's Call to bring you out. If you're the one...
I don't think they saw Mugen. I think they only saw Kasing.
They're playing safe. This is so good from the Giants bot lane. It's so easy to overextend when you see this sort of switch. So easy to get caught out. Looks like Heimerdinger's coming up as well. Actually, backs away for the time being, then comes back up towards that top lane. Jizuki needs to know that his mid laner is missing. Gilius is down towards the bottom side of the map. Jack, look at how safe they're playing.
They know. They've got the sixth sense potentially.
They place the ward and he jumps.
I mean, they knew that was such good presence from Mini Trupax and Jack Troll to know that something was... There's no way as an Ashen Thresh that you let the lane push back towards you intentionally unless you're trying to set up for some sort of specific play.
This is going to be Tau actually in bot side. If Gilius is there around the corner, Tal trying to defend, but Ruin has the range advantage in this lane, which is why, as you said earlier, Tal was moved out of that lane with the switch. And actually, they might just be able to get bot lane tower first.
I think they can. I don't think there's any way of defending this. It's already so low right now. This should be an easy shove for Ruin and Gilius to make together. Thal has got the Tiamat here, though, so he is going to be able to clear waves, but he does have to commit himself to clear those waves, and it could be a dangerous situation. Ruin also with a small level advantage, working towards the Mega Gnar form. This should just be first turret of the game going over to Giants. It might be a slow process to get there.
It looks like they're not going to get it for the time being because Mugen is joining up there. Actually, Gilius and Jizuki coming across. They're looking for a big dive here. They've got 1,000 gold lead as well. Giants able to extend perhaps even further if they can get this first tower. Jizuki has the push advantage mid. They'll check out the bush, and this will be first tower going down in favor of Giants.
And actually, that is also because Orianna is now level 9, able to max her Q. She can shove Heimerdinger back in. You saw Heimerdinger under his turret. So, you know, this is a situation where you could make these aggressive moves out of lane because Jizuki is now able to shove that Heimerdinger back in, very easily able to clear those turrets down. And wow, I mean, Giants just really capitalizing on what was a move from Cedrian and Kasing to unfreeze the lane and take Thal out of that matchup has resulted in Giants just punishing the matchup in the bot lane after the rotation. So really, really good move. And also a lot of work done to that turret. Whoa, here we go.
Can't quite land the grenade. Mugen's there with the jump in. Shockwave brings them back. Jizuki with the ghost will get himself away.
Didn't even need to flash.
Fancy feet from him. Keeps the flash safe. Gilius gets the Cloud Drake. RB have been the team traditionally with a gold lead coming into the 15-minute mark. Their early game's been strong. Their mechanical play's been strong. We've said it time and time again. But here, Giants showing us that they can punch with the big boys.
I really like that Giants put a lot of pressure in bot lane as well, because especially post 6 for Ashe, it does limit the kind of plays that you can make with the Ashe arrow when you actually, as a jungler, Mugen, had to respond to that bot lane tier 1 shove from Ruin and Gilius. By playing around that and playing away from the Ashe arrow, you limit a lot of the early impact that Ashe can have once she picks up that ultimate. And suddenly you saw that very stale top lane going on, because Ashe and Kasing don't feel confident to duel 2 versus Mini and Jack Trolls. And now it's going to be a push onto this Rift Herald here. I think they might just disengage though. RB do know what is up.
Yeah, Jizuki's still no ultimate as well. Makes it a little bit harder for them to take this. They do have 2 members.
I did not realize that Rift Herald went that far.
It goes miles, mate. It
really?
Goes absolutely, yeah, it's very clingy. She is very clingy, actually, as a woman, so...
I mean, men can be clingy too.
It's true. That's true. I've experienced that throughout the years with you, but we won't talk about what goes on behind closed doors. Giants now going to bring 2 people up towards this top side once again. Ruin has finished his Black Cleaver, which makes it even harder for Tal to trade in that bottom lane. We've talked time and time again about compositional style and, you know, the way these teams want to play. Is this bad for RB? I mean, is this game ending for them being behind in the early game, or is this a composition that can come back?
I mean, I'm going to keep going back to this Heimerdinger pick. Yeah, you kind of. I do like what Giants have done.
It can do this, though. Look at this. Yeah. Look at that turret go.
Great neutral objective control with Heimerdinger, you know.
Mugen jumps in, the arrow comes out. Here's the TP as well. Flash, Glacial Fisher, Mugen knocked up. There's a lantern, but Cedrian takes it, and Mugen's been exhausted. The hook comes down. Jack Troll stunned up, but the stun and First Blood go to Mini. Trueback once again. Magic Felix has to flash the wall. Fate's Call knocks Jack Troll back out. Giants will disengage and get the Rift Herald for themselves.
Oh dear, RB thought they could potentially sneak that one. Vision was not cleared out and the response from Giants was swift. This is what happens when you rotate your top lane, your bot lane at the top. Rift Herald does become a very hotly contested objective because it is so easy to get a man advantage equalized. RB look like they're not done here. Flash engage!
Hook, Jack Troll, the heal comes out.
Oh!
There's the shockwave though on Magic Felix. They can save the explosive cast, the Cataclysm as well. Tal is gonna fall here to Rend. Actually doesn't even need it. Boomerang. Ruin just chasing in onto Cedric and tries to use the Bilgewater Cutlets to get himself away, but Ruin is not having any of it. Mujin, however, will act as a bouncer for the time being. He's going to have to get away as well. Look how strong this Gnar is. Ruin with a hop and a jump forces Mujin to flash away. Rift Herald used in mid as well as Giants look to capitalize on some superb team fights.
Does make you wonder why RB didn't want to pick Gnar, instead pick Jarvan, given the fact that Jarvan has struggled against Gnar in this matchup and Ruin has been a massive impact for the Giants team so far. One worry I do have for RB is if they aren't the team to engage, Heimerdinger sucks against hard CC. Like, Heimerdinger really sucks against hard CC.
He just sucks.
I mean, Heimerdinger does just suck, but he also sucks really hard against hard CC. And Orianna is a great tool because she doesn't have to commit herself to turret range to get the hard CC down because she's got the shockwave. So have a look at that here. Look at the three-man. Look, Heimdinger's just doing nothing right now. Heimdinger's just sat there. He's like, oh, I got one turret up, boys. Let's go. And then he just dies.
And the thing about this is, as well, how do you get onto that backline of Giants? You've got Cataclysm, you've got Arrow, and you've got a Hook.
I think
if any of those hit the front line, Giants are so happy. You've got Jizuki and Mini Trupax just willing to put out all the DPS on that backline.
I think the major issue beyond that is if you do get to the backline, how do you actually follow up without having frontline tank the only form of damage that realistically Heimerdinger is going to have in those kind of team fights, which is those Hextech micro rockets? How do you actually follow that up so easily? I mean, Heimerdinger is going to what? You think they're going to allow him to waltz through the team fight and then throw an ultimate to the back line?
And he does have swag.
I mean,
got
you've to get through the disengage of Julius, you've got to get through the shockwave, you've got to get through the Gnar ultimate. There's no way you get Heimerdinger to the back line.
You've got to get through a 5,000 gold disparity as well. Giants are so far ahead.
And actually something we didn't even mention, Unbreakable completely counters those Hextech micro rockets in the first place. Like, he just soaks them all up.
And it was picked into Braum.
Yeah, exactly.
RB's draft, once again, perhaps letting them down. We've seen it over a few games this split where these more eclectic picks, these more outlandish picks, even the Lysandra in the last game, don't quite work out for them. And you have to wonder if they'd gone for something more conventional, if perhaps they'd gone for the Orianna earlier, or if they picked the Gnar instead of the Jarvan, would that have just helped them accelerate this game?
The working theory right now is that they picked it into specifically the Kalista. You had the option to pick Kalista for Cedrian, yet you didn't. You actually boxed yourself into this hole in the first place and then tried to draft out of it potentially. I mean, I'm just not sure. This is a game that RB... Let's talk about the grander scheme of things here, Medic. This is a game that RB need to win because they need to win to keep themselves in alive for, you know, one of the better spots in this playoff bracket.
It's true.
They need this win on the board. I mean, Giants secure themselves top spot if they win this. This is Giants absolutely locked in, absolutely no way for them to be caught. If they win this game, they are the top team in the Challenger Series, regardless of what happens next week.
And RB will be will be looking at that third, perhaps even that fourth spot, which is something you wouldn't have thought of them before. I mean, they are still probably going to get third if they lose this game. Shalke have to play up against Giants next week, so that's another match for the ages as they challenge for second. And we are looking down the barrel of a Shalke RB playoff, and both of those teams were anticipated to get through to promotions. They were seen as the top two teams coming in, and Giants have just come along and totally upset that apple cart. And Magic Felix is so upset that he said, well, I'm going to play my Heimerdinger mid.
There's only so much we can talk about when it comes to Heimerdinger, right?
Yep. We have to watch what we say when it comes to Heimerdinger.
I think we do, don't we?
However, Giants at the moment, 5,000 gold ahead with a 4-kill-to-1 lead. They've got double clouds, they've got 17 minutes into this game, and they are looking absolutely devastating.
I think something else that's really important to note is when you have an Ashe, you have an excellent tool to continuously punish out-of-position people, force fights, try and get picks, and we have not seen RB do that at all yet. And it's in part due to Giants. When the rotation of the bot lane happened, they went towards their bot lane and drew the pressure away from the duo lane that was rotated top. That was in part due to Giants' good macro decisions there. But it's also in part due to the fact that Cedrian and RB have not yet capitalized on using an Ash Arrow on anybody, and at this point in the game, it feels like it might even be too late to do it.
It's so hard to do when you haven't got that vision control, though,
Yeah.
because Giants are just walking through this jungle, extending their control ward line. Look, there's basically no vision for
Yeah.
RB in this side of the jungle at the moment.
I think that's something that's really important to note, and we haven't yet touched on enough. This is Giants advancing their vision line, making it very difficult for RB to even make picks in their own jungle because it is lit up blue.
And how do you fight against the Baron at this point? Because Giants now, all they do is they get red side vision, they put a control ward in that Baron pit, and they say, okay, RB, come fight us. Because we have Rend, we have Gragas there as well to displace you, we've got Shockwave, we've got Glacial Fissure. How are you going to run into this Giants team when they go for Baron?
My real issue as well is that Heimerdinger is a static team fighter. Heimerdinger needs to be on a set area of terrain to make the maximum utility out of all of his kit. His turrets do not move when you place them. So it's all
that
about...
would be hilarious.
It's all about bringing people to Heimerdinger to bring those turrets into play to get maximum efficiency out of him.
We'd have more StarCraft players playing League of Legends if that happened, because
Yeah.
it'd be APM gods, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
Be
literally.
Zerg. Like, you just have these like turrets like wandering around the map, like Abathur in Heroes of the Storm. It'd be a very interesting mechanic, although perhaps not one I want to see introduced, because
No.
I would never be able to track
I would never
what
be able
those
to do it.
turrets were doing.
But that's the problem. When you've got a super mobile engage tool of the Jarvan and the Ashe, you naturally draw people away from Heimerdinger's territory that he owns with those turrets. So it's just a pick that makes no sense in the way that you want to engage team fights.
Okay, we've talked enough about the Heimerdinger
We
pick
really
for now,
have.
Xscounder.
We
Let's
really
talk more
have.
about how well Giants are playing.
Yeah.
They get that control ward in, they've got Frozen Mallet, Black Cleaver on Ruin, they've got a big gold lead, and actually got the engage as well, but Gilius is the one to fall.
Wait a second, I didn't even see that.
Unfortunate, not quite able to catch the side of that fight. Tal will go in. Bates call out, and this might just be a Baron call. Ruin does have TP, but he's in Mega Gnar already. RB gonna set up some turrets. Magi Felix looking to shred through the Baron.
You've got a great neutral objective control here. You've got Kha'Zix, you've got Ashe, you've got Heimerdinger, all of which can have
Heimerdinger's left though. He's just
Yeah.
gone across. Exit Micro Rockets with the upgrade across the wall. Here goes Tal. They will
Oh,
be
they got stolen!
against it. Giants, you absolute madmen! And now RB just have to limp away. Shizuki with the Italian God plays.
That is the classic Orianna move. When Baron is going down to that level of HP, Shockwave is a great stealing tool. He used it to steal there. That should have been RB's. That should have been Mujin planting his foot down and saying, I smite this, we win. And now RB had one moment to get back into the game, and they've just thrown it on the ground.
I said it, Scoundrel. How do RB fight around the Baron? You just can't do it against this Giants team. A little bit ring around the rosies there for Giants. Let's have another
watch.
look at this.
I'm pretty sure it was the Shockwave. No, it was before the Shockwave. It was the command attack that stopped.
It's an early smite as well for Mujin. Just smites it a little bit too
That's
early.
even more embarrassing, because command attack, while it is good when you max it first, it's not exactly a
That's
giant amount of
300
burst
damage,
damage,
yeah.
right? I thought it was the Shockwave. The Shockwave did come down in an attempt to steal, but it was literally just the command attack that stole the Baron there. That's even more impressive from Jizuki, and even potentially more embarrassing for Mujin.
And it's still 100% Baron for Giants across the entire Challenger Series, and they're showing just how good they are as a team. There were some doubters coming into this week saying they hadn't played against RB, they hadn't played against Shalke. I admit I was one of them. I thought they would have been more challenged by RB, but this game has been clean. 5 towers to none, 2 dragons to none, a Baron at the 20-minute mark. Yes, it was a little bit fortunate, but they still have to take those opportunities.
I think what is really important to note here, Medic, is that the way that RB played, so the way that Giants played around the early lane swap from RB kind of neutered anything that RB wanted to achieve from it. Again, you drew pressure away from the Ashe post level 6, so no longer could you force a tower dive with the Ashe Arrow, no longer could you force fights around neutral objectives with the Ashe Arrow. And this, I mean, we have kind of talked about it a little bit, but Ruin has been a god for Giants this game. Ruin has been single-handedly creating pressure on one side of the map, drawing everything from the strengths of RB away. Heimerdinger has not been a good pick, let's be honest. He's 2-1-0, so I suppose he's got a good KDA, but has really not really done a huge amount for RB here.
Hook onto Jack Troll, Shockwave, Magi Felix has to flash, the arrow does come out onto Jizuki, he will fall, Glacial Fissure comes down, Magi Felix with another kill, 3-1 on the Heimerdinger. There's no TP for Ruin, Mini Trueback tries to get away, but Mujin sinks in the claws, and now Gilius is on the retreat.
Cast curse, boys.
3 members of Giants are down, Mujin's looking for it, there's the play, there's the hook, Gilius eventually will fall, Magi Felix gets another one, killing spree, 4-1. And Giants fall at what seemed to be the final hurdle.
I mean, I looked a little bit silly there because now Heimerdinger is 4-1 and 2, so he looks like
But
he's
the
had
thing is, give me a Syndra there,
Yeah.
and you clean it up so much easier.
I think anything that RB had in the mid lane there, as long as it was doing decent burst damage, does the same thing in that situation. The real killer of that team fight was that Jizuki was caught out by an Ash Arrow, didn't have any way to get out of it, and once he'd used that shockwave, it didn't hit anybody, it was flashed out of. It was a great time for RB to force the engage.
Ruin needs to be careful here because the Cataclysm is going to come down from Tal. The rest of RB on their way, flash away from Ruin. Mujin will get chased away. There is a dragon on the cards. It's a Mountain Drake. Jack Troll. I actually think Jack Troll getting caught is what stops this play.
Yeah, look at Jizuki and something. He misses the shockwave, immediate Ash Arrow under turret because he's taken aggro as well. I think he landed a basic attack, which forced the arrow to go, aggro to go onto him. And then the follow-up there is just so good. Like, they've got the red buff ticking. They'd already done a lot of damage across the team fight. But regardless of that, RB still get nothing from it. They don't even get top lane tier 1 from it. They couldn't even fight for the dragon. It was a play that kept them alive, but they are still limping with a severe wound to have to recover from.
They do get the Baron buff off Giants, which is a result in and of itself, and those kills. However, they are still 9,000 gold behind, 3 dragons to the bad, 6 turrets to the bad as well. If they start winning a fight here and there's a lot of standing gold on the map. They've yet to take a tower, but if they start taking those down, that's a grander time. It's a grander pop, Easy enough money for RB if they can win a fight and actually push off it. But at the moment, Giants getting vision control. Double control ward gives you extra vision, of course, as we all know. And they will just try and gain control of this red side jungle.
This thing has been forced away by Winter's Bite. Again, Ruin is in the side lane. This is something that has been a saving grace for Giants in a lot of ways. Ruin's ability to generate pressure on that side of the map with Thao's inability to respond has basically split RB up so much, which has given Giants so much room to maneuver as a 4. They're playing a 1-4 so excellently here because Thao just cannot stand up to the pressure of a Frozen Mallet, Black Cleaver, and now with Gargoyle's Stone Plate on the back of it as well. Very difficult for anybody to really stand up to a Gnar in that situation, including Thao.
They've got the TP on Ruin now as well, which was one of the big things in that last fight. He didn't have teleport, he'd have to just run across to the fight. They do need to be a little bit careful of Magic Felix because he is 4-1.
Yeah.
And although Heimerdinger doesn't, we've talked, about his merits and about his downsides, at 4-1 with a Liandry's and a Morello Nomicon and a needlessly large rod, he is going to put down a lot of damage.
Let's be fair about Heimerdinger. What he lacks in utility, he makes up for in just ridiculous damage. Like, he actually can output insane teamfight damage. So you do always have to respect that from a Heimerdinger. And the one areas that I think Heimerdinger really works well in, as Ruin might be
Arrow doesn't quite connect. Redemption used on Tar. Ruin's going to run away. The rest of Giants were not in a position to capitalize on it, however.
I think it's a tough target to have to focus down as well. That you use a lot of your pick potential onto one of the tankiest targets on Giants' roster. One of the best areas for Heimerdinger to defend, by the way, is under tower. Because, we talked about Heimerdiger's static territory. Yeah. Turret makes it very easy for him to play around a static territory that Giants want to take, which is that turret that they are trying to get the inhibitor turrets down with. So that does make Heimerdinger slightly better in these situations, but that feels bad when Heimerdinger's best situation is when you're defending yourself from being sort of overtaken in the base.
Ooh, this is going to be an engage because Singh tries to get the ward in. Taken out straight away. Giants are doing so well with this vision control. Triple sweeper for them as well. Double Oracle's alteration, double Farsight alteration with those long-range wards as well. Ruin continuing just to push down in that bottom lane, looking for the tower, not quite able to chunk it out that much yet. Just harassing Tar as much as possible.
Damage on Gnar right now. His Hyper does so much work.
Arrow is going to be back up in the next 15 seconds or so. That Baron has just spawned, and RB at some point are going to have to react. The shockwave doesn't connect.
Big team fight's all gone now for Giants. They will have to be careful not to disrespect the engage potential. You do need that shockwave up, I feel, for Giants to function. You still have Kalista, who is at a pretty decent spot in the game right now. But shockwave is such a huge tool.
Oh, Gillies is going to engage onto Magic Felix, flashes away, manages to escape. He uses the heal as well. Mujin gets away with the Lantern, and Giants once again go for the engage. They do burn summoners from Magic Felix, but they don't get much out of it.
I mean, it makes sense that they try and make these plays now because the Baron is up. You want to get a man advantage, especially taking out a Heimerdinger who can make such devastation happen with his rockets across the wall when you're trying to go for Baron. But without Shockwave, it's very difficult to make these picks right now. I don't think you've got the burst damage necessary to do it.
Well, here they go. Hawkshot will come out from the Ash. Cedrian being on point, spotting out Giants. They're going to get some Ren stacks into it, though. Are they just going to go for the 50-50? Nah, going to bump across the wall. Redemption comes out. Magic Felix, that's the Rend coming down, and that's the Baron going across 2 Giants down towards the bottom side. RB can't engage, but Ruin just shuts down Magic Felix. No summoners on him. Tries to chuck a building at the insect as well. Can't quite crush him down. The crunch away, and Ruin escapes to live another day.
Ruin has been a god for Giants this game. Magic Felix could do nothing against the hard CC that the Bnar brings to the table again. It's one of the ways to shut down a Heimerdinger is to lock him up. Won't function very well in a team fight. I mean, not many people do if you function like that in a team fight, but Heimerdinger especially needs space to create the damage necessary in team fights. And if you don't give him that space by sticking on top of him, it's very difficult to make him work.
Tal and Mugen trying to light a fire at the moment with the amount of kindling they have in those gems.
You were really, I could see you working that one up in your, your head.
That wasn't actually what I was going to say when I put up the hand signal to say I wanted to say something.
I just saw you smiling. I just saw you smiling.
13,000 gold lead now with that Baron. Is that just the game done and dusted for Giants? Is there a way that RB hold back against this Giants advance?
I mean, Heimerdinger is very good anti-siege, so you always have to respect what he can do as you try to push onto turrets. But I think if Jizuki hits his Shockwave, not much I don't think that RB could do. Even if they do manage to have a good defense in the side in the main lanes, it's still Ruin just decimating Thal in the side lane here.
2-level disadvantage for Thal there. 1 level in the jungle as well. Even Jizuki is ahead of Magic Felix. Now 16. That enhanced Shockwave available to them. And with the Baron buff, Ruin can actually get damage down on towards this tower in the bottom lane.
And you've got Jizuki picking up his Rabadon's Death Cap. Big item spike for him, so good. Jack Troll's getting locked up again.
Jack Troll, Flay back. Micro Rockets come out. Jack Troll down to half. Would be wishing for the Ocean Drakes from the last game at the moment. Instead, we'll just have to try and sustain up. Arrow misses. The Giants look for their first inhibitor tower. There it goes. Jizuki chasing Mugen off towards the side. They're looking for the inhibitor as well. Nard down towards the bottom is pushing on that tower as well. Inhibitor. Half health, Gideus as well. Jack Troll in that front line does need to be a little bit cautious. Instead, they'll run across towards this bottom lane and look for a second inhibitor with this Baron buff. 15,000 gold in the lead. The Shockwave on 2! Tal knocked up. The crunch comes in. The Nard doesn't even matter. They jump in with the Cataclysm. That was RB trying to turn it around. They cannot do it. The stun onto Mugen. Jack Troll jumps forward. Double kill for Jizuki. Nard gets one as well. This is going to be the game. Giants look unstoppable.
Not even look unstoppable. Giants are unstoppable. Completely clean record in the European Challenger Series thus far. 8-0. 8-0 for this team.
Undefeated against what many people thought would be the champions of the Challenger Series. Giants make a name for themselves this week, taking down RB.
I mean, where do we even start with that game? From the sidelines, I know we were all a bit flabbergasted by the sort of the Heimerdinger pick. I mean, it speaks for itself.
Does it? Because it wasn't saying much to me in that game.
I don't think it speaks for itself in terms of the performance, but definitely was like we were theory crafting. I know Frozen was literally theory crafting with me through notes during that game.
I tried.
It was supposed to be team fight against the Callista, but I mean, I think the way that Giants played that early macro game was so strong because they drew them all the way from the Ash Arrow.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The way they were playing around these fights just wasn't sufficient. You know, they have, if you look on the side of Giants, you've got 2 tanks. They've got a Braum as well with a shield. He's tanky. You know, he's tanky enough that you can't punch through it. And once the first like wave of burst comes down on top of the Ash Arrow, you have absolutely nothing.
The problem is that RB, if they wanted to make this Heimerdinger work, they had to be the ones to engage. Heimerdinger does not do well in a counter-engage situation in a lot of ways because it's very difficult for him to get position to play off the back of an Ash Arrow or play off the back of a Jarvan engage. This was a nice return, obviously, but this was almost like it was more Giants making the mistake more than anything else.
Well, I mean, RB had just made the mistake. They were losing the Baron. I think if they got that, perhaps they would have been able to stall out the game a little bit more. Perhaps they would have been able to get past Callista's power spikes in the mid-game. But Jizuki this game, absolutely on point with those shockwaves as well. And you have to give a lot of credit to Ruin, as we said at the end of it. He, on that Gnar, just stopped any ability for Tile to have any impact in the game.
I think if we go way back before the game, we go back to the draft, not just the Heimerdinger, but there was the option to take Gnar for RB if they wanted to give it to Tal in the top lane. It is a matchup that I think does well into Jarvan. Take away jungle pressure, I think Jarvan can pressure Gnar with a good jungle pressure in the early game because of the fact it's a little bit like a Kennen matchup. You can get an EQ into them. But it is a matchup eventually that I feel Gnar starts to run away with. And that's what happened there between Ruin and Thal.
So the thing is, when the Gragas was picked for Giants, it's actually a flex between top and jungle, right?
Yeah.
And so, in a sense, they took the Jarvan, RB is taking the Jarvan because it's counter to the Gragas.
Yeah.
So it forces Gragas to go jungle, which then forces a top lane pick. There are a lot of top laners banned.
However,
the
like,
funny thing is
Gilius
that Gilius has played so much Gragas that you must have realized that that's going to the jungle.
Game, like.
That's what's, and also because Gnar is open and newly buffed, people are going to be playing it. Like the champion, it's not like it's brand new and suddenly, I mean, he's been played for seasons, right? So
I mean, RB banned it previously in the game.
Exactly.
I assumed that it was going to be a ban from, literally just mind blank there, from Giants. I thought it was going to be a Giants ban in that last game to RB on the second rotation, but it wasn't. And then they took Jarvan, and I was like, okay, I kind of see where you're going from. It synergizes so well with the Ash Arrow, but Giants, you would have got a better matchup as the game progressed by picking Gnar, and Gnar can do the same thing that Jarvan does off the back of an Ash Arrow and still maintain side lane pressure as the game went on. I mean, look, I'm going to put a complete blank of paper over the Heimerdinger pick because I don't know what that was about, but I mean, yeah.
I mean, yeah, I think sums up RB. It sums up RB's second games as well. Their first games tend to be a lot stronger. Not this week, but previous weeks they won their first games and then were a lot weaker in their second games, and it just seems to be what's happened here as well. The Heimerdinger pick definitely didn't help them, but Giants just outplayed them.
There was definitely some theory that we must be missing with this Heimerdinger pick, but I just don't see it.
Yeah. I don't think we'll find it either.
No.
So what we're going to do is going to go to a short break before we get into the second series of the day. Wind and Main take up Origin after this. Hello and welcome back to the European Challenge Series Summer Split. I realized I haven't set up a sunglasses line for this section, and we said we were going to do it before every game. So, wait, let me get my sunglasses out. I've got a good one. I've got a good one, guys. Here we are. So, Red Bull may give you wings, but Team RB flew too close to the sun, and it got hot.
That was terrible.
Anyway, so Giants beat Team RB. They are undefeated at the top of the the EU Challenge Series Summer Split. Let's talk about the next two teams.
On the right way and everything.
Let's talk about the next two teams. It's Origin playing up against Wind and Rain. Origin have subbed in Neon and Illusionist and a new jungler called 7 Army. Neon and Illusionist are their bot lane of their Spanish squad that played for them in week 1 and actually played incredibly well for them as well.
This is the important point. This is the bot lane that the only win for OG has come from. They have a win with this bot lane. This might be that key ingredient that the team needs to be able to function and find some success back in the Challenger Series.
What do you think, Frozen Dawn?
I just can't handle the glasses, to be honest.
I think you look good, man. You look dashing.
You. Well, I very rarely look good in sunglasses. Production looks fantastic in sunglasses, though. Very handsome. So when, teams sometimes start losing games, they can get demoralized. Bringing in new players can be like that thing that brings the team back. It's almost like the, honeymoon period, as they sometimes say, with new teams, new rosters. And I think that could be precisely what we see here with Origin.
So as a coach, how difficult is it to bring a new set of subs into a team and get them up to speed with what the team likes to do in terms of macro, draft strategy, that kind of stuff?
I mean, one of the biggest things is establishing trust at the beginning. Now, sometimes you get a fantastic scenario where the players already like or know the players, maybe they've played with them before in different tournaments or whatever. In those scenarios, it's very easy, right? They almost just gel together, they kind of trust in them to be the carries of the team, and it all goes great. The alternative is that you don't have this kind of relationship at the start. You have to work to build it up, and that, of course, takes time, and that's precisely what Origin don't have here. So that's kind of going to be the issue.
Well, we saw similar subs from Paris Saint-Germain last split, and it got them through to the playoffs. Have to see if it works for Origin. They do have one win under their belt, so they're already in an okay spot for Challenger for their playoffs. We saw last split, it was 2 wins that got you a playoff spot. The rest of their roster is Dan, 7 Army, Scarlet Red Hands, Neon, and Illusionist. The Wind and Rain roster facing them up on the other side of the Rift. In the top lane is JWoww. Dan is their jungler. Larson is their mid laner. Woolite, their AD carry, and AOD, their support. Now, Frozen Dawn, you've worked with Larson before. How do you feel he's going to be able to match up into Scarlet Red Hands, who's known for a much more scaling style of play?
Yeah, so I think the 2 mid laners just have very contrasting play styles. Larson's all about this: control the mid lane, control the aggression, make sure you get ahead in CS and look to push the advantage. Scarlet, as you suggested, is kind of the opposite. Is happy to take losses in lane, and whereas he looks to scale later. The big weakness for both of them, I think, comes down to how well they actually perform mid game, whether they roam well, how well they roam with their jungler, how they look to pressure objectives and things like that. And that's precisely what I'm looking to see out of them in these 2 games.
Interestingly enough, this series is probably one of the most important for deciding a spot in the playoffs. Yeah. This is the battle almost for 4th spot between Wind and Rain and Origin. The winner of this series puts themselves in a good situation next week where they could find themselves secured and happily in the playoffs. I also want to touch on something that we haven't yet touched on. It's kind of insignificant, but this is the old Wind and Rain roster. Shh. This is the old Wind and Rain roster playing against Wind and Rain. Yeah. This is the ESCQ, almost ESCQ roster that were put together to qualify under Wind and Rain, then moved over to Origin, now playing against their old namesake, which will be a small, interesting storyline. But
yeah, only actually 2 of the players staying now, of course, because Neon and Illusionist have been brought in, 7 Army's been brought in as well, so it's only Scarlet Red Hands and Dan, who actually played in that Wind and Rain roster.
Dan, for me, is the one to look out for. Yeah. I think a lot of times they have played around Dan's ability to split push. We'll have to see with the addition of a very strong, or what seemed to be a very strong bot lane coming through for Origin, maybe that sort of alters the way that they draft and play style.
Well, I think Wind and Rain's bot lane has actually been one of their strengths as well, though, because Woolite and AOD have been very consistent. Woolite actually near the top of a lot of the AD carry numbers, if you look purely at statistics. How do you think they're going to be able to match up into Neon and Illusionist, who are much more aggressive in the bot lane? We saw Illusionist pick up Rakan in both of his games.
No, I mean, I think I'd go as far to say that Woolite's perhaps the best AD carry in the current Challenger Series, like out of all the rosters. Okay. Maybe in, not necessarily.
No, you're allowed to say that. You're allowed to have wrong opinions.
So mainly from what I've seen from him in the past, he's played. I mean, he's had some dominating performances, and like historically throughout teams that he's played on, he's got a lot of experience as well. I know that he does also do a little bit of shot calling for the team. Haven't necessarily seen him step up that much so far, but I know that he has the potential to reach.
I'd argue that Mini Truex might be the best AD carry in the tournament so far.
I think Mini.
But
I think we both know that.
I think I agree with Mini now. Yeah.
I think that Woolite is very good, and what Woolite brings to the table is heaps of experience. I mean, he has been in these kind of situations over and over again. He's got quite a deep champion pool as well. Likes to bring out the Tristanas, which we are seeing more of now. Is very good on the Cogmores. That's kind of something that he's been played classically over the years. So there's a lot of experience with Woolite there, and that can often be very helpful for this kind of teams who are in high-pressure situations, because Woolite has been in those kind of situations before.
They have quite an experienced roster overall. You know, JWoww, Dan, even Larson has been around the national scenes quite a lot. So AOD, you know, played in the LCS last split for Vitality. So they have a lot of experience up against the Origin lineup, which is much more a fresh-faced, new, perhaps naive lineup at times.
I think you asked the question about whether the bot lane would match up into the Origins, but I don't even think we've seen enough of this Origins bot lane to really get a good grips. We've seen one best of 2 series. Very difficult, unless you watch the Spanish LVP, very difficult to really get to grips with how good they compare on a level of this scale, especially against the likes of Woolite and AOD.
We've got some more data points for you here. Scoundrel pick and ban starts us up. Wind and Rain are going to start on the blue side. Origin will take the red. Kassadin banned out straight away by Wind and Rain.
Scarlet, yeah, so Scarlet Red Hand's really good casting that's been banned against him consistently. Seven Army gets his Nidalee banned. So we actually were wondering what where Seven Army came from. EUNE, and we went to his Facebook page. The first picture we saw was Nidalee on his player screen, challenger. I mean, this guy obviously a big Nidalee player.
Absolutely. I spoke to some of the Wind and Rain guys as well about it just before, and they asked about it, and they said, you know, they're not that worried about him as a player because he's kind of untested, but his Nidalee is something they are aware of. So.
Well, I think, you know, we've seen Mike Young rise through the ranks as the Nidalee main.
Don't call me Mike Young.
I think he doesn't mind being called Mike Young, considering that's his name. So,
yeah,
we will see the Caitlyn bad out from Origin, and Jax taken away from Dan by Origin here as well.
Yeah.
No, sorry, by Wind and Rain.
Draw a lot of target bans against his Origin roster. Now with the Nidalee in there, the casting. This is a whole first ban series of target bans by Wind and Rain.
What do you think we're going to see from Wind and Rain here, though?
Thresh first pick.
I mean, Elise is open as
Thresh,
well.
Elise is both very viable. One thing that sort of, I mean, yeah, so Thresh gets locked in. One thing I did want to mention as well, that on this patch, Nunu has been buffed, as long as Cinderhulk. And I think it's something that would complement Wind and Rain's playstyle massively. It neutralizes the early game and then gets you to late game and then essentially reinforces the hyper carry.
Dan has done really well on Nunu as well. It's been a pick that he's really functioned quite happily on. So I think if Dan gets his hand on Nunu, you do scale up easily. It kind of what did you call Nunu? He like stops the early game almost. He like alleviates the early game.
Yeah, he just you know neutralizes it.
That's the word I was looking for. He neutralizes the early game, and then you get to the late game where he becomes very utility focused, good utility jungler.
It's not very fun to play him into Elise though.
No,
not at all. Because not only can she kill you at almost all stages, well, I mean early game, but then she can deny you with this sort of straight up stun, and even in like duels, she can just pop the ult by repelling. So.
Well, we will see the Elise and the Braum locked in for Origin. Going to be a Twitch for Wind and Rain, giving Woolite a hyper carry, and perhaps going to see their jungler picked here as well if they don't want to get to that second set of bans.
Generally, like we said, the first rotation of picks tends to be jungle and bot lane. There we go. This is a Twitch composition coming through here. Woolite on Twitch, combining with Dan on Nunu. I mean, that is a lot of synergy that we have seen come out before.
This is his moment, Woolite's moment to prove me right here, because if he can't do it with Thresh and Nunu on his team, he can't do it at all. I guess into Braum and Elise it's pretty tough to play any AD carry just because of the sort of gank potential they have, and then Braum can shield for the Twitch ult, but still.
Wow, look at this. This is a prioritization of Cassiopeia. Again, A takes it away from Larson. I think all of us here know how good Larson is with Cassiopeia, and they're going to give that over to Scarlet as a priority, which means now AD carries might be the ban targets for Wind and Rain.
Yeah, it's a possibility. You probably want to look towards top as well, because you want to get rid of that Fiora, and Dan still has the Kennen. If he wants to go split push Kennen.
That's my name. You might want to get rid of Jarvan. You might want to get rid of Jarvan as well, potentially. I think he's a pretty good pick into the Twitch.
You could even try and just take away the 2 engage AD carries. I mean, we've seen the Ashe as well, if that's what you're really concerned about. But considering that Kalista and Varus can both put a lot of pressure onto the Twitch between the two, maybe you just don't ban one of them, and you look to maybe ban away the split push, because that is something that your comp's going to struggle with already.
I like getting rid of the Ashe because it is that definitive engage utility AD carry. Again, that you throwing up whether you think... I think Kalista Braum is a good ban here. Kalista Varus I would be less worried about.
Yeah.
So that might be a way that you look at the next ban here for Wind and Rain, because it limits that really heavy presence 2v2 lane by getting rid of the Kalista. But again, you leave open something like Fiora for Dandan specifically, and we know how much Dandan likes to split push.
But what's Larson going to play into this Cassiopeia now here as well? It's going to be the Varus ban, so it is another engage AD carry that we're talking about. Does have the Kalista in his back pocket if he wants it. Neon, I believe, played Jhin as well in that first week, who's semi-engaged, still a utility ultimate from the AD carry. I don't like the Kog'Maw pick. Oh, it's going to be Kog'Maw. Cool.
It's interesting because often you like to pick Kog'Maw into a situation where you can give him plenty of protection. And the way that this is phrased up now for OG is that if you want to give Kog'Maw the protection necessary, Dandan might not be on a champion that offers the level of split push pressure that we are used to Dandan having. But the way that Origin have drafted is the way that Origin has always drafted, the way we saw Wind and Rain draft in the European Challenger qualifiers. Dandan is the priority in terms of last pick, and that's the way it has been for this roster pretty much all the time.
Yeah, and then the lock-in here for the Corki for Larson is actually something we see in quite a lot of competitive games where you run Nunu, because Nunu can not only buff the Twitch, but if Twitch isn't around, you can buff the Corki. He provides disengage. You have a double AD or double carry comp. Fits very nicely all around.
Looks like we could potentially see some shenanigans.
Is it really shenanigans?
No,
JWoww playing a tanky top laner is something we've seen him do.
Shen is up, and Shen has been a high priority top laner for a little while now.
Especially with the Twitch and with the Corki.
And JWoww specifically. I mean, JWoww's played a lot of Shen throughout this tournament, so it's something that's pretty easy for him. But Fiora open, like, I mean, are you asking to have Fiora picked here? I don't know.
Dandan's, he's kind of more a split pusher who doesn't play Fiora. I know that sounds really odd.
Gangplank is a good pick as well.
Gangplank, Kennen, Gnar, that sort of suits him a little bit more, so it's going to be the Gangplank into that Shen top lane.
So, I mean, this is a only with Braum, really, to protect the Kog'Maw. This is maybe this is a composition that has so many threats from so many angles that maybe Kog'Maw doesn't become the primary focus.
Yeah, that's precisely what their comp's going to try and do. You know, you have double carry in the backline, GP running right essentially with his ult, and then the sort of burst that GP can put out, and then Elise and Braum are basically going to like jump forward and just try and sort of
it's like if you don't focus Kog'Maw, you focus Cassiopeia. If you focus Kog'Maw, you don't focus Cassiopeia, and there's a lot of. But you've got a team-wide devastating composition from Wind and Rain if they get the setup.
Yeah, and Origin's composition is so hard to actually pull off.
Yes.
You know, you're relying on all of your CC landing essentially, and Braum being in the perfect place to keep the Kog'Maw alive.
I mean, what you've got here from Origin is you've got individual positioning matters so much, individual skill and timing matters so much. So many small pieces of this machine have to fit together to make their team fight functional. You do always have the split push Gangplank, which can go on forever, right? That's a very easy strategy to enact, and then you just clear waves. But to actually function on a team fight level, everything kind of has to line up for Origin. Whereas with literally with Wind and Rain, you can go Twitch, use ultimate. Like,
that is exactly it.
So, quickly before we get into the game, picks, predictions, guys. What do we think? Starting with you, Scoundrel.
I actually feel like I'm going to have to go for Wind and Rain, despite the fact that I know Origin have got this new bot lane coming in, which I think will boost their performance. I think Wind and Rain have got the composition I prefer.
Frozen Dawn?
I'm the same here.
See, I want to say Origin because last time I was right when I disagreed with you both, but I think Wind and Rain are going to take it. So it's a clean sweep for them. They get 3 of a kind, with all of us thinking Wind and Rain will take the win. I'm just worried for Origin both as a team and as an organization at the moment, because they've kind of at the moment you're looking at Giants and you're saying we got demoted from LCS with these guys. How come they're sitting top? They're sitting 5-0, 4-0. And we're sitting here with only 1 win to our name.
It must be so hard for the Origin organization to say, we came from Challenger Series, we made it to Worlds in the same year, and now they are potentially facing the barrel where they might be an EU CSQ team of the likes of Origin. That is prestige of the organization just down the drain almost.
And that it is. We're on to the Summoner's Rift for a 3rd game of the day, 2nd series. And Origin will face up against Wind and Rain. Let's talk a little bit about win conditions for these two teams at Scoundrel. We said in picks and bans, OG need to keep that Kog'Maw safe on the backline, let the Cassiopeia scale up a little bit, let Dandan split push. But how do they actually win the game? How do they close it out?
You've got a couple of win conditions from Origin. Dandan split push will always remain a win condition for this team. It's something that he would be able to try and execute on consistently. It's something that has provided with them so many surprise wins in the past as well. And especially in a matchup which you know that Gangplank is going to essentially have free farm in. It is a very easy sort of win condition to look at for the Origin roster. The other win condition is you just get Kog'Maw and Cassiopeia to late game, and then use Braum and Elise to provide distraction and engage when you try and force fights. But eventually you're going to get to the point where the actual damage output of Origin is even too much for the likes of the War frontline to tank, because it will get to that point eventually. So Origin need a bit of time to make this competition come online. Wind and Rain, on the other hand, I mean, all you need to do is find an opportunity for Twitch to get a Blood Boil, prop his ultimate, and just go crazy. They've got a great siege as well with Corki and Twitch. Double AD makes it very easy for you to push down towers very, very quickly too.
Origin actually have the shortest game time of any team here, so it's interesting that they're going for a competition that wants to scale. A lot of those short games have been in their losses though, bringing that average game time down quite a bit. Wind and Rain, on the other hand, second longest average game time. And we've seen Twitch competitions, as much as we say, you know, they're looking just to set this up, it's not an easy thing to do. They still need to get that Twitch a couple of items underneath his belt. And a lot of our focus will be down towards this bottom side for the early game, especially on Neon and Illusionist, the substitutes coming in for this Origin lineup, looking to live up to their Week 1 performance against Paris Saint-Germain.
I think also what's important to look at here is that these are two particular facets of either team that is so important. Twitch, so important in the Wind and Rain roster. This Kog'Maw, so important to the way that Neon and the Origin roster want to function in the late game. So this is a lane that actually has a lot of importance. Both of these AD carries will scale up quite nicely.
Oh, the hook onto Illusionist. They have Ignite as well. The playback Ignite used, heal already used by Neon as well. Unbreakable comes down. Illusionist taken out by AOD. And that is not the start you want to see if you're an Origin fan.
Way to send a message to a substitute bot lane that you are fighting against Woolite and AOD, and you should not disrespect positioning in lane. Just caught out by, I mean, look, there's not many more ways to say. Come on, Kinnan,
not many more ways to say it than they were just caught out of position, Scoundrel.
Literally said it for me, yeah.
Oh, mate, I formulated that entirely by myself, would you believe it?
It's, unfortunately, didn't get my words out, apparently.
Great minds think alike, Scoundrel. But First Blood going over to AOD does enhance this bottom lane. Double dagger for Woolite. He's not playing Xayah. He has, in fact, picked up 2 daggers for himself. Xayah has a skill called Double Dagger. It's another play-by-play fact for you there today, I learned.
Thanks, buddy.
I've been so educational today. It's been great.
You have. It's been colourful, I think would be the word.
Indeed. Blue with anticipation for the rest of this game. War already with that slight advantage. 8 CS down, but Woolite has been able to back already. Nunu's on his way as well. They do still have a flash on Neon, and he's going to have to use it.
Wow, I mean, so much pressure coming down in this bot lane now. And Dan can just continuously return and do this kind of thing. Like, all Nunu has to do is walk into lane, and then Thresh looks need to set up for some sort of hook. Nunu, even if he lands an Ice Blast in the right situation, makes it so much easier for AOD to walk up and get a flay, and then follow up with a hook. Larson just taking so much damage here against Scarlet, disrespecting that Cassiopeia damage output. Larson's going to be forced back to base as the wave shoves towards him.
That's just the thing that Cassiopeia can do. We've seen time and time again it happen that if you get slightly ahead, if you get a good positioning off with Noxious Blast landing, you can just Twin Fang after Twin Fang after Twin Fang and force that Corki back. He has got Doran's shield, so if he only takes a little bit of poke, he can get that Doran's shield back up. But when the Fangs just come out time and time again, it does make it pretty difficult for you to do anything. Actually, it looks like Wind and Rain are going for a very early swap up towards the top side here. About 5 minutes, they'll be up towards that top lane. And doing this just gets them away from the freeze that's happened from Neon and Illusionist in this bottom lane.
I mean, you literally knocked the
Great
nail on
minds. Great minds think alike as well.
Knocked the nail on the head there, Sona. Neon and Illusionist had the lane in a position where they... Neon and Illusionist had the lane in the position where you could freeze it if they wanted to. And, you know, that basically meant that Woolite and AOD didn't want to function in a situation where they could potentially have to go against the freeze. And also, it does force Dan into a poor situation where he wanted to be against Shen as long as possible because he wanted to be able to just essentially farm for free, get those... I always call them doubloons, but I think they're like silver coin serpents or
Silver
something.
serpents.
Silver serpents. He wanted to get those silver serpents stacking very nicely. And now also, because of the inability for OG to react quickly, this might even just be first turret of the game. This is the ideal situation when you make this kind of rotation.
The next wave is a way away, so they will just have to back away, but I think they have enough time to get that next wave. Woolite is actually miles behind on CS because of this rotation, and he's not getting the majority of the CS as they push this forward because they're just trying to hard force. Scarlet and 7 Army are on their way up.
Wow, yeah, they're actually going to have to force themselves back as well, because they didn't have vision in that mid lane. Larson must have called that both Scarlet and Seven Army will have been missing. The vision is strong for OG in that river, moving up towards the top lane, so it was a rotation that they felt comfortable to make. And now they're actually going to counter-rotate again. Not only is this pulling Dan out of an easy matchup where he was able to farm for free, it's also making OG react to Wind and Rain, pull Neon out of a side lane. The one worry that you do have, and you illustrated it so nicely, is the CS differences between Woolite and Neon. You do not want to keep making this rotation because Twitch will eventually miss out on CS and fall behind Cogmore.
So what they're doing is actually just pushing JWoww back up towards top lane. They're not keeping him here for this next push down towards bot. They're not going to get the tower off it, but it will perhaps help even out that CS discrepancy ever so slightly. Woolite's got his third dagger and an Infernal Drake here. War actually playing so well around these rotations. We do have a pause coming out.
That's what I really liked also about the fact that Wind and Rain made that rotation very quickly after realizing that the first turret was not going to go down so readily. They basically moved down to the bot lane. They've got the Nunu, who's got excellent neutral objective control in the early game, able to then just use that man advantage, forcing OG to react slowly, use that man advantage to take the Drake off the table very quickly. And that's an Infernal Drake. It's a really important one as well. So I think it's just some good early rotations by Wind and Rain here, because they're able to take things on the map, and OG are quite slow to react to it.
What do you think, Frozen Dawn? Is this exactly what you want to see from Wind and Rain?
So, pretty much. Essentially, they have tempo, even though they've got scaling lanes. They're able to push into the top wave, shove it out. It wasn't the perfect scenario to actually transition there because you didn't have a wave gathering for you. If you remember, as they were walking up, the wave kind of hit the tower already, so they weren't able to fully push with like a cannon wave or anything, but it was good enough.
Thank you for that insight, Frozen Dawn.
Weatherman Frozen Dawn comes in to give the one-liner.
That was a good one-liner, though.
It was a good one-liner.
Intriguing. Gold's still pretty much even between these two teams, even with that first blood happening down in the bottom lane, but an Infernal Drake for Wind and Rain. You'd expect them only really to want clouds and oceans.
Frozen Dawn was right, though. What they would have really liked to have had was a big wave stacking in that top lane that Shen had been able to slow push before this push took place. And then they might have had enough time to get their first lane tier 1.
They're running back up top. Like, Woolite's on his way back up there.
Do they really
counter-swap, and then they counter-swap, and then they counter-swap. Just time and time again. And Neon now has a 17 CS lead.
Almost 20. Do they really, really not want Dan to farm for free? Or are they just trying to sort of essentially get a first turret very quickly?
But all they're doing is denying CS off of Woolite. Like, all that has to happen here is Dan uses ult under the wave, under the tower, and stops this wave pushing in.
Yeah, they have got... I mean, he could do it, but I think they could be able to...
He's not going to do it.
They might be able to tank it, but they might actually just end up trading a turret regardless. And
they do get first tower blood.
And they put Twitch miles behind regardless. He's 20 CS behind at this point in time for first tower blood. It might seem worth it, but it's probably not worth it.
Especially since he didn't get that first blood as well. It means that he is...
And Twitch is a scaling AD carry. Twitch is a scaling AD carry. He wants the farm to scale up, just as Cogmore does.
And remember, they got Neon's flash pretty early on as well. They could have really denied him in that lane, but instead they said, that will give you some free farm, we'll give you a free tower. All of the gold's going to go on to Neon here as well. I love to see how far ahead he is of Woolite at the moment, just in pure gold numbers. Only 300, but he is going to just continue to scale up as this game goes on.
Woolite and AOD also had the 2v2 pressure, where Dan could just walk in and just try and find hooks every so often. To me, it feels like they have been trying to pull Dan out of free farm. That for me, either it's that they knew that they could basically force OG to be slow to react and secure first tower easily, but the grand scheme of it feels like they were trying to pull Dan out of a matchup where he could farm for free against the Shen, but realistically, he's just going to end up in that matchup eventually anyway.
And they haven't even done that.
Yeah.
He's got equal farm with JWoww. The only thing that's happened here is they got first tower, which keeps that gold pretty much even. They got an Infernal Drake, which again does help them as they scale up later on. You know, Corki works well with Infernal, as does Twitch.
So if you then go back to the drawing board and say, we got first tower, but it allowed us to remain equal, does that sound like a good strategy for taking first tower?
I'm going to say no.
Especially since they returned with the tower of their own. So, okay, there are two reasons that you take first tower of the game. To get early rotation and start a snowball, which there is the gangplank onto it clearing the wave, or to get that sort of net global gold advantage and try and use that to get certain spikes or whatever. All you've done here, you've not really gained any map pressure, and you've also only remained even in gold. So the strategy, while it looks fancy, didn't really work out.
It's going to be a 2v4. Larson staying around will package away, trying to clear the wave so they can't get that tower. might be able to deny it for the time being, and they will get a turret in the bottom lane. So actually more gold going over to Woolite here as he gets all of that gold for himself, probably equalizing that discrepancy between the two. War have played this second rotation game just slightly better than OG, but OG continue to push in the top lane.
Yeah, and actually you are seeing Larson come up to the top lane because it's necessary for the wave clear. Shen with Tiamat is not going to be able to clear these waves quickly enough, and what is resulting is Scarlet just shoving down this mid lane.
I always find it really funny just to see someone walk into lane and smite a minion. It's just like, no, you're not. This one's gone. Take this one away for the time being.
And now War are being pulled between mid lane and top lane, and Larson is like the guy that is trying to flitter between two lanes. Looks like they're going to try and put pressure onto Scarlet, but Dan, I mean, this looks pretty grim for these tier 1 towers in mid and top for War, because Larson is the one that has got the majority of the wave clear here. No one else can really do that job.
Scarlet was on a ward there, as was 7 Army. We do see Woolite coming into the mid lane here, and Dandan's actually setting up a freeze in this top lane, so he is going to get free farm for the next while. Nunu getting chased on. Larson there, Stand United used onto Dan. Scarlet chased underneath the tower, will survive for the time being, but now with 5 members mid, War can just look for that mid lane tower as well.
Good way to punish the freeze from Dandan is putting pressure on the map, resulting in Dandan either having to come and rotate.
He's got ult.
Does he have his ultimate? It looks like it's still on cooldown.
Oh, no, he hasn't. Yeah.
No, it's still on cooldown. The only way that Gangplank can respond to these kind of map pressures is either by teleporting in, which at this stage of the game, he doesn't even have Triforce, so doesn't want to do that, or use his ultimate to clear waves. Already used his ultimate to clear wave at this point in time, and you can see it's actually forced him to unfreeze to start generating some pressure in that side lane, so that if you freeze a side lane and then the rest of the enemy team then rotates as a 5, you aren't generating any pressure in the side lane that you're split pushing in, so they're not even worried about that lane, so they can quite freely make things happen in the other 2 lanes, and that's what you saw War trying to achieve there. Didn't get a pick to make it happen, but it was the strategy that they attempted to use.
Did use the Stand United as well. JWoww's building up towards a Titanic Hydra. Dan on his way, as we said, towards that Trinity Force. Scarlet just completed his Rod of Ages, so now has that stacking up alongside the tier. Double stacking build, as we tend to see out of Cassio's. And with a even gold score, 12 minutes in, Scarlet's looking for a chase up towards the top, but Woolite will just ambush his way away. Dan is on his way up. That's going to confuse me a few times throughout this series, I'm sure. Woolite looking for the engage. Scarlet chased off with the Ice Blast. There's the Cannon Barrage. And that dissuades
super risky, because all Scarlet needed to have was ultimate available to turn around and blast Woolite, and then he was dead. They were either they timed this, or they were very lucky that Cassiopeia didn't have her ultimate available. And I don't know how many people do. I don't know how many timers you can keep track of, but I assume they did keep track of the Cassiopeia ultimate. But regardless, it's very risky to make that kind of play.
Still a 20 CS lead as well for Neon as he sits in this middle lane. Looks like he's going to play the Ruin King. War will try and control the Rift Herald. Do have the Nunu Smite Consume combo, of course, very powerful at controlling objectives. But they're spotted out by a ward from Scarlet, and it will just distract them for the time being. OG, after what appeared to be a bad bottom lane early, War kind of let them get away with it and said we'll switch away, and it's cost them a little bit as we get towards the mid portion of the game.
Are clearing waves here quite nicely, but they've transitioned Cassiopeia into a side lane, trying to shove in. Larson has been struggling in the 1v1, although he is now ahead in CS. They have been shoveling farm onto Larson on this Corki here, who's now picked up the Hex Drinker, pretty important for his survival versus Cassiopeia. But like I said, OG are going to be pretty happy to scale here. They've got 3 scaling carries in the form of Kog'Maw, Cassiopeia, and Gangplank. Harder to pull off the composition, but stronger individual carries when it comes to these kind of teamfight situations, where you're relying on both basically Woolite and Larson for the majority of teamfight damage for War as the game progresses.
They do have a strong mid spike, though. When you get 2 items on the Twitch, you get Trinity Force on Larson completed. He's delayed that by going Hex Drinker, but still around the 20-minute mark will be putting out a lot of damage. He seems to be behind where he'd like to be. When we see Corkis really dominate that mid lane, their Trinity Force is about the 17-18-minute mark. I think it's going to be about 20 minutes here. It has delayed it, of course, with the Hex Drinker. Went for the fully completed Sorcerer's Shoes. War will be able to get themselves that Rift Herald, and that will be a tower in the mid lane, you would have to assume. Yeah, although it's almost down anyway.
I mean, they might want to use it in the mid lane to guarantee push through the Cassiopeia wave clear, but also there's a couple of basic attacks going down right now, so if they can get an opportunity to take that down and use Rift Herald somewhere else, they might do that. But I feel like it's just an easy shove with Rift Herald onto this mid lane tier 1, especially to get through that Cassiopeia wave clear, which is so strong at this point.
You don't even need to be with the Herald to do it. As long as there's not a minion wave there, it will just run its way down towards the tower. And I think that's what Dan is setting up for here. Perhaps waiting for this next wave to make sure.
Yeah, they're going to they'll clear the minion wave and then summon Harriet.
Harriet the Herald. Larson comes across with the Valkyrie.
If they even need to.
Yeah, I'm not sure they need to with Larson coming across. A couple of auto attacks, as you say, from Warlight will help them secure this tower. Mid falls 3 towers to 1 in favor of War. About a 500 gold lead for them. It's not monumental, but it's a little bit early on. And they can even go for the Cloud Drake as well if they so desire.
Looks like that's what they're going to do. At the back of their Infernal Drake early on. Are you just going to stick Rift Herald in the side lane then? Are you just going to shove that in with Shen and put pressure on a tier 2? You don't really have it. You might group up and try and push the tier 2 in the mid lane with that Rift Herald. That might be an opportunity. But there's no real easy targets for that Rift Herald now as Larson gets caught out. Might just be able to get away.
Oh, the chase from 7 Army here going very deep. Another member we haven't talked about too much. We'll get the blast gun away. Flash hook from AOD doesn't connect. 7 Army actually flashed away from it himself.
I like that OG have moved into a 1-3-1, by the way, because it forces Larson out of areas where he can siege effectively with the team, forces Larson out of the team fight areas, which is where obviously Corki gets a lot of work done, forces him away from wave clearing in the mid as well. So many good ways of drawing Larson to a side lane where right now OG's priority seems to be getting some shove onto that mid lane tier 1, and by having Scarlet in a side lane, it necessitates having Larson there to respond. And that's really good for OG because the Larson is the only, I guess, consistent form of wave clear here for War, which means basically free turret in the mid now.
Dan's been brought up as well just to make sure they secure it. Won't be too difficult for them. A couple of autos, and once again the game sits in a very even state. Both these teams, of course, challenging for that 4th spot in the league, looking for that playoff position. It's going to be hard for OG as well because they face up against Team RB next week, whereas War take on PSG, the bottom place team in the league for the time being. So OG will really want to secure this win to guarantee themselves that spot in the playoffs.
We're going to wait to see things scale up. The Trinity Force has been finished for Dan now. We are working towards what I think looks like to be a Morellonomicon for Scarlet. Looks like that's where she's going with it. Yeah. So some item spikes are soon to be hit here for OG that they can use. And by going in this 1-3-1 again, you are pulling apart what War want to achieve. War have got a very team fight orientated composition here. Nunu, Twitch. Great combination in the team fight. Larson able to get a lot of work done with these missiles as the game progresses even before team fights take place. So by splitting up, here we go. We're going to go siege with Rift Herald on this tier 2 in the mid lane. Finally going to use it. Wave clear not in position. Scarlet coming through.
Neon's there, and they actually clear the entire wave. We're like hooked, cocooned upside in that front line, and it will get half the damage on towards the tower and then get chunked away by OG.
These are the kind of moves that you need to make as Wind and Rain to actually force OG out of these sort of the comfort areas that they've found themselves in. Their comfortable areas are just literally sitting in the side lanes, trying to force 1v1 matchups that they feel that they have advantages in. Scarlet trying to go in on Larson here.
Larson will struggle. The grounding from that miasma is actually very powerful from Scarlet because it stops the Valkyrie away, means that Larson has to trade for a little bit longer than he would like to. And now that top tower is definitely a priority for Origin, looking for the final tier 1. Meanwhile, War have accepted that, and they're going to play across to the other side of the map and try and get some damage down onto this tier 2 in the bottom lane. Pretty difficult, although JWoww does have the Titanic Hydra, and Dan, of course, with the Blood Boil to try and speed up those autos. AOD lands the hook onto Illusionist. There's the Glacial Fissure down, but Illusionist getting absolutely chunked. The heal comes out. Will he die to the Ignite? Yes, he will. A kill for the Twitch. Larson and AOD managing to escape, as does Warlight. They lose the tower, the tier 2. In that bottom lane, and Scarlet able to get a tier 1 of his own up towards the top side.
I love the prioritization of the Titanic Hydra first by JWoww over anything, because it allows him to shove consistently into Dan. And Dan, just singular Dan, coming in on this Nunu, blood boiling literally probably anybody in a lane is going to help you shove down turrets so quickly. So this is JWoww saying, okay, I'm prioritizing my ability, especially before Dan scales up on the gangplank, to shove waves in, put pressure in a side lane split push scenario. Also, love the fact that War are basically ignoring Cassiopeia. They're saying, okay, we don't actually do well in a side lane versus Cassiopeia. Our advantages lie when we're looking to make plays and siege under towers and rotating with Dan on this Nunu. we don't want to give much to Scarlet here, because Scarlet not going to build a build that's going to shove towers super quickly like you would see on a LeBlanc with a Hextech Gunblade or a Lich Bane. So they're happy just to kind of let Scarlet shove in the side lane and say, okay, without Scarlet there, they actually lose when they're disengages. You know, you don't have the ability to just Cassiopeia ultimate and walk away. So we can look to make plays in mid and bot lane and leave Scarlet up there on that Cassiopeia to do her own thing. And then when she finally shoves to a turret, Larssen can then just move back and just clear the wave and be happy and reset.
War are very good at taking objectives, however, and you can see they realize that they're going to set up vision around the Baron. There's a few wards there for OG. But if they wanted to, they could go for it with the Nunu, with the Blood Boil, the Corki and the Twitch there as well, of course. Trinity Force has been completed onto Larssen. Neon starting to get a lot of harass down with that Blade of the Ruin King and Bio-Arcane Barrage.
Without Scarlet to defend the mainstay of the Origin composition, the wave clear is kind of shaky. You either need to bring Dan in or Scarlet in to clear these waves in the mid lane. Other than that, OG are really struggling in this 3 versus 3, and the quick rotations that the Wind and Rain are making around OG right now.
They're looking for the engage onto Neon. Flash play onto Illusionist. That's a huge play as they're going to get the kill onto Neon. Cannot stress enough what AOD did there. That was absolutely massive. Absolute Zero comes out from Dan as Woolite was getting harassed down, but AOD with the hero plays on that Thresh made that all possible.
Brilliant way to force them out of the 1v1 is by forcing these fights, and Twitch submarine mode is something that we've seen so much over the last few years in League of Legends. Delivery of that Shen. Scarlet has come into the fray now, and this makes it a lot stronger for OG.
AOD is dead as Scarlet pushes forward, looking for the Noxious Blast, can't quite land it. Illusionist with the Winter's Bite. Just coming back to why I say that was such a play from AOD, he flash plays onto Illusionist to stop him getting the Unbreakable Shield open, and that's why they can get onto Neon and actually just totally isolate him from the fight.
And it was a good follow-up by JWoww as well, and great positioning from Woolite. I think OG now need to rethink. I think Scarlet suddenly needs to be saying, okay, I might not actually be better off in the side lane. I'm probably better off with my team in the mid lane here. I don't have teleport, I can't respond to these fights very quickly, and Scarlet is a massive driving force behind OG's team fight capability. If you take Scarlet out of the picture, War will literally run over them. Scarlet, I feel, is a major, major impact source for OG, and she's currently sat split pushing, which she's not getting a lot of work done in. I think she needs to come back, or he needs to come back on this Cassiopeia, clear waves under the mid lane tier 2, and be there for when War try and force these fights, because War will try and force these fights. This is how you play with a Twitch as you get these item spikes up. You basically stick Blood Boil on him, look for him to stealth in and get a ridiculous ultimate off and try and blow someone down.
As much as we say that, because Scarlet wasn't in the fight, War all-in on Neon and then overextended, allowing Scarlet to get the counter kill. It ended up being a relatively even trade. You know, they get Mountain Drake off it, they get a kill onto AOD, and the gold is still pretty much even between these two teams.
If OG positioned correctly, though, this is exactly the conundrum that myself and Frozen Dawn talked about before we went into the game, which is if you have a Cassiopeia and a Cogmore, you can only focus one of them. They either have to line up like Skittles for you to bowl them over with the Twitch ultimate, or you focus one of them, and both of them are incredibly powerful in late-game team fights. Scarlet will shove that side lane out, but again, I don't want to see her drawn to that side lane too much. Cassiopeia is a great 1v1, but it's hard to lock down a Corki as Cassiopeia, because there was always that Valkyrie that will just get you out of pretty much any sticky situation. Her real strengths, I feel, lie in preventing and re-engaging and counter-engaging. That's what Cassiopeia, in my opinion, is really good at doing, is finding those counter-engages, and that's what I want to see Scarlet come into the OG lineup to do.
Willow, once again, looking to step forward, does get a ward down. Will be cleared straight away by OG. JWoww is splitting here, does have the TP, Stand United off cooldown as well.
Dan will have to go back.
That's what he's going to do. He's got a teleport of his own, though, if he wants to join it up. He's gone Death's Dance, Trinity Force. Looking at item spikes across the board, that Morellonomicon for Scarlet has been completed alongside what you would assume is a Seraph's Embrace next. Larssen's got his Trinity Force and actually building up towards a Static Shiv or a Rapid Fire Cannon afterwards.
Usually you see Cookies go Rapid Fire, but you've already got the wave cleared, because Static Shiv's great as the Energizer build, but often people build it as a bit of extra wave clear on the AD carry. Corki's got like that in bounds, so you don't need any much more extra. And Rapid Fire Cannon gives you the extra range on a basic attack that can really hit hard on that first hit. So
at the moment, I actually think War is struggling a little bit into OG. As much as they're continuing just to push out the top wave. They are going to look towards this Baron now and can.
I don't even think OG have seen or able to respond to this.
Control wards.
And at the back end, this is just going to be a free Baron.
I don't think they realize this is going on.
They don't, because they're back in.
Heal used to keep Dan alive for the time being. That's a Baron. And eventually OG will recognize it and say, oh.
I mean, okay,
well.
you saw none of the war roster on the map. Like, where else are they going to be other than either at base or doing Baron?
Dana's going to chase onto JWoww here. Does put the Spirit's Refuge down. A barrel after barrel. There's the parlay as well. As JWoww's just going to stand United his way out of this one. Dan has no way of stopping that.
There's no way of stopping a Stand United like that, just because literally, like you said, no CC on Gangplank and can't interrupt the channel there.
I'm interested that he used Stand United rather than Teleport. It is on a shorter cooldown, but you can't join the fight as readily as you can with Stand United. So if they were looking for a play soon,
Twitch,
I would have teleported away and then used the Stand United. But the shorter cooldown perhaps makes up for it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in the game, you can already see it's now coming up to a quarter on cooldown. I think even before the next team fight breaks out, that should be up. So he's got no worries about using it just to get out of that kind of situation. But I think OG are starting to struggle here.
Well, against the Baron, you're definitely going to start to struggle a little bit, aren't you?
Again, like, you now have to defend against the siege, and Scarlet is going to be forced to... I mean, Scarlet should, realistically, be forced to come to this mid lane, but Dan is the one that's doing it right now because he knows he's got a little bit of leeway in that bot lane with a tier 2 already being taken. Scarlet now drawn to defend against this top lane tier 2 as Dan moves down towards the bot lane. Big opportunity for War to just push onto this inhibitor turret.
Warlock just looking for that attack speed. We'll get the Lantern away as Neon trades back into him. Half of Warlock's health just gone in an instant. That is what a Cogmore can do.
Absolutely.
And War do need to be a little bit cautious. The Cocoon is going to land onto JWoww. 7 Army has been very silent throughout this game, although both teams really haven't been making incredibly proactive plays. It's kind of like the only proactive play I can think of is that Baron, really, decided to go for that. Apart from that, 3-1, 27 minutes in. I was expecting a little bit more of a circus in this game. I was expecting a little bit more action.
It's been clean.
Neon's dead.
Neon's dead. That is the power of a Twitch. Can just surprise you and blow you up in a matter of seconds. And there's another hook there.
Onto 7 Army. Neon actually didn't even use... Neon used Flash and Heal, but Warlock didn't have to use anything. Just used that ultimate, and that's the tower going down. And War, the ones on the front foot with that Baron, can look to get their first inhibitor.
That's why the wave clear of Gangplank can be very difficult to make work. You can just lose your barrel before you even clear the wave. And that's why you need the Cassiopeia there. The major issue I feel like OG have had is something we've talked about, is that they were so determined to find a 1v1 with Scarlet and Larssen in the side lane, drawing Larssen. And actually it made a lot of sense early on because you drew Larssen away from the wave clear areas that the rest of OG could capitalize on. But as the game progressed, it became more and more clear that it wasn't working for them. And that Scarlet had huge impacts in team fights, and they should have been realizing that War had been looking to set up Twitch initiations, JWoww initiations, all those kind of things. And I think Scarlet needed to be there for those, but Scarlet hasn't been there for those. It's not a huge gold advantage though, even as it stands, only 5,000.
It's about a 5,000 swing since the Baron.
Yeah.
So it is it's accelerated quite a bit since that Baron got taken down. There's still about a 10th or so, maybe an 8th of that Baron left, so perhaps they'll look to push in one more inhibitor tower. Warlock goes forward, Flash hook doesn't land.
Close.
Just about. Actually, Warlock flashing across the side, trying to get onto Neon, but couldn't bend the bullet enough, and now OG can look to re-engage. 5v4, War, tail between their legs, run away, perhaps look for that Mountain Drake.
Unsure why you would flash a Twitch at the tower.
He was trying to get around the corner.
Okay.
Trying to bend the bullet.
He's trying to speed run the Summoner's Rift.
Exactly. He saw Summer Games done quick, and he was like, I saw this in Dark Souls, guys. There's a wall clip here, and if I get it, the Nexus actually just explodes and I win the game.
Another Mountain Drake. They actually just trolled JWoww by sending him back over the wall. But another Drake picked up, and this time Mountain means when they do get those opportunities to hit tower, they will be doing that much more damage as well. It also means that the next Baron will be very quickly shredded by the Wind and Rain composition.
But they go down to 3,000 now because a couple of kills come out for OG, and they do have this scaling comp. We talked about it. You've got Seraphs completed. Dan sitting on 2.5 completed items. Cogmore, Neon there as well. If he doesn't get killed early on, he's almost got his Ginsus. He is in a strong position as a Cogmore, even if his scoreline doesn't seem to be that beneficial.
No real engage for these teams either right now. A lot of it is going to come down to these Baron power plays, which was mainly capitalized on by War. Huge capitalization by War. And the rotation of your wave clear. I think so important about dealing with waves effectively for OG, which they haven't been doing with very effectively throughout this game. But you do have that potential of the engagement with the Thresh Hook for War. You do have the backup of the Shen ultimate. You know, even if there is a catch, Shen ultimate can bail people out in the late game. Woolite can make those submarine Shen plays. Maybe not as hard as he tried to make that play into the bot lane in the Winter Tower.
Man. Just go all in.
But, I mean, I understood what he was trying to do. He was like, I'm trying to blow up Neon here, right? But he did flash into the middle of a Gangplank ultimate.
I think it was just overly aggressive because the hook had only just missed.
Yeah.
They knew Neon didn't have flash or heal.
It's those classic hyphy plays.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I can do this, I'm Twitch, guys. One shot him. Avarice Blade doesn't exist anymore. You can't do that. What was it actually? Sword of, what was the item?
Sword of the Divine.
Sword of the Divine. Sword of the Occult and Sword of the Divine. They both existed. Sword of the Divine gave you...
Sword of the Divine 3 guaranteed critical strikes?
Yes, it was. And Sword of the Occult was like the Leviathan. It scaled the more kills you got. It was the Medjais of AD.
Yeah, I remember that. But Sword of the Divine was the guaranteed 3 critical. The Twitch is actually used to build.
Here comes the Cannon Barrage. Dan has to flash away as JWoww. Oh, there's enough damage.
Which JWoww didn't need to flash. Wait, who actually flashed?
JWoww gets the kill. JWoww gets the kill. No one flashed for that. Apart from Dan who flashed away. And that will be the inhibitor tower going down as well as War look to close out this game. 31 minutes in. They're looking for their second inhibitor of the match. And OG just have no response. This could be that final nail in their coffin, just waiting for those Nexus towers to fall. Woolite actually slightly out of position there. Will get lanterned across the wall.
We did talk about how hard this OG composition was to pull off. Like, really, really hard to pull off properly. To force team fights where Scarlet and Neon were able to sit free in the backline, untouched by Twitch because someone else is being focused. There's no frontline for OG as well. That's another really important point. When you've got no frontline versus Twitch, there's no one that can soak damage, no one that can be a distraction. Everybody on this OG lineup gets destroyed by a Twitch ultimate. So everything, apart from Braum maybe, everything is a good target for Twitch here.
But that's why it's so important that Illusionist positions correctly.
Yeah.
And it's so important that War get him out of position.
And again, maybe it's the restraints of Dan. Maybe Dan doesn't like playing tanks, and therefore that maybe restrains what OG can perform like in terms of compositions. I actually genuinely would have preferred a Fiora pick here instead of the Gangplank personally.
Seven Army takes some damage. Glacial Fissure will come down as Illusionist steps forward. Scarlet there as well, but Illusionist just gets shredded by Larson. So does Scarlet. Double kill to War. And they can hear the drums of victory already. They're going to go on towards Dan as well. Almost gets the kill onto Dan. Cannon Barrage into the heel. The hook lands onto Seven Army. That's another one for Woolite. 3-1-5 on this Twitch. And you have to think there's no way OG defend against a 5-man stack from War.
They push onto this mid lane. Inhibitor, big wave shoving in. So much time for the respawns on OG. This should be the first game going over to War very convincingly as well. A little bit in the early game where it could have gone either way. Some lots and lots of swaps in the early game that we potentially...
flashes in, gets the kill onto Neon. Sand United comes out as well just to finish off the deal. 9 kills to 2. It's going to be War. They'll go 1-0 up over Origin.
I think most of us thought this would be the outcome at the end of this game. By the way, Corky did go static Shiv. Just as a small sideline when we were talking about it earlier, I just noticed on the bottom of my screen. But again, a lot of this came down to how hard it was to pull off that OG composition. You had a Gangplank who, realistically, for the most part, wants to be split pushing. Like, that's Gangplank's role. Kind of. He can function in team fights with those barrels, but it was so hard for OG to make this work. And this was the advantages that War got very early on.
Frozen Dawn, I want you to talk me through this early game, because it made no sense at the end of it why War were continually rotating around these plays.
So, due to how the game played out, essentially it was to confuse their opponent.
Okay.
So they could lead to this fantastic
If you don't know what you're
Baron
doing,
play.
the opponent can't
Precisely.
know what you're doing.
And that's what happened with the Baron, right? They were like, where could they be? They're probably rotating somewhere. They were at
They've
So
Nashville.
they
rotated
swap
to the
consistently to
twisted tree line.
confuse.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Disorientation.
But I
Confusion.
actually
That's
think,
how you win.
I actually think at the end of the game, those swaps did limit some of the gold income from Dan early on, and suddenly you did see how really poorly Dan was actually doing in the side lane versus Shen. Again, in part due to JWoww taking Titanic Hydra first over literally everything else, and also that combo with Dan where they came in with the Nunu and just shoved those turrets, because they did limit the Gangplank's gold in the laning phase because he was consistently rotating between lanes.
I think it's just something we've seen Dan do time and time again. Like, split push till the end of the game, and if you win it because of that, fine. If you don't, well,
that's
it wasn't my
though,
fault.
right?
I was split pushing.
That's
You know,
Dan
you guys can't not take a fight. And when teams force engages on Origin, that's where they lose. And that was what was happening here. As soon as Woolite was forcing engages, Wind and Rain just won the game.
I mean, he essentially tried a wild turtle by
Well,
like
yeah, give him some credit. I mean, Wild Turtle played for TSM. NA are better than EU at the moment, so we can't really flame NA players. That's how it works. We're not allowed to say anything bad about North America for the next year or until Worlds. Until they lose to GAM again, we can't say anything bad about them. Okay?
Right.
This is my desk.
I mean, this is more of Aaron talking to himself there.
Yeah, I know, right?
But I think, I mean, if you reflect on that game as a whole, Wind and Rain obviously had the strategy where they were going to consistently try and force Dan into awkward situations where, because Dan has traditionally been a carry for OG and that roster, and they did limit his impact in that game. I don't really feel like Gangplank had much of an impact at all.
But that's because Gangplank takes so long to scale, and you're running into a comp that sort of, I mean, essentially once they hit 2 items, they're going to spike incredibly hard, and on top of that, they have 2 tanks that can dive for you.
Yeah, exactly.
So all you have to do is run at a tower.
You actually wrote down for me that
no, I mean, you don't have to. You could just.
And I'm not going to take it from you because we have discussions via notes where Frozen was like, I think this is going. I'm like, okay,
I never get anyone to do this for me. No one's like, you should use this word in the next team fight.
I can if you want.
Anyway, what we were discussing was that there's no way for, even when you get to late game, there is very little way for OG to force the fact that they have 3 late game scaling carries and can function really well on a team fight if they get to that stage. Whereas in the mid game, when you get 2 items on Twitch, 2 items on Corki, where they get pretty strong, all War needed to do was run at them with Shen Ultimate or run at them with Nunu, and suddenly things started to happen. So there was at least there was a bit of a way to force a team fight for War and capitalize on their advantage. Whereas OG were like, okay, we turtle until we get like super late game, and then maybe we win. Well, just by being late game.
It's completely true.
With War 1-0 up, we'll have to see if Origin can fight back in the next game. We'll be back after this. Hello and welcome back to the European Challenger Series Summer Split Week 4. We are here for the second game between Wind and Rain and Origin enough. And if I was an Origin fan, pretty sure that Nunu pick would have made my blood boil. It was a cool pick though for them. I have to say it was a pretty cool pick all round.
Every time.
Worked out very well for Wind and Rain. Is there anything they need to change? Do you think we're going to see anything new in this next game?
I want to see something. The problem is, I really want Dan to be on a utility. I know I have to take him off. I can't even
Every
focus.
time I look at the production monitor, I'm like, that guy looks like an absolute douche.
Oh wait, you can't see
I
it.
have to take him off.
I think there's a lot of what I want Dan to either be on something that is truly split push, like truly 100% Jax-like split push, or I want him to go a bit more utility, like a J4 or something like that. Because the problem is that when you do a draft like this and you're going all on Dan, you limit yourself in terms of your tactical capabilities in the game. So either you say, okay, well, Dan's split pushing, so let's put him on something like Fiora, let's put him on something like Jax, let's put him on maybe something like Kennen if he gets his hands on it, which can split push throughout the game. Or you need him to wind it back and say, right, you're on a tank.
It feels a lot like Huni. When Huni was in NA, he wouldn't play tanks. I think Dan feels very much like the same. Like I've never seen him play Galio. I've never seen him play Gragas top. Never seen him play Shen. Like, give him something that just joins the team fight, and I think they could actually have a good composition.
But the thing is, it's okay if you're that kind of player. I mean, it's not ideal. Obviously, you want to be able to, play as many champions as possible. But if you can only play carries and your team has to draft around you, you can't draft a comp that needs a tank and then not, because he can't play them. So why not just take a tank in the jungle or something, I guess take a tank in the jungle, take a tank of support as well, and you actually round out your comp a bit better. I
guess that whole team, you're lacking a bit of synergy there as well, because you've got 7Army, who we assume he's got a normal jungle pool, apart from the Nidalee. He can play maybe the Elise, maybe the Lee, and then you've got Neon and Illusionist who are just coming in as well. Yeah. There's a lot of different variables you're having to play with there as a coach and as a manager, and you're trying to work out exactly how to get all of these different styles to mesh.
Whenever I look at a draft, there's a really simple thing that I boil down to. It's like, is there too many things going on here? And when I looked at the OG draft there, I was like, there were just too many things
too much
going
to think
on.
about.
Like, it's just, you had a Cassiopeia scaling, a Kog'Maw scaling, a Gangplank scaling. How do you make that work in a team fight? Are you split pushing the entire game? There were just too many things going on. And I think that's something that sometimes you just need to boil it down to something a bit more simple that has a clear game plan and clear win conditions. Because we talk about win conditions and game plans all the time. The teams also need to understand their own win conditions and game plans. And if you have something that even the coach is looking at saying, well, I'm just guess we get to the late game, right? Like the teams probably don't have much direction. So you want something that's got clear win conditions.
It does happen more often than
I can imagine.
Maybe with you coaching Frozen Dawn.
That's savage.
I tell you what, when Frozen Dawn was coaching M&M, they were the best team in the UK by quite a way. So, we've got to give this boy some credit.
That's true. I mean, it's not
did have the best players, but also
the only 5 good players in the UK scene,
most of which weren't from the UK.
It's true. But let's come back to these two teams. Origin unable to find those 5 players that really fit together for them. War, on the other hand, seem to have found a roster of 5 that can work out well for them. They've got 2 draws, 1 loss. Now looking for that first win in Challenger Series. Is this it?
So it could be. I mean, this obviously, we need to find out from the final game. But the way they were playing that game...
Thanks, mate. I didn't realise that's how it worked.
But what I was trying to say was
they just get a win now. They just won with the
No, come on, Frozen Dawn. I apologise. We're very used to bantering with each other on the desk. You're new to this scenario.
I can't take humour.
Talk to me about war. Talk to me about what they do.
Well, I mean, we're in draft now.
That's okay. We've got some time. It's banned.
You are a Greek god of war, as we have known. So... I mean,
thanks, guys.
Let's just get some experience.
No, all I wanted to say was that War played like a team that had been playing for a long time together. The way they were moving around the map, all in synergy. Sure, they weren't necessarily the best calls, but the fact that they were all following them, the team worked well together.
A bad call is made much better if all 5 members go for it.
Absolutely true.
Every call is bad if only 4 people go for it. That's how it works.
So bans have started.
Yes, they
have. Again, the Nidalee and Kassadin ban, like we expect, targeted against 7Army and Scarlet. Going to be another prioritization. This makes me feel that maybe 7Army's jungle pool not quite as expanded, even though Elise is really good right now. It makes me maybe feel like he's more comfortable on that when the Nidalee's gone.
I don't think you can really judge from an Elise first pick in that sort of game. I understand where you're going. I understand where you're going, but I think if any jungler worth their salt at the moment, if Elise is left open and you don't want to first pick the Thresh, we'll take the Elise.
Especially as other 2 carry junglers have been banned, so you want to take that 3rd carry jungler and just sort of establish that.
But the thing is that this is specifically also because they chose not to pick the Thresh over the Elise here, especially for Illusionist.
Zach's open.
Whoa,
just on the topic of 7
literally
This is
armies.
why we don't talk during bans, Frozen Dawn. This is why we
But then
don't talk during
you told me to. It's your desk, as you told. As you said
How
earlier.
long do you think it is before Wind and Rain realise?
You know, in one of the
Hopefully
CSQ
this
games
phase.
with Eminem, we literally didn't realise that Lulu was open the entire draft, and at the end we were like, oh, somehow this champion, because you just don't
It
expect
does happen. It does happen
really
because
does.
everyone
It
is
really
so used
does.
to not seeing it played. Can of course be picked here for Wind and Rain. I would expect it to be here because if it's not, I think Origin will realise.
Yeah, they're like, we're
But
better
they've
than
already
that.
taken the lead, so you can still take Nunu now. You don't have to concern yourself with the Zac. At this point,
But
the
then
draft
Zac
has gone
gets,
so
you
far
have
through.
to think Origin just bans Zac here.
It forces a bad ban on second rotation,
Yeah.
I think, though.
Ban Zac and Nunu? I mean, it's possible, but then you're going to get yourself a strong neutral mid laner that can team fight, such as Ori or something, which sets up the Twitch comp already. I mean, imagine Orianna in War's team comp at the moment, so suddenly it's getting very scary.
I mean, Wara just saying, let's do more of the same here. The Nunu ban comes out. Jungler hasn't been prioritized, so Dan's going to be taken off that.
And there's the Cassiopeia ban as well. Let's quickly recap just to make sure we have everything in our places. Elise, Braum, and Xayah picked up here for Origin in that first rotation. It's Thresh, Twitch, and Shen for Wind and Rain. We see a Jax ban and a Cassio ban from Wind and Rain, and then a Nunu from Origin here. Gonna go for the Kha'Zix, so Zac is still free for Wind and Rain if they want it.
Dan has only played, I think Dan has only played Nunu and Kha'Zix so far in the Challenger Series, I believe. I mean, there might be something different here.
He's also played one Rek'Sai.
A one Rek'Sai game.
Or Maokai. Maokai jungle.
Or Maokai. I mean, you know.
Zac is open, and you take Maokai. Feels
Feels EU, man.
interesting, man.
Feels EU, man.
Well, that's confusing.
Do you want?
It
Do
does
you guys
offer-
want me to talk for a little while
No,
so
no.
you can formulate your thoughts about this Maokai?
Maokai
pick?
provides incredible disengage for your team.
He does.
Okay.
That is essentially his job, is he just ults from the back line, ults all the way through, and then will stand in front of all CC. That's his primary job. That's all he does.
I mean, like,
Yeah.
it functions a little bit like Nunu. You have a way to disengage
without the blood boil.
without the
which is
blood boil,
the
which is the main thing that makes
about
Nunu. But the other parts of Nunu's
Death
key where
bushes.
death
You can set up
bushes.
death bushes.
Yes.
Full AP Maokai jungle.
Yes.
I think
It
you've
is
called
actually
it.
really annoying to play it. Like if you go for trades because of the sap magic, you get a huge amount of healing back. It's very difficult to trade with, and Barmy Cinder buffs will buff him through Cinder Hulk as well.
Yeah.
So
It's
that-
going to be Kennen and Syndra for Origin. Let's talk about those picks because I understand those more.
Once again, no tank coming out from Origin, so they don't seem to care. They haven't taken our advice. They're going for
But
the
Dan
full
on
carry
something
top.
that can function more readily as a split pusher than Gangbang. I think Gangbang's great, but at least Kennen hits a spike where he can split push a
Well,
bit more
Kennen
readily.
wins lane, right?
Yeah, he wins lane,
which
right?
is the main primary advantage.
So we have a Maokai jungle.
Yeah.
Do you think Wind and Rain just got to this point and realized they could have picked Zac?
Yep.
I
Definitely.
totally agree. I think that's what's happened here
They've
because
gone,
I don't.
Oh, Zac's probably
like,
banned.
Because the whole composition, like with a Nunu or a Zac here, that's what you want. Like Nunu,
just better, right?
Nunu gives you the blood boil, Zac gives you the full engage, which sometimes you need when you've got a Twitch, because otherwise it
provides
can be difficult to like submarine it in.
massive CC and distraction
Yeah.
for CC to get for Twitch to get a big ultimate off.
And that's exactly what Maokai does as well, except Zac does it better.
And it delivers a Shen so beautifully into the middle of a team fight.
Yeah.
I think there's absolutely no doubt that Zac is a better pick here than Maokai, but what Maokai does provide is disengage on a different level to Zac. I mean, Zac's disengage is essentially just try and stun them and then
Yeah.
pick them up to let's bounce, but that's not what he should be
Maokai,
doing.
like, hit a
Maokai is
button and-
dedicated.
yeah.
Maokai has a root, he has a knockback, he has saplings that are a pain to run through, especially if you throw them over their tank.
And then he's
'cause
got a
it slows.
lane-wide
And
route
his
as well.
Braum can block it, but that's only once it gets to the back. And if
Yeah.
you think about the composition that Origin's running, they're all very squishy. That root is going to do tons of damage once the Twitch and Corki can apply the damage on top of it. So, in a sense, from a point of view of disengage, the Maokai is perfect.
Did
but
get slightly buffed this patch as well. Health was increased, and I think the range of the Nature's Grasp, the ultimate, got
Yeah.
increased as well.
by
Increased
quite a
by
lot.
a fifth.
Yes, it's-
Increased by a fifth.
2,500 to 3,000.
I've played it a lot in
I
Twisted Tree
believe.
Line.
And the
Maokai
cooldown
is
was
very strong.
reduced. So I'm looking forward to seeing how it works because I think it's a new meta pick that we haven't seen that often. Could do a lot. Well, haven't seen that often in 713. We've seen a lot
Sure.
of Maokai in the past.
If you get Shen into the backline to provide distraction, it could actually be a really good way to follow up and secure good Twitch damage by having Shen get a taunt, follow up into the Maokai route. Suddenly people are stuck there for Twitch to just wail in on. And it makes it very difficult to even get to Twitch on the backline.
Yeah,
good
completely.
way against disengage against Kennen, good disengage against Syndra as well if Syndra's trying to follow up for an ultimate. Lots of ways you can protect Twitch here with the Maokai, and Twitch kind of is the composition for Wind and Rain again.
Yeah, and I mean, essentially these two comps are very similar to what happened last time. Origin has no way to jump onto Wind and Rain in teamfights.
We'll have to see if perhaps Origin have thought of a strategy that we have not concocted. Is going to be a cull to start for Dan down up towards that top side, playing the AD Kennen, we assume. Doesn't really need any more AP when you've got an Elise and a Syndra. And OG will push themselves forward just a little bit here. Get caught out by the cat. Illusionist takes the first damage of the game.
We also saw Neon have success on Xayah. The games that Origin did win, Neon did play Xayah. So there is always that for Origin. It's something that he has functioned on well.
A small bit of hope.
A small little bit of hope.
They did get the Xayah Rakan matchup both times, though, when they went for that. And the meta's changed ever so slightly since then as well.
We were on 7-12 when they played, and now we're on 7-13.
I want to say we were on 7-11 when they played. I believe so.
Okay.
I believe so. Dan looking for that split push roll once again. A lot of this early game comes down to junglers, you have to think. Elise known for her heavy ganking style. We didn't see that much out of 7 Army in the last game. This time he will need to perform a little bit harder, a little bit stronger in the early game.
What I really like about OG this time around is at least there is a tangible way of actually pressuring Twitch. At least there is a That was quite funny, I know.
It's just like meows coming out of the bush.
At least there's a tangible way of blowing up Twitch on the OG lineup this time round. You have the Syndra point and click blow up Twitch. You have Kennen who can zone him out and also try and get a level of CC onto him. So at least, like we said, tangible way of pressuring Woolite in these team fights, which they didn't really have in the previous time. Lots of peel this time for Twitch though, so.
Yeah,
swings and roundabouts.
Expect to see a Knight's Vow on the Shen up towards the top side. Usually you build it on your support, but it's actually not great on Thresh because he counts as a ranged champion, so he only gets half of the damage mitigation from it, 6% instead of 12%.
Yeah, not fantastic on Thresh. And agreed, it is a pretty strong item for those top laners. So again, you are basically playing the Woolite composition with Larssen as a supplementary sort of damage source here. I'm really interested to see how this Maokai jungle functions, though. I've not seen any of it in competitive play, I don't think.
Jungle tracking is vital for us early on. I don't actually think it's been played at all competitively as well, so could be that Dan is the first to bring it out. I'll have to have a quick mosey of that. Get our stats team on it. By stats team, I mean me on my laptop off towards the side.
It looks like he's heading towards this bot lane. No vision right now for the Origin bot lane, and again, that's one of the areas there was some early advantages picked up for. Here goes AOD. They do spot out Dan as the hook comes out and misses, and he will just wander back. Might be a small brawl over the Rift Scuttler here, though, as it looks like 7 Army is going for it, and he does pick it up as with the smite.
Hasn't been played at all in competitive play in Summer Split, so it's from about patch 7.10 or so, ever since his big changes.
I mean, he hasn't been playing the jungle for maybe 2 or 3 years.
Oh, absolutely ages, but I can't find the exact stats on that.
I know he was definitely played in top lane, but...
Oh, I think if you hadn't seen Maokai top lane, you've not been watching League of Legends for a long time. Torn up onto Dan in the top side. No jungler there to apply any pressure for the time being. Larssen has taken some harass from Scarlet, tries to answer back with a Phosphorus Bomb. Has got Doran's shield, but a Force of Will connect. Scatter the Weak does not, and Scarlet now low on mana. We'll just have to try and regenerate it with that Doran's ring.
Maokai's got pretty solid ganks though. If you combine that with the Shen in top lane, you know you can get the root into the taunt, and then get the max health damage that you can get from the Shen if you manage to get through that sword.
I mean, it's still Elise though. Elise has really strong ganks as well.
Yeah,
so
very true.
Jungler to jungler, Elise just seems stronger to me. It provides a bit more damage early on as well, which is definitely a good supplement to have. 7 Army is just running straight down the mid lane to try and force out Larssen here, because he knows that Scarlet wants to try and reset this lane.
Larssen has got cleanse as well, so if he does get caught up in a cocoon or by a Scatter the Weak, he can cleanse immediately out of that. Dan really struggling to clear these camps right now.
I think you kind of expect that. Doesn't manage to smite away from 7 Army. He's always going to be a slow clear, because a lot of his clear relies on, firstly, the Bramble Smash and actually engage in the bottom lane as Woolite. Concussive blows. One more auto would be enough. The hook dodged by Neon, but the concussive blows does fall off, and Woolite and AOD can contaminate this Origin bot lane once again. But coming back to that Maokai, does rely on the saplings to stack up in the bush. You, of course, get them empowered. And the Bramble Smash as well. You don't really have a huge amount of consistent clear in your jungle. A lot of it requires quite complex setup. Slight lead for Dan in the top lane. About 10 CS or so. Woolite there. Unbreakable from Illusionist. The Ignite does come out. AOD. There comes the Blade Caller. Stun. Lantern used as well as Woolite does still have the heal. Neon holding on to his as well. Illusionist jumps back in, looking for the staggering blows. There's the heal. Woolite will use his to counter it, and Illusionist and Neon just overstep. There is an Elise scuttling her way down towards this bottom side, though. Woolite and AOD aware. 7 Army just a little bit too late on the gank, and it looks like Dan's actually going to go up towards top, as Dan has to try and flash away. Dan doesn't flash connect, and the cat is not in the cradle for the time being. I don't know what that means, but I was trying to think of quick cat funny pun lines on the fly.
Great hook here, but again, they have to be worried about the twitch.
That they do. Woolite does get hooked up. Here's 7 Army, not enough to take out the twitch as he goes into that ambush invisibility.
2v2 has been so strong from Wind and Rain down there. Perfect bait on the heel as well to bring Illusionist back in, who has died for First Blood both games, by the way. And both of those First Bloods have gone over to Woolite in the bottom. I don't know if the AOD got it with the Ignite last time round, as bit of damage comes down onto AOD here.
AOD's in an awful position here because the wave is getting pushed up. There are 2 members there. Actually going to be able to walk up past 7 Army because 7 Army was low on mana. But if 7 Army had held the cocoon for a bit of time there, AOD would have probably had to flash it.
Lightning Rush has been used. This is a big
no flash for Dan either. There's the twisted advance, and there is Dan has got the ult if he wants to use it instead. JWoww flashes in for the kill. 2-0 to War.
And again, laning phase has been one of War's strengths. No early, okay, just about to say early rotations, but it is actually War that again bring out another early rotation here. Off the back of that gank, they are looking to basically get pressure onto this tier 1 turret very quickly. They've actually stacked the wave quite nicely this time, but I've got to credit OG with the quick response this time round. They saw it coming.
There's no blood boil. There is a TP for Dan if he wants to join this up. Makes it a little bit harder for War to actually push this tower. They'll get a bit of chunk onto it. Woolite still only level 5. Larson pushed back in the mid lane, but once again, 7 Army in this early game has been in position for ganks, but hasn't been able to actually impact the map at all. Not
Larson has to be careful here.
Scarlet does have the unleashed power.
But there is a Hex Drinker for Larson, so he knows that it might not be enough damage to finish him off. Good first pickup from Larson, gives him a little bit of safety going in this laning phase where he has been struggling against the Syndra thus far. Here comes the Shen ultimate. They're trying to get onto Neon.
Neon does have flash, will use it. JWoww taunts underneath the tower and just walks his way away. There's the Lantern. Gets himself out, and that's the first stand United used.
He might have to teleport down to bot lane here as Dan starts to shove onto that bot lane tier 1. Yes, he will. And again, War don't get a huge amount of that early rotation. They did it, I think, in part due to 7 Army being a pressure threat under the bot lane tier 1, but also in part due to the fact that Neon and Illusionist could have frozen that lane.
Another strong taunt from JWoww, has that Tiamat.
It was also really well coordinated play with the fact that Dan ganked Dan having burnt his flash, and then they thought that they could get an easy, quick 4-man push onto the OG top lane tier 1, but you do have to credit the Origin bot lane and Neon and Illusionist in making that very, very quick reactionary rotation to protect that top lane tier 1.
One problem for War is actually later you get into this game, Neon can make himself untargetable, because in the last game we saw the Cogmore getting caught out a couple of times by Woolite going in with the ambush into the spray and pray, or the rat-a-tat-tat, depending on which nomenclature you want to use. But here Neon has the Featherstorm, so as soon as you rat-a-tat-tat, he just ults, and you can't actually catch people.
I not only felt that Neon has obviously had a great performance on Xayah, but I also felt that it was actually a precautionary pick into the potential Zac pickup. I felt like that was the way. I think they realized they'd let Zac through go that far, and they're like, actually, what AD carry functions well into Zac? Well, Xayah does okay, because if you Zac engage, then you can just use your Featherstorm to get out of the tough situations that you can get put in. But still works very well in this competition versus the Maokai. You can use that to get out of the root. Very good against getting out the taunt as well, against getting out the hook. Lots of ways that you can use that ultimate to negate engage potential and damage, as Larson just has to pop the package to get out of a potential stun.
It's felt like he's been behind in this lane, but actually he's doing a very good job of just farming up the minion waves. Yeah,
that's like Larson in a nutshell. It feels like he's behind, but actually he's just farming.
Continuously farming for days. War trying to farm themselves a win. They currently sit in fifth spot, sorry, just outside those promotion spots. If they win this, they will overtake Origin and get into that 4th spot. And if PSG lose later today, I'm pretty sure they actually guarantee themselves. Oh no, because Origin have to play up against RB next week. If Origin had won this series, they would have guaranteed themselves a playoff spot. But War at the moment looking like they will take the win. It's actually OG who get first tower, even with the chunk from War earlier on.
It was a turret race there, but again, already had the jump Dan got a bit of work done to that bot lane tier 1 when he got that shove that was forced JWoww to respond quite late, as looks like we're going to see Dan taking the Rift Herald by himself at this point in time, trying to proc that air weak spot. He's going to look to trade for the Mountain Drake, which is obviously one of the best Drakes in the game to actually pick up, second to the Infernal Drake. So what I always find this a really interesting trade, because what Rift Herald does is it basically guarantees you 1 turret, but Mountain Drake means you have better efficiency at taking turrets throughout the game, but you have to create the situations yourself to make those appropriate.
I think with Origin always having a split push style, it makes sense to take the Mountain over the Rift Herald, because you know Dan is going to be trying to get towers anyway.
Yeah. And you know that he's going to do well once he picks up that Blade of the Ruined King pretty much all the time into this Shen. So has put a struggle a little bit early, but that's in part due to the pressure that Dan has put on the map. But you know that eventually, once that Blade of the Ruined King picks up, I don't know whether he's going to go towards a Frozen Mallet. Sometimes you do see them go in the side lane, but I doubt it. You know that he's going to have split push pressure versus the Shen. I mean, even Blade of the Ruined King does that for you because of the percentage health-based damage and the fact that you can just use the movement speed bonus to make it very difficult for Shen to catch up to you regardless.
Slow early game again from both of these teams. You can tell there's a little bit of tentativeness. Neither team wants to give up too much early on. In fact, it's only about 500 gold between the two of them. And a lot of this comes down to, well, firstly, compositionally, neither of these teams really have an explosive early game. But now is when we start to see Origin's team composition really come online. The Syndra, when she gets 1 or 1.5 items. The Xayah as well, when she gets that Essence Reaver, really start to scale up very strong. And this is where I want to see them take a little bit more impetus, make a bit more of a proactive play, and actually play off the fact that they have an earlier spike than Wind and Rain.
Well, I think it harks back to that point that we made earlier, that this time round, OG have a tangible way of blowing up a target. They didn't really have a tangible way last game. It was difficult to make that work. All Syndra needs to do is get a couple of balls on the field and press R. So, you know, it's a lot easier for OG to execute on a target like Larson or like Woolite, because you have the ability to blow one of those single targets up without actually committing too heavily to a fight. They are going to unleash Harriet down here in the bot lane. They are stacking up as well with Dan. This should be a quick take.
Yeah, 4-man stack down towards the bottom lane. That will be a tower for them, their second of the game, and will put them about 1,000 gold in the lead or so. They can push for a little bit more if they want. Harriet still has half of her HP, but OG trying to respond with some pressure down mid of their own. JWoww is there on the flank if he wants to go in. Woolite not knocked back, and he will ambush up. Actually, they won't look for Scarlet here as Dan's coming in with the flank, has the flash. Woolite there. Scarlet tries to flash away the cleanse straight away, but the root comes out as Woolite opens up the big guns. Can't quite get the kill. Dan actually dies. And Woolite just unable to cut down Scarlet.
Not sure where that ultimate was positioned or which direction it was going in, but
it got the root, though.
Yeah, it got the root,
which is the important thing. The thing is, because when you twisted advance into Bramble Smash, you knock them forward. You always actually want to ult away from where you think they'd run to, if that makes sense. You want to ult back towards your team when you engage in that way, just because of the micro positioning of Maokai.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
I haven't seen too much Maokai recently.
Nor have I. JWoww is going to use teleport up towards the top side, even on gold, as Scarlet uses that unleashed power to get them a kill. And actually, OG are going to be able to push this mid lane turret a little bit. Larson does have the package if he wants to try and clear the way with that. Uses the Phosphorus Bomb. Glacial Fissure comes out, and I'm not sure what Illusionist was thinking there. Perhaps hoping they could catch Larson unaware.
Also got to remember that Cleanse gives tenacity as well, so you get the ability to reduce stuns and roots and all that kind of stuff after you use that Cleanse, which meant that he was going to be pretty safe regardless of that situation. Great Cleanse on the Maokai route, though. Basically saved his life. And Dan sacrificed his.
I think Woolite just didn't have the damage they were expecting either. No crits on him yet. He's only got Bilgewater Cutlass in the recurve, though.
He hasn't hit his spike
exactly.
yet, right?
He hasn't got one item.
Yeah, like the big spike for Twitch early on is that Blade of the Ruined King. You can get some kills on singular targets. Then you get the critical strike built up as well. Starts to be a bit more impactful across teamfights. But that was ambitious, to say the least, to go for a kill onto Scarlet without having the item spike hit for Twitch yet.
15 minutes in, and once again, these two teams are even. Not much between them, it would seem. Towers are in favor of War. They're only one ahead, though. And Dandan now completed that cull, fully stacked up, has a Blade of the Ruin King of his own.
Suddenly he's going to have good split push pressure versus this Shen. I mean, Shen's got Tiamat. I do like that Shen's prioritized Tiamat in lanes that they are expected to lose as the game goes on, because it gives them the ability to at least clear waves under turret, which is very important, because if you don't have that, Shen's wave clear is literally awful and doesn't have the ability to sort of protect his turrets against a split pusher. So by getting Tiamat, it gives him the opportunity to just say, okay, I know I'm going to lose, I'm not going to take trades, but at the very least I clear waves into turret, which denies pressure on turrets, at least for a small portion of time.
Let's have a look at the OG vision control for the moment, Scoundrel, because this is something that really sets up mid-game plays. They've got strong wards throughout the river, as you can see. However, they haven't really got much deeper into the war lineup. If we toggle that over to war, they're really not
basically mirrored.
Yeah,
They're basically mirrored on either side of the map, but you are covering the areas of the map that you no longer have control over. So you have to cover your own blue side jungle when you lose your top bot lane tier 1 in the bot lane, because it's more areas for you to get punished. Same if you lose your top lane tier 1, you have to cover your blue side on Origin. So they've basically made it a little bit safer to push those side lanes out by covering those vision areas. But it's nothing proactive. It's more of a defensive vision line, so neither of these teams are willing to take huge risks, it feels, at this point in time.
Dan actually did just get quite a deep ward into the blue side jungle of OG, so that will help them out a little bit if they want to be proactive towards that cannon. There is a dragon about to spawn. It's another mountain that OG will desperately want to acquire for themselves. War have backed. Don't have much river vision in this river, but Dan is going to try and rectify that fact.
When we get to the stage of the game where you're getting these big tanks for war, you're talking sort of 3-4 items area of the game, there isn't much way I feel that OG actually gets past that tank line. Especially with the build that you see on Neon, he's going the Essence Reaver build instead of that Blade of the Ruin King build.
Warlight, Blade Caller, there's the Stand United as well coming in from Shen, flashes away. Here comes the Root, Nature's Grasp,
there we
will
go.
lock onto Illusionist.
Great
Actually
disengage.
has the flash.
Great disengage from Maokai. That's kind of maybe why he was picked there. Even if you get a catch onto Scarlet, the Shen ultimate bails out the burst, and then you have the Maokai to prevent any follow-up. That's genius, actually. I didn't even think about it that way. One of the ways that you get under the skin of this Wind of Rain composition is by having the ability to follow up on the catch on either Woolite or Larson. Having Shen and Maokai there prevents the burst coming out from the Shen. He has got the ultimate. And then, obviously, Dan can then...
Oh, AOD.
Almost. You know.
Channeling his inner yellow star. Just unable to connect with
PSG
anything.
aren't on yet. But, you know, Maokai then disengages so heavily that you actually stop the follow-up from a catch, which I think is really important in this Wind and Rain composition, that you want to keep those two major carries alive. But yeah, it's not the Blade of the Ruin King build from Xayah, so I think she's going to struggle to get through those tanks once the armor starts to build up, especially as it looks like Maokai is going very quickly either towards a Frozen Heart or a Frozen Gauntlet.
7 Army with the flank will land the Cocoon onto Woolite, but they're going to try and turn this one around. Scarlet Unleash Power, that's a dead Twitch. And 7 Army gets himself away. Good flank from him. First real proactive play we have seen from the Elise this game.
Yeah, Scarlet bailed that situation out there. Again, Woolite wanted to be in an active position to put pressure onto the Elise when she came down, but also by taking an aggressive position made him very susceptible to Scarlet's ultimate, and Scarlet only had to pull the trigger. And that's one of the areas of the Origin composition that we said was a bit better than previously. You only have to hit one button, and as long as you've set it up correctly, you could pressure one of these hyper carries on Wind and Rain very easily. Like Woolite and like Larson, you exploit poor positioning by having the Syndra on side this time round.
I really think that Woolite needs to take a page out of Mini Trupax's book and get himself a second item QSS. Because if any CC lands on him, he just dies, like to the Unleashed Power. He hasn't got the protection in the form of Thresh, there's no Locket yet, there's no Knight's Vow, there's nothing to protect him at all, in all honesty. So I'd really like to see him get a QSS early on to try and get himself out of these sticky situations.
Also take a look at Dandan. It's something that we haven't touched on really since he got ganked, but he has actually been generating a lot of pressure in these side lanes. And you feel like JWoww is struggling to keep up with what Dandan is doing here. He lost the top lane tier 1 just through pure split push pressure because you're not able to keep up with that kind of level of pressure once the Blade of the Ruin King comes out for Dandan. And now he's trying to do that in the bot lane too. Now that Baron's coming up, it is the lane that Dandan probably will feature in the most, as Woolite picks up his red buff. And you can see here, JWoww stuck clearing under turret. Tries to go for an engage, but you don't feel like it will result in a huge amount.
And he does have a lot of damage if he can land that taunt. Taunt into Spirit's Refuge. Actually looks like Larson's on his way. Might have the package here as Larson does look for the flank. He's going to package around. And Dandan slicing Maelstrom, dodging around as much as he can. JWoww wasn't able to connect with the taunt, but Larson will connect with the gasoline gun, and that's a dead Dan. Go to the source of the TP is something we say time and time again when you play into split pushes. Neon looking for the Feather Storm. The stand united just in time. Scarlet there as well. Force of Will is not enough. Scarlet will unleash hell on the face of Woolite, but will go down for it. Neon caught out as well with the Phosphorus Bomb. This is what you get for having a backup AD carry. Larson joins the fight and cleans up one more. War will look for this mid lane tower. They will equalize the gold score and perhaps look for even more.
OG wanted to punish the fact that Larson rotated down to kill Dan there by going for a catch on the Twitch. I think it's only because they landed the route from Neon that they felt that it was okay to go for it. Scarlet still managed to pick up the kill regardless. Remember, that is something that always sits on the OG side of things, but Larson was able to very quickly rotate back up towards the mid lane and punish OG for that play.
Yeah, good play by Larson. That's the mobility of Corki coming into play there. You can kind of 1-3-1 even without teleport because you can just Valkyrie or package towards the fight. Able to catch out Dan. It's something we have seen from him in the past. No vision control over to that war jungle, meaning that Larson could basically walk up to him for free. And Dan didn't respect the fact that someone else may be coming from wind and rain.
Gold being shoveled here onto Larson, and we're like, look at the itemization from Syndra as well. It's something that's interesting. I think she realizes how powerful this frontline tanks will be to try and burst through. Picks up the Leandries here to maybe get some work done on those frontline tanks as this game progresses. Obviously a lot of flat penetration really good for her as well, but gives her that added bonus of being able to burn through some of those tanks.
Wit's End as well for Dan to try and reduce that magic resist so that he can even help the amount of damage from Scarlet. And it's a Cinderhawk, as we'd expect on Dan, alongside a Righteous Glory. It's something we are seeing a little bit more out of these.
I got trolled the hell out of
where
there.
You were covering half the screen by pointing.
I was pointing to the interesting item.
Here comes the Nature's Grasp once again. Does catch onto Scarlet. We're like looking for the flank, unable to connect. It makes sense to get the Righteous Glory. You're running at people as Dan's out here.
It basically gives them the opportunity to follow up on what is a very, very hard engage to follow up on. It's a very slow creeping engage is the Maokai ultimate. You need the ability to rush down and capitalize on the picks that it makes. So by having Righteous Glory, it does give you that opportunity to just rush in and say, okay, we've made a pick. It might be a good 700 units away from us, but at least we can rush down and go for it.
Run towards them. Twisted advance on their face. Lock them down. That's exactly what he wants to do. And we do see we're like getting a Hex Drinker here to try and mitigate some of that unleashed power damage. Not getting, it's got the Zeal as well, so he is building up towards some crit, but Hex Drinker will hopefully, for Wind and Rain, stop that burst coming out from Scarlet.
Well, it's good mindfulness by Woolite, realizing that this Syndra, it was a good pick into him here, and he is struggling to deal with that unleashed power. Realizing he needs it to potentially survive in these teamfights. Couple that with the Shen ultimate that might be enough to keep him alive in teamfight scenarios. Flat penetration very good into the Hex Drinker though as well, so...
It feels very much like Woolite is kind of the distraction in these fights. He's the one who goes in and opens up the guns.
And then Larson's
like, oh, Larson's there.
He's
and
the artillery.
They're all thinking about Woolite. It's like, oh, we got to kill Woolite, we got to kill Woolite. And then it's like, actually, this Corki, 80% magic damage, Trinity Force, BF Sword, Hex Drinker, Sorcerer's Shoes, stealing away Razor Beaks. He's the one we need to be worried about.
Larson's doing a great job this game, right? Really accelerating beyond where he was at this stage in the game previously.
It's his second Mountain Drake for War as well. This will help them with so much. A Twitch and Corki on a Baron buff with second Mountain, on towers with second Mountain.
If they get the opportunity to push onto towers, they're going to absolutely crush them. So that is that. Apologies on your screen. That is 2 Drakes picked up by War here. Can't see any just yet.
There we are. Production knows what's up.
They know what's up.
Good check from Larson. We've seen that catch people out before.
If you look at the build from Dan as well, that literally is a 1 versus 1 split push build. That is Dan in a nutshell. Another root crawler comes out here, generates a little bit of cats.
Generates a little bit of cats.
Sorry, look, I was looking at it and all I saw...
cat, mate.
I looked at the ultimate and all I saw was flying cats. That's the first thing I could think to say.
I think you should sing that next time. Next time the Nature's Grasp comes out. Actually, no, please God, don't. I've just realized how much that will frustrate me. Baron Vision for War being set up, although Origin have the fast track towards it. If they knew that many people were backing, perhaps they would have decided to go straight for the Baron, but we are just going to get a pause. I'm sure this will get sorted out very quickly, as it always does. What do you think about the game state at the moment, Frozen Dawn, that you're back with us?
Well, I'm ready for my one sentence.
Yeah, you've got, mate, you have. This is like your interjection of brilliance, is what I'm going to call it.
Oh, wow.
Frozen Dawn, interjection of brilliance. Let's go.
Now it's been hyped up. I can't handle that. I mean, that's too much pressure. But no, I think War is currently playing their comp exactly how it needs to be played. You know, they've got a double hypercarry comp. They're playing relatively slowly, but just kiting back as they need to. You know, waiting patiently. Origin's going in, forcing a little bit too hard, and then they're being turned on by the power of Maokai ult. I'm
going to change the name. Interjection of... Yeah, okay, sure. Ex-Scoundrel.
Wow. Way to crush my confidence.
It was good bit of
the new guy, come on, man.
Yeah.
We've got to give him a bit of...
So what does Origin do then to play into this War hypercarry comp?
The problem for me is I think now they've boxed themselves into Dan winning in a side lane because they obviously aren't going to win in a team fight now. Dan's not built for team fights. I mean, Kennen in the side lane doesn't usually build for team fights, but he is built specifically to 1v1 Shen. So the best way that you win now as OG is you say, well, clear waves. Clear waves, don't get into awkward situations, and Dan somehow split pushes his way to a victory.
We're back onto the side.
I mean, you don't have to go just yet, Frozen.
Yeah, you can say something more.
Give us your final.
I was just gonna say that it's possible for OG to win a team fight if they were to flank.
Yeah.
If that Kennen comes in with the TP from behind and then Syndra flashes forward to blow up someone, that is essentially like the only way they can win a team fight.
Oh, 7 Army.
That was an interesting flash.
Well, he's just making sure 7 Army can't get away, and he will die, and this will be Baron for War. They can start that one straight up. Thank you very much for your interjection of intrigue there, Frozen Dawn.
I like that way of phrasing it. The interjection of intrigue.
They're going to start up the Baron, and this is all on OG to try and stop it. We've seen a Baron steal already today.
Oh,
it won't
great
happen
flash
now.
engage.
The taunt comes out, slicing Maelstrom used as well. Illusionist tries to put up the walls. Neon doing a lot of damage. Actually, he's going to catch out JWoww, but cannot take them down. Dan does have another flank position here. He hasn't got the slicing Maelstrom. Here come the Nature's Grasps. Dan not going to jump the wall, and this will be all 5 members of War perhaps getting out with the Baron. Dan there. AOD with the shield will stop OG in their tracks.
I think Frozen Dawn was entirely correct when it comes to how you teamfight here for OG. It's got to be using poor vision control from War and exploiting poor positioning from Twitch, but we've seen Woolite make very few mistakes on that front so far.
I worry for OG now. Now with the Baron, War can just 5-man barrel a lane.
And we're getting to the point where once Locket the Iron Solari comes out for the Maokai, that's going to be very difficult to burst through that. You're getting to the point where Shen's going to tank so much damage. Dan doing what Dan does best, though, taking a bad situation and turning it into a split push.
Looks like AOD actually might be going for the Knight's Vow in this combination as well. So that's it's interesting to see him decide to go for that instead of having it on JWoww, but JWoww building a little bit better to split push into Dan rather than just building so that he can
Dan's
help
out here.
His team.
I mean, that was a big commit by War to go up towards the top lane to pressure Dan, but he's out.
I've been the entire time we've been casting Ex-Scoundrel, I've been trying to work out a way to get Dan squared as a pun in here, because you've got Dan on one team and then you have Dan squared, who's Dan on the other team. And when you said they OG boxed themselves in, I was like, that's a great square pun, but I couldn't work it out. And I want to say it because people need to understand this is what my mind does for the majority of casting.
It's just like, listen to Ex-Scoundrel rant about insignificant things. How do I get Dan squared into a sentence?
Exactly, though, but how do you get it in? Because if you could, that's like the epitome of pun right there.
There was an opportunity with box.
Yeah. Okay. Frozen Dawn is gesticulating wildly. You should write it down on a bit of paper like you do for
AOG has the box ultimate.
Yeah, Dan boxed. Dan boxed in the... Nah, I think it's too complex to try and work it in, but I just wanted people to know that is what I was thinking about while you guys were talking about the interjection of intrigue.
You could have made a Dan versus Dan.
Dan Cube, but that would be Dan.
Yeah, exactly. Dan versus Dan, it's Dan Cubes.
Yeah, see, that would work, but that hasn't happened.
Or you could have Dan and Dan locked in Thresh box and say, well, it's Dan Cube now.
Yeah, it would work. Illusionist is the one to get caught out with the Nature's Grasp. Root lands onto 7 Army as well. Glacial Fisher, Dan looking for the flank. Is going to be able to get Woolite out. Just about survived through with that unleashed power. Dan not able to join the fight. Dan on the front line knocks him back with the bramble. Smash Dan there though. Flash away from AOD. And Dan trying to act like a spy, trying to commit some subterfuge. It's like, no, it's only one Dan. Just It's just been repeated by accident. I'm on your side.
Maokai not tanky enough yet to kind of be this big front line that can soak all the damage necessary. One more item on Maokai, maybe he'll achieve that status, and I think he'll be in a fairly comfortable situation. But War do need to respect the burst damage coming out from OG, and the fact that they've got consistent output from Neon as well.
War have Baron here. Like, they just lost the fight when they had Baron.
Yeah,
they were trying to push onto towers. They could be at the losing end, the negative side of a Baron power play here if they don't buck up their ideas.
Looks like they're going to put JWoww in the bot lane pushing with it, but Dandan's going to be able to push things back out in the top lane, doing like he has done all game. Got to give credit to Dandan. He has been flanking in these team fights where necessary to try and either alleviate or capitalize on an OG move.
Credit to Neon as well. He's and Illusionist. Illusionist after a bad game 1, I think we can all agree.
And a bad start to this game
has
too.
had a much better game 2. Neon has been on point with his Featherstorms, keeping himself safe. Has got a few good Blade Caller stuns off, or roots. And actually, Warlight's going to ambush in here, perhaps trying to catch out Scarlet. We've seen this go badly for them once before. Warlight into the bush. Scarlet flashes away.
Knight's Vow now also on Woolite, so you do get that extra damage reduction coming through. He's becoming a very, very, very safe Twitch here. On top of the Locket, the Iron Stellari, on top of the ultimate from Shen, on top of the Knight's Vow, and the Mortimer Mortius that has been finished. Very difficult to shove the damage through from Scarlet this time round.
Ocean Drake for War. They will add that one to the double mountains they already have. Not the most impactful dragon in the world, but one that they will be satisfied with, I'm sure. However, Baron power play still not. Oh, didn't do anything for them, really. Didn't get a tower. Didn't really get much chunk damage. Now they go back to this split push composition. Larson up towards the top side. JWoww down towards the bottom, and the rest of the team in the middle.
Yeah, they have been struggling, I think. Hitting the point in the game where Twitch is going to get towards big item spikes. He has had to go more on Mortius, so it does limit maybe some of the damage output he would have had going a traditional Twitch build, but it's still a pretty good item in terms of flat AD that it provides. He's still a powerhouse, you know, Twitch at this point. And actually, we need to look over to Larson. He's working towards his Infinity Edge. Once he hits that, that is a Larson that will hit like a truck, especially with the static Shiv on board too.
Scarlet's still very powerful as well. They're at 3-1-1. Leandris, Ludens, Morello. Probably going Void Staff next as well, just to try and punch through that front line.
Punch through is the perfect way of describing it, actually, because they realize how impactful these tanks could be at soaking damage that they really want to land onto Woolite and Larson. So if you have the ability to shred the tanks as quickly as you could shred those backliners, it makes it that much more effective. Whoa,
from
whoa,
AOD
whoa.
straight onto a minion. Glacial Fissure comes in. Here's the slicing motion from Dandan. That's a dead Woolite. Neon will get the kill. Now he's going to try and Featherstorm off towards the side. Keeps himself away from JWoww. Concussive blows will land, but here's Dan. The heal. Neon somehow still alive.
Look
eventually taken
Look
down.
at this front
but
line.
JWoww and Dan just frontlining for days. They'll take 2. Larson joins the fray. Gets himself 1. Off towards the backside of the fight. AOD does get taken out as well. Dandan and 7 army. Flash taunt there. Dandan caught up by JWoww. He's getting boxed in this top lane. Dandan squared up to War and was unable to fight them.
He did it! He did it! He got it in!
Thank you very much.
Oh, thinking about that one. And nicely flowed as well. Medic. But I think what's really important to note there is how hard it was for the OG lineup to actually deal with these tanks now, and Shen does a deceptive amount of damage. With all the health behind even the Titanic Hydra, the percentage health damage that he brings to the table as well. You really have to respect what Shen can do in team fights, and there just wasn't the way to burst through these big health targets that are soaking damage like crazy right now.
And Woolite died right at the start of that fight as well. Now has himself a QSS, even harder to kill. Larson did so much work in that fight. This is going to be Baron for Wyndham Rain. You have to think perhaps the chance to close out this game.
Double Mountain Drake makes this Baron go down so quickly. Dandan, a massive teamfight control tool, has just not there. Dead. Couldn't teleport in to try and provide a sort of a pressure, and now another Baron goes over. And it's up to War to make better use of it this time round, Medic. I mean, they actually hit big item spikes. Like I said, Infinity Edge is a big one for Larson. 7 army waiting to catch Woolite or Larson out here.
It's looking for the engagement, just gets chased off. Half health straight away. Woolite still has that spray and pray. JWoww is actually going to push out mid as Dandan is down in that bottom lane. Has a static Shiv for his own.
Yeah, I'd like to see War play this slowly with JWoww pushing in the mid lane. Here's the Root Cooler.
Nature's Grasp will come out and just force them off the tower.
Close enough.
There's the invincible. Root Cooler
is Ivan.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
I just, for some reason, getting confused.
It's okay, though, because Nature's Grasp is a weird name for a skill, especially when it's made of cats. What would you call that?
Pet cooler.
Meowcher's Grasp?
I don't know, yeah.
Cat fights. Cat slaps.
The
Cat
claws.
slaps.
Paw grasp.
Paw grasp. Claws of Doom.
Anyway, they finally actually get a turret off the back of the Baron there. And that was nicely played. It was slow. Dan used that to zone them out. Something that we didn't talk about with the Maokai ultimate. It is a zoning tool in its own right. You don't want to get caught up by it. So using Nature's Grasp to push people away from turrets kind of does a job that an Orianna Ball would do, for instance. Kind of forces people away from an area of the map that you don't want to get caught in.
War are going to just go down towards the bottom lane here, using this Baron to get all of those tier 2 towers. Dan so tanky in that front line now on the Maokai, at home in the forest. And they still keep JWoww in mid. It should be another tower for War. No real contest from OG. And Hook from AOD lands onto a spider lane. And this is all War have to do now. Just like slowly siege up, keep that gold lead extending bit by bit. 6,000 ahead now. They don't have the best siege, and there's relatively good wave clear from OG, but with Baron, they can kind of mitigate some of that.
You've got double mountain and double AD. I mean, that just shreds through turrets if you get the opportunity to get on them.
Yeah.
And remember, if you've got Nature's Grasp, JWoww can take a frontline position. You can clear waves so quickly. You do get opportunities to land basic attacks on turrets. The inhibitor turrets might be a bit more difficult for War here.
That's the thing. You have to get up to them,
Yeah.
and the struggle is going to be getting
and there's no threat of a flank play on a inhibitor turret, so it makes it a little bit harder to siege than the rest of the map. But now they are utilizing split push pressure with this Baron, which I think is working really well.
It's what they need to do. Split up that OG lineup. Nature's Grasp as well, just to force them off the tower. This will be the first inhibitor tower falling down towards the bottom lane. The hook does land onto 7 Army as well. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Larson is looking for a turret of his own. He gets it, and the inhibitor to boot. War open up the base of OG, and there's nothing Origin can do about it.
Now, twice we have seen Nature's Grasp single-handedly bring about a tower kill. And with the next Drake up in 15 seconds, it will be the Elder Drake. We are past 35 minutes. It's another area where OG have to respond, and Dan doesn't want to respond to these situations. He's not built to respond to these situations.
Even that, it's just not in his nature. It's not the way Dan plays League of Legends.
Exactly.
In my day, we stood in the top lane, and we continued to push until either all the inhibitors were down, or we had a defeat screen on our monitor.
And this is a great way for Wind and Rain to punish the fact that they've got a good teamfight composition compared to OG. OG have got a very specific set of circumstances that make teamfights work for them. So the way that you traditionally bring a teamfight composition into play is by forcing objectives that require the enemy to respond to. Baron and Elder Dragon are two of those objectives. Wind and Rain have got away with them for free right now, so they get those big hitting objectives with very little contest, which gives them the win regardless.
How on earth do you fight an Elder Drake, Twitch, and Corki?
You don't. I think
with a frontline tank. Yeah, you just can't. And OG realize that. They back away. They lose their second inhibitor. War might actually just try and close onto Larson here. JWoww's going to TP all the way up towards top lane. Sorry, onto Dan here. JWoww's going to TP all the way up towards top lane. Bring that wave with him. Baron buff has just fallen off War, but still an unstoppable force it would seem in this game.
Corki rockets with Elder Dragon are disgusting, by the way, just so you know.
Yes, they are. You wait for if a good rat-a-tat-tat lands, that is pure hell, pure filth to watch. Like something has been summoned out of the...
And this is a free tower because Nature's Grasp is up again.
Well, it's used a little bit early, perhaps. 3,000 range is... I didn't realize how far 3,000 range
it goes
was.
very far.
6,000 range, not 3,000 range. My mistake. We're going to get that inhibitor as well as War look to close it on. So its refuge does come out. And they just have to wait for the next minion wave. They don't even need to wait for that. They have to wait for Warlight just to ambush forward. He's going with Spray and Pray forward onto Illusionist. The Stand United came out as well as Scarlet unleashed some power. But at the moment, it's looking more like 50 volts than 2,200. And here comes Dan. He's going to try and slice through the enemy team. Does get a great mouse up in the midst of 5, but just can't do anything. Warlight's still alive. Larson gets another kill. The taunt onto Neon. Knocked airborne, knocked down. Does get one in response, but it's not going to be enough. OG fall once again. War closing it out. They will go 2-0 up over OG, and they will keep their playoff hopes alive.
Man, Wind and Rain basically replicated the same composition by swapping out the jungler, but I didn't realize how strong Nature's Grasp is in sieging tower situations. I mean, I think I needed to see it to believe it. I definitely saw it, and now I definitely believe it. That was pretty strong.
It kind of works the same as like Rumble Ult or like Taliyah Wall in the sense that you just have to walk away from it. And similar actually to how Curtain Call was used by Jhin, if you remember.
Yeah, exactly.
As soon as the waves connected you, then you'd Curtain Call and everyone would have to back off and you'd go up and siege, take the free tower.
There were some hiccups here for Wind and Rain. They didn't quite make some of these early plays work, and there was the thought that maybe Scarlet was going to get ahead and had the ability to just burst those targets down, but once the Knight's Vow came out, once the Shen ultimate was at rank 3, suddenly it was a lot harder to kill that Twitch, and you saw it there, especially with more Mortius pickup. Yeah,
but War's composition here was just 20 times better. I mean, it's the exact same comp they ran last game, essentially, double hyper carry with tanks frontlining. And again, like, what can you do if you're running straight carries into it? You can't team fight them, and Dan is just not proficient enough at split pushing to be able to make it work.
Do you think that Dan limits the way that OG can play?
Well, OG, if they'd had Zac, for example, in this composition, it was open, they first picked Elise, that could have changed the tides because they were close enough in teamfights, a teamfight like this, for example, where just having a tank there, someone who could have engaged for you, could have been sufficient. I
mean, look how easy it was for these tanks to pretty much ignore everything and just wail their damage down on the front line of OG. I mean, they were just, it was so hard to respond to. The only person that had tank shredding in their kit, even the Leandries, is not great at shredding tanks, but it was Dan who had built to split push in a side lane. And
I definitely think his small champion pool or his unique champion pool limits them. In the same way, I think you can look at some of the LCS teams and say perhaps Betsy's pool limits the way that Rockup can play, perhaps Exile's pool limits the way Unicorns of Love can play. You can be a good team and have a player who has a small champion pool, but when the role they play is so reliant on the meta, top lane, I think, is the most meta-reliant role in the game because of, like, you look at
it changes so much,
when Juggernauts came in, when tanks came in, bruisers, split pushers. There's so many things that rely on where the meta is and what you need as part of your composition from top lane. I don't think you can have a top laner who only plays like Gangplank, Jace, Tryndamere. Like, it would never work.
I think top lane is one of the most adaptive roles where you have to be incredibly adaptive to have longevity in that role. And it doesn't seem like Dan's got that, because if I'm personally honest about the way I think OG should draft, if you're going to have Dan in a split push role, just stick him on something that is primarily going to destroy a lane if he gets it in his split push role.
Gnar was open.
Gnar, Jax,
was Jace open?
Fiora, Jace was open.
Yes.
All of these, you could literally just pick for Dan and say, well, look, we know you're going to see and spend most of the time in the side lane. Let's give you something that destroys a side lane. Yeah. Fiora was open, for instance. I know, it might have been a difficult situation to make it work. There was options for Camille was open. We've seen Camille have some great success in side lanes. Just give him something that if he's going to split push, at least he does it right,
Yeah, and have a tank somewhere else. You can't just rely on Braum to be tanky enough. You're going to need that tank in the jungle role.
It raises the questions about Seven Army as well, and whether he had the capability to expand that pool where it's necessary.
I think jungle is one of those roles where you need a lot of synergy with your team to be able to like call out ganks and work out where to do it. He wasn't helped by the fact that his bot lane had just been swapped out. It's his first week playing with the team. We don't know how long he's had to practice with them. I think you have to give Seven Army a little bit of leeway this week.
Sure.
It's just unfortunate that it's week 4 and it's when it really matters. Like, OG now sitting in 5th spot, only ahead of PSG, and they have to face Team RB next week, which is... they just lost to a team below Team RB.
So. Actually, for them to get 4th now, because I think this is 5 points now for War, for them to get 4th, they actually have to beat RB outright. Otherwise,
they have to 2-0.
There's no way they make it. In fact, I think now with Wind and Rain getting that win, PSG have to win this week and next week to get 4th.
They always had to win.
And they have to expect Wind and Rain to lose or not draw next week. This is,
it gets a little bit complex when you get into all of that. I think we can say OG have a mountain to climb and Wind and Rain look like they've secured themselves that 4th spot. We're going to go to a quick break before we get into the next series of the day. It's Schalke 04 taking on Paris Saint-Germain. It's going to be a belter, the battle of the football clubs. Make sure you stay tuned. pun about being hot. Welcome to the European Challenger Series Summer Split. My name is Aaron Medic Chamberlain, and today I'm joined by Kiernan at Scoundrel Low and Will Frozen Dawn Burgess. I'm going to keep them on.
Because you need them to see. So.
Yes, exactly. They're prescription sunglasses. And at the moment, well, you've got to prescribe some sort of winning formula to Paris Saint-Germain. Kiernan at Scoundrel Low, you were a doctor in a former life, or at least you qualified as one. What is your prescription for PSG? How do they win against Shalke in our next matchup?
Some sort of lethal toxin delivered to the majority of the players on the opposite side of the field.
So kill the enemy team. Frozen Dawn, as a philosophy major,
Oh, wow.
how do you feel Paris Saint-Germain are feeling at the moment? Because that's what you do, right? It's all feelings.
No, it's all
right?
about thinking.
No, it's feelings, right? Philosophy, isn't that psychology? Aren't they the same thing?
Oh.
You get grouped with the astronomy
Philosophy is
majors.
it's like thought experiments, right? You know, like.
No, I'm pretty sure it's feelings. I'm pretty
Wow.
sure they go to cats as well, don't they? It's like, how are you feeling with your cat today?
What is it, Masters in...
Is cat making you happy?
It's like Masters in philosophy.
That guy made me happy from last game, I'll tell you that.
Okay, no, seriously, how do you think PSG are feeling? How do you think they're going to approach this series?
I mean, I'm sure they're feeling pretty nervous right now. They haven't had the best split so far, as we've alluded to several times, and...
That's the old roster, by the way.
Yeah, that is. White Knight has been replaced in the top lane. Kyrie's still in the jungle. Blank there. Nardius has been... Not replaced. Noxiac's been replaced by Cly. Yeah. White Knight's been replaced by... I've forgotten who their top laner is now.
I might have... Oh, it was totally on my other book.
It's Sartorius.
Sartorius, yeah, that's it.
So it's Sartorius, Kyrie, Blank, Nardius, and Cly, who once again replaces Noxiac, which I'm sure he won't be feeling too good about, Frozen Dawn. Let's have a look at the other roster. On the other side of the rift is Shalke Null Fear. In the top lane, they have Smitty J, Memento, their jungler, Cadril, their mid laner, Upset, their AD carry, and Norskeren, their support. A very strong roster that has looked pretty powerful, even in their losses.
Yeah, absolutely. From as far as rosters go, you know, a lot of people peg them to be sort of number one coming in through the series, really. And, you know, following on from last split as well, with the same coach, there'd be no reason to think it's not. But they haven't been able to prove themselves as of yet. A couple, 2 draws and a win, I think.
And actually, we've kind of focused a lot of our talk about Cadril and the sort of the journey that he made from being sort of a UK-based player. He went to Korea, really ground the Korean Challenger ladder. I believe he made 13th on that Challenger ladder. Came back, said he learned a huge amount of lessons about how to approach the game, team fighting, lane control, that kind of stuff, and has stepped into the Challenger Series as a very powerful mid laner indeed. So, and he's had some good success here with Shalke.
Something we've seen a lot from him is that mid lane focus. So I know that sounds a little bit odd, but what he tends to do is stay in lane.
Yes.
He doesn't roam, he doesn't look for ganks, he doesn't tend to actually look to play around the rest of the lanes. It's just, can I mechanically outplay my lane opponent?
Which is very interesting, because if you'd looked at his play maybe 6+ months ago, it was almost the opposite. He would happily sacrifice waves in mid lane so that he could roam, so that he could make TP plays across the map. Lissandra being, in fact, one of his sort of signature champions back in the day, precisely because of this.
Interestingly enough, this is something that I talked to him about in an interview, did an interview with him before the Challenger Series started, and he said this is actually the Korean style. If you go over to the Korean solo queue ladder, they don't roam. They actually focus on winning lane and snowballing from that situation.
Well, we are on to picks and bans. Almost said on to the Summoner's Rift. Not quite.
Almost.
A few minutes before we're there. Shalke on the blue side, Paris Saint-Germain on the red. And I'm actually going to have to change this out because I can't quite see the bans properly because of the shade from my shades.
So it's been Rumble and Twitch so far.
Okay.
Upset's Twitch has drawn a lot of attention from Shalke, so it's a good ban against him, I think.
Yeah, and it combines really well with Noskeren's Tom Kench, which he picks, I think, 5 out of 6 times so
yes,
far.
He's had a lot of picks.
The combination of having Upset on a hypercarry has worked out well for them in the past. See why it's taken away.
Take away the Jace as well. Blank, I think, is someone we haven't focused on too much, but is a very vital member of PSG. He's one of the few members that's performed consistently. However, he tends to just pick the corki and then not really do much throughout the game.
Blank hasn't stood out. I think that's the best way of really... He's been there, but hasn't stood out.
Out of all of PSG, he's the only one that's kind of maybe perhaps stood out a little bit.
Yeah, I think that kind of sums up PSG in a nutshell. They have not had a successful time in the Challenger Series, and Blank is the only person that has kind of made plays. And when I say kind of made plays...
You're being generous.
Yeah.
Where do you think that Caitlyn falls now? Because if you've already banned 2 AD carries and you don't ban Caitlyn, Shalke pretty much have to pick up that Caitlyn.
I mean, this is Schalke's. This is Caitlyn first pick here.
but then you are giving away the combination of perhaps like Thresh and Zac.
Yeah, you're giving away Thresh and Zac. Wow, this is very...
Yeah, Thresh Kali. Like, there's a lot of options that you were giving away.
I think you still got Ashe, though. I think Upset will be confident enough in his lane against Nadia's Cly to actually pick the Ashe if the Caitlyn's picked up. So.
Okay, we had a problem with draft there, as you might have seen. Hopefully get that reset and on the way pretty soon. Again, there is that thought process between do I take Zac or Caitlyn. Both of them have seen 100% presence across games in 7-13. Zac incredibly powerful, despite a couple of nerfs to him since his sort of previous forms.
The nerfs tend to just reduce his pure damage output.
That wasn't the problem with Zac.
But I think I quite like that sort of nerfs.
Yeah.
Because if you take away the reason that Zac is good, you take away what makes Zac Zac.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like saying, oh, Warwick, how are we going to nerf him? Oh, we'll take away the suppression of infinite duress. And it's like, well, that's what makes Warwick Warwick.
It would make me pretty happy, though.
I like the what they've done with Zac. I think a good way of doing it is making Zac more utility focused, more supplementary to the team by reducing damage. I think that's a good way of phrasing it. Maybe they could have reduced range on stretching strikes. Like there's a point where it goes out of range, maybe, but apart from that.
We did just have a client crash from one of the Paris Saint-Germain players. So looking at it, I assume those are going to stick as the bans. Galio isn't too outlandish of a ban to me, and I assume that was banned in, but we should be back into the lobby pretty soon. Tournament round relatively quick to get through all of those checks and balances. Frozen Dawn, I want to talk a little bit about Shalke and just their gameplay in general. They've tended towards more late game style compositions, you know, Upset with those scaling AD carries. Do you think that works against PSG? Do you think they'll be challenged in any way?
I think it definitely works against PSG because PSG haven't exactly shown themselves to be sort of, you know, lane kingdom players or anything like that. Sure, they do have potential to win these lanes, but if they aren't winning them hard enough, being able to snowball them through in the mid game, which is precisely what we've seen from PSG or haven't seen from PSG in this context, then Shalke can just bring it to sort of 30 minutes, a bit more, and then snowball the game from there.
I think that's a really important point to stress upon because when you pick a hyper carry based composition, good way to stop that from happening is by getting pressure from laning phase into early game to mid macro rotations that sort of basically put pressure on the enemy team and they never actually get to that stage of the game. Haven't seen that from PSG. So picking a late game composition from Shalke seems like a fairly safe bet unless PSG have really bucked up their attitude and their play.
Well, this is the sort of time we saw them do that last split. So they won one game in week 3 and then they won the rest of their games last split.
Okay.
I'm not as confident in them as I was last split. Last split, they seem to have their heads in the right place. Paris Saint-Germain, this split, just don't seem to really have everything clicking in the same way. It's going to be the Galio ban, so once again, we come down to that. Is it a Zac? Is it a Caitlyn pick here for Shalke?
I think Zac. Oh, okay. I mean, literally as it's locked, but it gives you more options in the sense that it gives you the hard engage, but
you trade, right? This is a really sensible move from PSG. If they weren't going to be able to ban both of them, they wanted to make sure that they at least had the option of one of them. And Shalke, I don't know if they read that. I think they assumed that one of them was going to be banned on the final ban of PSG. And actually, it's meant that PSG do get their hands on Caitlyn, which for Nadius and Cly, I think that's something they need. The safety of Caitlyn, but also the dominance of Caitlyn in that bot lane. She's very, very strong. But this is probably, in my opinion, one of the best responses to a Caitlyn lane is the Ashe.
Yeah, take the Ashe, perhaps take the Thresh here as well to get rid of that Caitlyn Thresh duo.
Yeah, definitely. I think you have to into the Caitlyn Thresh.
There's so many power picks that left open. That everybody's just getting power picks. These are the sorts of games I like
because power picks are there for a reason. There's a reason everyone bans them. Yeah. So when they get picked, it's like, yes, come on, let's get some action on. Looks like it's going to be the Tahm Kench is what we tend to see into Thresh and into the Ashe as well.
I like the Tahm Kench into Thresh and Ashe, I think, obviously, unless you're focusing Tahm Kench with those arrows and hooks, means that Caitlyn's pretty safe for the majority and good sometimes into Zac. You can have the awkward situation where if you devour, change things up. I think Braum's also decent into Ashe and stuff.
I prefer the Tahm Kench, in all honesty. I think it gives you better rotations early on with the Abyssal Voyage, and I think the Braum is a little bit easier to pick than the TK.
The counter engage from Braum is way better than Tahm Kench, though. So if you get the Zac engage and you manage to get off that Zac engage, the ability to then turn with Braum is much better than the ability to turn with Tahm Kench.
There is also the question as well that if PSG want to try and pick Corki in this first rotation, essentially blind picking mid lane, it's pretty safe. It also works far better with Braum than it does with the Tahm Kench, and it allows them to counter pick top, which means the Gragas is still flexing through the whole of the draft.
Yeah, and I like the Corki with the Caitlyn because it provides such, especially with zoning potential and disengage potential of the Gragas, the ability to siege towers with that particular set of 4 is very strong. You know, you can very quickly rip through those towers if you get the opportunity to get onto them.
The Fiora and Orianna bans coming out thus far. Shalke might get rid of the Syndra here as well, or even get rid of the Corki to keep that away from Blanc. We saw him play it a lot last week. There's a few different options for them. Paris Saint-Germain, however, might continue to look up towards the top lane, get rid of that Camille.
Well, they're really focusing on Smitty J's potential to pick up anything that would do well into tanks or split push. May feel like they want to get Sartorius on a Shen. That might be an area where they want to get Sartorius. You know, it gives them a lot of protection for the Caitlyn as well. Takes that away from the engage with the Zac too, and you're getting rid of things that Shen is bad against. So potentially a Shen pickup here for PSG.
I don't think they pick it up first, though, because if they pick it up first, as Frozen Dawn said, we lose that flex from the Gragas, and you could just get a Gnar out of Schalke, and Smitty J's Gnar is pretty strong.
There's a lot of good picks left open. Kennen, Gnar, Gangplank even.
Renekton still,
yeah,
Jarvan.
still good.
And it looks to me, with the way the bans are going, that, I mean, essentially 3 split pushes and then 1 god tier blind pickable mid laner have been banned. And that seems to tell me that both compositions want to be running teamfight.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And
play-by-play. Woo!
And I think Syndra is a pick that kind of functions in the similar kind of vein as Corki, but has a lot of blow-up potential.
That's Corki from Cadril to try and answer it. Just a strong poke, strong siege, strong engage from Schalke. There's not many points I look at them and say that's a weak composition at all. I mean, when you get the 3 most contested picks on a patch, it probably helps you out quite a bit.
The only thing this Schalke's comp currently is failing at is the very early stages of the laning phase. Corki's laning is pretty weak until he gets Triforce. Ashe and Thresh typically will lose lane to Caitlyn and Braum as well. And that means that Gragas, depending on whether he's top and jungle, will be able to look to pressure the map. But considering Gragas is going into a Jarvan, it's probably Gragas jungle.
So what do you pick in Gnar?
Nah, I wouldn't even mind Shen now. I know Shen's pretty weak against Jarvan early on, but whoa, okay.
That's really good.
Have
That's very
PSG
good.
subbed in Dan? Is that what's happened here? He just
I mean,
he saw that Jax was free in a game today, which is like, I really want to play Jax.
Yeah.
Please sub me in. So why is it really good for us?
So
Tell me.
the nice thing about what PSG has done here is that Schalke has gone full committing to this team fight, even though they have sort of weakish laning phases. But the Jax from PSG provides 1 extra option of how to win a game, which is in this split push. Sure, their composition can still team fight well, but it gives them an extra option depending on how the game goes. If this Jax gets snowballing, you don't have to team fight the team fight.
And actually their 4 is pretty safe because they've got the disengage of Gragas and the disengage of Braum and the scatter the weak, which can kind of put things in their place as well.
And the trap line.
Exactly. So there's lots of ways to prevent engages here. And if Schalke don't pick their targets incredibly carefully, they could result in just losing shoot tons of stuff in the side lanes.
That was a lot better recovered than Medica.
Seriously, lots of stuff. I don't know. I can't remember what you guys are talking about. But
Anyway,
let's do predictions.
A lot of stuff
Yeah,
inside.
a lot of stuff inside. Let's do predictions quickly. Seems that people are erring on the side of PSG having a better composition here. However, we all said we thought the Schalke were the better team coming in. What are our predictions, starting with you, Frozen Dawn?
I think that PSG's comp isn't necessarily better than Schalke's, but Schalke's is certainly a lot easier to execute. It's all fully all in, and they're a sort of stronger team overall that we've seen. So I think Schalke should be the
just a better
winners.
team. Yeah, so I'm going to go for Schalke as well.
Yeah,
it's very easy to play a dive comp as well, you see. All you have to do is shout go, 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 and the whole team just collapses.
Again, I want to disagree with you guys, just because I enjoy disagreeing with you, but I can't do it. Schalke are going to win. They've got Thresh, they've got Zac, they've got Ashe Arrow. They have just too much, I think, for this PSG lineup to deal with. So
if they stagger their engage and try and bait out some disengage, it makes it a lot easier to dive turrets as well. So
yeah,
no, it's true.
It's true.
Very
It's true.
true.
Yeah, so all of us
Philosophy.
going for Schalke. If they win, they are pushing towards that playoff spot. In fact, I think they might guarantee themselves a playoff spot if they win here. I will check during the initial moments of the game.
Schalke do guarantee themselves a playoff spot. I think they guarantee themselves a playoff spot even if they draw.
Maybe. So. It's going to be me and Frozen Dawn casting this action. Summoner's Rift. We are on to it as Schalke take on Paris Saint-Germain for our final series of the day. Frozen Dawn, I want to talk a little bit about matchups with you, mate. I want to talk about especially this jungle, because we so rarely see Zac. What are the intentions of these 2 junglers early on? Who is going to be the one pressuring the map? Where are they going to be going?
Well, you're right. It's quite rare to see double tank junglers now actually facing off to each other. Typically, you see Zac and then a carry picked into it, or just 2 carries. Both these junglers have a lot of options. They can essentially look at the same lanes across the board, because all lanes, other than Cadril's Corki, provide CC for each other. Getting this top lane ahead, though, for PSG is very important, because if Sartorius falls behind, he won't have the pressure on Smitty J, and therefore Smitty J can join into teamfights, which is precisely what PSG don't want to be happening.
Minions have spawned.
But what did they do early on?
Oh.
That was my question, Frozen Dawn.
Well, they clear into level 3.
Okay.
And then look. Sure, so because they don't have that much pressure on each other, essentially they're both just going to have to be looking for clear, and then wherever the easiest gank comes up, they can look to try and force. We could see a little bit of cheese, for example, coming out from Kiri. Maybe he's got an experienced Quint. He's going to do the Wraiths, Reds, Scuttle, gank top lane.
Okay.
I mean, I can't look at his runes, sadly, but those options come about. But both junglers are just going to have to be looking to play essentially how the lanes go. Syndra's going to push Corki in early game. Corki can't really do anything about that because his trading's so weak, which gives Gragas a lot of movement around the mid side of the map. Bot lane's a little bit more contested though, so I think how bot lane goes sort of depends whether or not Zac can actually pressure it.
Interesting not to see Upset and Norscarin give the Zac the super start that we have been seeing from especially North American teams, where he starts the Razorbeaks, you start the red. They just wanted to be in lane a little bit quicker here to try and face up against Nardius and Clyde. Clyde did actually take quite a bit of poke. Blunk trying to trade onto Cadril in the mid lane. We'll have a pause coming out, and I'm sure we'll get this sorted as soon as possible.
Yeah, so we see here the Gragas actually started Krugs. Well, no, sorry, not started Krugs. He's going for third camp Krugs, and at this point, he's definitely looking for a very early gank in the top lane. This could be a gank coming around about 245, and if this gank does go through and Jack's able to pick up an early kill, I mean, we're talking, you know, quite a little bit further into in advance, but if he is able to pick up this kill, that's going to lead to the snowballing of the Jacks, and that is most likely what Kira is going to look to try and do here.
Makes a lot of sense. If you can get Sartorius ahead, will he just be able to totally force Smitty J out of that lane? Is it a pure dominance matchup when you get ahead, or is there any chance that Smitty J can build a little bit tankier and just match into it?
Now into the Jax, pretty much nothing you can do if he is able to snowball onto you. Essentially, he's not necessarily able to dive you because Smitty J can flag and drag out, but he's going to have so much trading potential from the early game. The turning factor for that is the fact that both tank junglers can look to like gank this and try and change it, but once Jax is snowballing, it's going to be disastrous.
We are going to get back onto the Summoner's Rift. Scoundrel was frustrated, came in, sat down, ready for things to go, sat in the corner eating his chocolate bar that we give him between games, drinking his bottle of water.
He needs the energy, you know?
Has been a warm one here today, matched only by the intensity of the plays.
That's why my sunglasses are still on.
You can't lie to the audience like that.
Well, they don't know.
You can't lie to them like that.
There we go. Oh, Kirei.
Kirei does come up towards the top lane, as you said. Good prediction. Smitty J, however.
He could just pull the trigger on this.
Yeah, interestingly, he decides totally not to pull the trigger. Instead, going down towards bottom lane, perhaps thinking that Upset and Norscarin will push that in. And he can look down there after getting his own blue.
Maybe it was just the case that Smitty J hadn't started. Typically, Jarvan start shield, so they can look to sort of just neutralize trades. And therefore they won't have flag and drag to escape the early gank, but it's possible that Sartorius called out that Smitty J actually started the flag and drag, and therefore the gank isn't really worth doing. I mean, he has gone the W. There was definitely a potential gank there, but clearly didn't go for it. Instead of preferring to farm up, bot lane is pushing as you suggested, so they can look to try and pressure the bot as we have another pause.
Perhaps giving some respect to Memento as well. That Zac, if he'd gone experienced Quint, could have been up there looking for a gank of his own. They didn't. I don't think they tracked him early on, as far as I saw.
Did Ashe and Thresh arrive late to the bot lane party?
Not especially so.
No, it was fine, yeah? Okay.
Oh, a play's going to come back. I keep moving my drinks off the desk.
So I was leaving mine down on the...
Yeah, that's a good idea. But the CS lead for Sartorius up towards the top side. Memento is there, waiting in the wings. Smitty J's pinged a ward here, and this is the power of Zac. Stretching, strike across the wall. Is going to get the flash away from Sartorius, tries to bring him back, can't quite get it, and Shalke will be satisfied with that flash from the top lane.
It makes you wonder what had happened if Kira had actually gone for that early gank. Sartorius would never have had to burn his flash in that scenario, and it's not where you want to be as the Jax, because you are very gankable considering the combination of flag and drag, and then the Memento Zac's elastic slingshot range. Very easy to gank this top lane.
Kaime has been pinged out here, and you can see Norscarin immediately reacting, getting a ward in the tri-bush. We'll spot him at the Krugs as well. Kaime didn't use the Blast Cone to get across here, so can just body slam into Blast Cone if that's how he wants to escape the jungle of Shalke Null Fear. Yeah. No real advantages taken from either team yet.
Now notice how in the top side Memento actually jumped over the Baron wall into the tri-bush, then put a ward in the tri-bush. Sartorius kind of smelling something could be up, decided to recall, but it is going to mean that both junglers end up just trading the Wraith.
Sartorius didn't burn his teleport either, so he still has that if later on he gets forced out once again. Didn't see how many of those Cadril got.
I think he got like all of them, if not
really?
All but one. Yeah, he did. Gragas just gets them all low with AoE, right? And then he just, Cadril just queued them.
That's a good ward from Cadril, and smart positioning. I think he had a ward there that's just timed out, so didn't know that was going on. Push in the bot lane for Nardius and Cly, as we talked about earlier on.
Okay, so we just noticed there actually a ping comes down on red side Wraith. That's because Sartorius found the tri-bush ward with his pink, and now he knows that Zac is in that side of the jungle, or at least was. This allows Kirei to then look around the map, maybe try and pressure the bot side, predicting that Zac is going to be in the upper half of the map.
There's a lot of mind games going on. It's not. We haven't seen a huge impact of them as of yet, but it's interesting to see just how many levels and layers of complexity there are to these early game decisions. Blunk and Kadron deciding they don't need the complex life. It's just like, oh, we're far mid lane, we'll push it out. Kadron's actually gone back. He's gone Hexdrinker first as well, as expected, into a Syndra.
Yeah, into this matchup, you almost have to. Just to avoid being one-shot, that's essentially exactly what it does for you. Even while you're Valkyring away, Syndra can sort of layer her combo and then ult you, and we kind of see the classic where he's Valkyring away as all of the spheres are following him, but he will survive with that. It delays his Triforce power spike, but it's completely worth doing.
Paris Saint-Germain, as a team, had a one-year plan to get to the LCS. That's what Yellowstar said in his original interviews when he was setting up this squad, when he brought in Pilot and Blanc and brought in Steve and then White Knight further on. And Spratel as well, of course, played for them last split. They were looking...
ex-Shalke players, half of them.
Yeah, I know. It was a good matchup last split. They were looking for this, and now they're looking up towards the top lane. We're seeing this a lot more now, and there wasn't so much of a freeze from Upset and Norskeren in that bottom lane. So this is all PSG just saying we want this first tower, bringing 4 members up towards top side, setting up that trap line. However, Shalke have responded. We saw the stretching strike from Memento just pulling back at Paris Saint-Germain.
It's a new way to create tempo in a game. Typically we would see a while ago there's the whole lane swap thing where you'd completely hard swap the lanes, but now it's about pushing the lanes in. If you are the first one to do it, you're going to have a wave advantage. It doesn't matter, there's actually a fight in the top lane.
Memento goes in, stretching strike does land onto Nardius as well. There's a Cataclysm double flash from Paris Saint-Germain to get themselves out, and now Shalke have the tempo advantage.
Now it was a good call from Shalke there. Both their jungler and top laner were 6, whereas the bot lane is still forced. They were able to look to force this play. Getting double flashes is going to put a lot of pressure onto Kai and Nardius, as they are relatively diveable considering how early in the game it is.
Kyrie's going for red here, and I feel perhaps he would have been better served going up towards that top lane to make sure Nardius and Kai were safe, but Memento instead deciding he wants to go mid. Great scatter the weak from Blanc, and the dodge of the stretching strike. That's why you import Koreans, my friends. Those mechanics from Blanc, able to dodge out everything.
Are you trying to say that Korea greater than EU?
Yes.
But Korea lost to LPL.
Did they actually? I didn't see the results. I didn't see the results.
And
so
NA
actually,
beat EU.
Here is my logic.
Korea, like
here is my logic, right? That means NA is better than EU. EU beat LPL at MSI, beat WE, and then LPL beat LCK, right? So that makes NA the best region in the world. EU a second, China a third, and Korea actually the 4th best region in the world. And you can't fault that logic.
Now to go one step further,
here we
Perks
go.
is the best EU mid. Yes?
Yeah, so Perks is better than Faker.
Is the best Korean mid.
Yeah. And
there we go.
GA's in the middle, Bjergsen's at the top. So it goes Bjergsen, Perks, GA, Faker. Actually, I think you can rank anyone in the top 2 EU mids better, because the top 2 EU mids would beat LPL. It's like it's 2 divisions lower. Who would you count as your second best EU mid though? Caps. Caps did not have a good Rift Rivals. I think Febi's probably got a challenge there.
I think we'll have to wait and see.
Nuke Duck as well. Actually. Nuke Duck. Just as a pure mid laner.
Bjergsen is technically an EU mid, right?
Yeah, so is Jensen. I mean,
yeah. This is true.
And Ryu, if you count where he was last.
Yes, sure.
That's how it works, right? Anyway, let's get back to this game. It's Sartorius and Smitty J facing up in this bottom lane. The lane swaps have been well and truly enacted. Nardius and Klein no flashes, so they just have to stand behind their tower. But Memento is on his way up. No flash for him, but Norskeren can always look for that engage, as Upset also has the arrow.
Lots of engage options coming out of Schalke's entire comp, not just in this top side of the map. And if they were to get this engaged, they could look to the first tower. Another reason they've put their bot lane top is because that's where Herald is. And if we look to the Dragon, it's Cloud Drake. So not all that important. Herald typically prioritized higher than Cloud Drake is. Kadra's
made his way up here as well. Klai has just hit 6. Kaire's here. And only half the damage on that tower for the time being. Shalke and Nulfir unable to crack open the fragile egg that has been Paris Saint-Germain's early game.
Schalke's early game hasn't necessarily been the greatest in the world either. As we mentioned, they do very well once they get to the latest stages of the game.
That tends to be when their team comp is built around that as well, because up until now we've seen a lot of Twitches, Cogmore, Upset has been playing these later game hyperscalers. And I'm not saying that Ashe doesn't scale well into late game, I'm just saying she tends to be utilized much better in the mid when you can still be making these picks with the ECA.
Yeah, that's certainly true. I mean, their composition here is classic Shalke in theory. You've got a hyper carry, you've got a support that relatively defends him. Comp kind of build around him to an extent with the double team fighters, and then just 2 carries. And when we look at PSG's, they've gone for something slightly different. He can still match in the team fights, but it is relying a little bit more on Sartorius on his Jax to have some split push pressure to a point where he can push in the Jarvan, who, if Jarvan does TP to look for a fight, that's when Jax can try and take towers. And once he's fed enough, can maybe look to fight. Oh, upset, actually.
Onto upsets.
Very chunked.
If they hit that concussive blows a little bit quicker, perhaps they could have gone all in.
I wonder if Clyde could just pull the ult instantly.
It's always a little bit of a risk. Another pause coming out. I assume it's just connection issues. We had that Paris Saint-Germain client DC as well, so it might be that.
Again, you know.
How much is this benefiting PSG, though? Because we talked about the scaling from Jax. You know, Jax has always been seen as this superb 3-item top laner who you really can't split push into. How much do PSG just say, yeah, I'm happy enough, you know? You burnt off flashes in the bottom lane, haven't really been able to do too much with it. Sartorius is farming himself up. We're in a pretty good position all around.
Yeah, PSG won't be too sad about it. Of course, I mean, as you said, they haven't died because of the loss of flashes, anything like that. They are still looking to try and scale up with their comp. At the moment, though, it's about whoever can create tempo on the other, who can look to try and exploit the vision weaknesses of the opposing team, push in the lanes, just keep getting those sort of very slight but still important wave-by-wave advantages.
Well, with Scoundrel back, we're going to ask him how he feels this early game is going for Paris Saint-Germain.
I actually think that despite we're talking about Jax being so strong, split pushing in the late game with 3 items, you are looking at a composition that has the perfect tools to deal with split push. Remember, the one way to deal with split push effectively is engage, and hard engage at that. So many ways to hard engage. You know, you've got the Ash Arrow, you've got the Zac jump, you've got the Jarvan. You've got so many ways to find and engage here. Even through that disengage, you know, you could look to punish PSG if they commit to a full Jax split push strategy. Jax actually can function in teamfights, believe it or not. He doesn't want to, but he can. Like, he's probably one of the better split pushers to bring down and have an impact through a teleport, for instance. If you could jump to the backline, get a counter strike, and get onto the AD carry probably dies. So
it's true.
And it's a very good way, if you get a re-engage or a counter-engage in the Braum, Jax is a very good way to find a flank position in those situations. So loads of different ways you could formulate that these teams play out in the teamfight situations, but if you want to deal with a split pusher, I've always felt that hard engage is the best way of dealing with it. So.
But there's great disengage coming out from the PSG lineup. You've got Explosive Cask, you've got Glacial Fissure. I agree that hard engage is good into split push, but when you've got great disengage and you don't have huge burst potential. I mean, the Corki does have relatively good bursts, and the Jarvan, but if you're able to disengage the Jarvan as he jumps in with the Explosive Cask or the Glacial Fissure, you don't have that much burst onto the backline.
That's why you stagger your engage. You throw the Ash Arrow out, you move up as a unit that forces some disengage like the Gragas barrel. You don't commit too hard, and then suddenly, once that's down, then you use the Jarvan ultimate, for instance, and then follow up with the Zac ultimate. That you stagger your engagement. You don't commit everything in one go.
I think you do.
When you know that there is disengage there, and very good disengage at that. Again, it will be hard because of the Gragas barrel and the Braum ultimate to find these fights, but they are possible.
But that comes down to the patience of the team. You know, as soon as you see your Jarvan ulting on top of the enemy team, everyone just sort of screams go, and everyone sort of fires all of their ultimates out. And it's at that moment where the team actually will hit their sort of the weakness, which is the casket will come out, or the cask even. I realize casket. It could be their casket in the end, I suppose. But the cask knocks them all out, and then it's all gone wrong. Whereas if Shalke have been practicing this style of composition, if they have been looking to figure out exactly how you can play around these multiple stages of engage, multi-layered engage, which is precisely what we're looking for here, and then they can win these teamfights.
Well, we are back onto the Summoner's Rift once again. Apologies for the pause. Paris Saint-Germain do have an ever so slight lead, only about 200 gold or so in their favor. And their towers have taken a little bit more chip damage than perhaps they would like at this moment. Very even between these two teams. Both seem to just be waiting to hit their strong points, strong portions of the game. Sartorius jumps onto Smithy J, tries to get the Tiamat out. There's the Cataclysm in response. Smithy J so low. Here's Memento though, and he's going to root down Sartorius. Flash in and power, not enough. First blood Memento.
So Smithy J knew that he couldn't take this fight against the Jax, and knew that Sartorius would just fall for this. With the Zac coming straight up, picking up that kill. Not exactly what you want if you're the split push Jax. You know that you have to look to try and pressure this Jarvan. You know you want to be looking for these solo kills just so that you can begin to snowball your split push. But without knowledge of where the Zac is, that's not how you're going to do it.
Unfortunate for Sartorius. That's so close with that flash in power auto attack right at the end. Almost got first blood, but they might even lose first tower for this as well. Kyrie is on his way down to try and stop it. And will actually just jump in towards that bottom lane. Actually use his flash as well. Let's bounce, knocks him back. Memento trying to distract Kyrie from Smithy J, who was incredibly low. Doesn't have a flash of his own, and that's going to be the gloop form.
They're going to be able to kill the
Dies to Cinderhulk.
kill
The TP in, but Sartorius is here. This is bad for Smitty J. He doesn't have a way out, and in the end just leaves his Zac to die.
I sort of feel sorry for Sartorius there, not actually picking up the kill, no matter how hard he tried. But a nice recovery and an unforced error there from Memento. Not what I would expect to see in a scenario where you pretty much aren't pressured at all. You know, you can just walk up the lane, try and take the tower, but if it goes wrong, if there's a risk, just, you know, just walk out.
I feel the original error was actually Smitty J's because he stayed around and Memento distracted Kyrie using the Let's Bounce. If Smitty J hadn't been there, I don't think Memento's under threat from the kill.
Yeah, by committing resources into the bot lane, Shalke are taking a lot of damage on their mid tower and losing their bot tower to Sartorius.
This is what you want if you're a split pusher. First tower blood, all for your own 650 gold. Oh baby, he's going to the casino tonight with a payday like that. And Sartorius now will be able to try and snowball away from Smitty J. Already a 20 CS lead. Perhaps this is where Paris Saint-Germain's hopes lie in this game against their fellow footballing club.
Absolutely, it's all about this Jax. He gets the Tiamat, he's able to split push. Once he starts racking up the components for Triforce, it's all about when he finishes it. But at this point of the game and forever onwards, he is going to be able to 1v1 the Java. And Smitty J is going to have to play around this and have complete full respect of this Jax. Look instead to try and team fights, look to set them up and make sure that the wave's pushed before he does so. Otherwise, they're going to start losing all their structures.
Tower after tower, always a possibility when you've got a Jax on the enemy team. Rift Herald there as well for them. However, top side of the map is currently being controlled by Shalke Null Fear. They have the push advantage in the Ashe and the Thresh. It's a difficulty for Nardius and Clyde to really respond to, although now they have their flashes of their own. Perhaps they can step a little bit more aggressively in that lane. Let's have a quick look at item spikes across the board here. Frozen Dawn, you've got a Morello Nomicon finished on towards Blanc. Sheen on Cadril, he's building up towards that Trinity Force we talked about. Blade of the Ruin King for upset, whereas Nardius has gone BF Sword into Zeal item alongside those Berserker Greaves.
Yeah, most important spike here, I think, is the Blanc hitting level 11 whilst having Morellos and Boots too. In this moment, Cinder is the most deadly, and this is when she can try and pressure onto the Corki. Corki, though, with the package, is looking to do that exact opposite, try and shove the lane out and then look to try and pressure elsewhere in the map in the minute the package is up.
Which is interesting because we talked about Cadril learning from Korea, and he was saying, oh, I want to play in the lane, I want to play in the lane. Now, instead, he's playing more around that map focus, more around the rotational play. And this might be a Rift Herald just going over to Shalke. Kyrie is on his way. He does have Smite as well, blast cones across. Memento there, no flash on him, of course.
Yeah, but TP for Sartorius, and Smitty J doesn't have it, so
here comes the arrow onto Kyrie. Let's bounce, knocks him back. Cadril comes in, that's a kill. As Gragas falls, Sartorius did not TP in, and that will be Rift Herald and a kill for Shalke Null Fear.
PSG just didn't seem to be on the same page there. They knew that Sartorius had the TP pressure, and the Smitty J did not. But Kyrie just going in essentially unforced. There was no need to dive in there without the backup from your team, resulting in what was essentially a free kill in the Herald that you were probably already losing anyway, but you certainly could have tried to make a play or team fight happen over that.
Yeah, but Sartorius would have lost farm in that bottom lane, and as a Jax split push,
you further away
you
from the
can't
Triforce.
lose farm. That's the big thing. Does mean that we will see Shalke have that Rift Herald for the next 4 minutes or so, can decide where to use it. Frozen Dawn, as a coach or former coach, where would be your optimal position right here? Where can you get the most out of Harriet, the Rift Herald?
By default, you always want to say mid lane. You know, if all tier 1s are open, you want to say mid lane because it opens up the most of the map compared to the side lanes. However, if one of the tier 1s are already down in any of the given side lanes, typically a tier 2 tower has more value than even tier 1 mid because you've pushed so far in that you can then look to even threaten the inhibs, such, you know, if a fight goes your way, things like this. So we could see the Herald coming into the bot side of the map, or perhaps just for this tier 1 mid. Both options are viable.
And see which one Shalke decide to use. Gold has evened up between the two, and at the moment, across the board, you can't really see any massive disparities. Paris Saint-Germain still probably content with this early game, although not too happy with the way they played that last fight. Blanc has to flash. This is... Oh, there's the explosive cast as well. This is something we do tend to see from PSG. Their lack of vision sometimes can cost them dearly, and they have no vision at all on the bottom side of the map at all. If you divided the map in half down that middle lane, literally not a single ward for Paris Saint-Germain down there.
That is precisely what they're doing here, and Shalke are responding to the way that PSG are playing across the map by putting Herald in the mid lane, trying to force this tower. As you can see, it instantly brings Kirei and Klai back down to this mid lane to try and defend it, but it's too late. Tier 1 mid tower is going to go.
Shalke will secure that tower. This is something they were known so much for in Spring Split. They had an average of 5 towers to every 1 the enemy team took. Giants actually have double that record this split. They are 10-1 in terms of towers to towers lost across games. Shalke, macro play was very clean last split. This split hasn't looked quite as good. Have been challenged a little bit more. And next week they face off against Giants as well, which is an absolutely monumental game for both teams. Shalke trying to prove that they can still challenge Giants, trying to prove that they are now the champions of the European Challenger Series, although there comes a curse with that first place spot as well, and with the undefeated title.
Yeah, a lot to prove for both teams, but specifically Shalke as well. You know, they've formerly LCS, relegated to Challenger Series, had the perfect split. Kind of failed in the finals, going 3-1, I believe, or losing 3-1. And then this split just hasn't lived up to the expectations they've set for themselves and other people have set for them. But it's still, as we said, turnaroundable, you know, it's week 4. Winning this 2-0.
Turnaroundable.
Turned around. I know, I was like, I don't know how to put that word.
Flash away from Smitty down towards the bottom line.
Well,
it's still redeemable, isn't it?
Redeemable, that's the one. That's the nugget. Thanks for that.
It's 5,000 gold, please.
Oh, yeah,
500 gold, I want to say.
500 gold.
Is it 500 gold for a nugget in Pokemon? I'm sure production will find out for me. It's 500. Is it 5,000? 5,000. 5K. Buy ponies in your back pocket, mate. Oh, cool. Blimey, that sounds great. 5,000 doubloons, my good man. Sartorius will be happy.
I don't even.
Happy as someone with 5,000 doubloons, having burnt that flash out. Blanc is caught in the mid lane, though, and once again, Shalke null fear, and this Zac pick, 100% kill participation, has been there for the towers as well. There's just so much threat that comes with a Zac.
Absolutely, the engage range, especially onto mid lane, although it's the shortest lane, you can almost get to the back of it. Most mid laners just don't expect it coming, especially when you have your cleanse up as well as mid lane. You typically feel very safe. But Gator was able to pour out all of the damage with the Triforce as well. And that was just a free kill going to Blanc. And almost more importantly was that the Sartorius called his TP in, but didn't gain anything from it. He just insta-cancelled it. Now he's not going to have that pressure.
And because they lose Blanc in the mid lane, they have to bring Caitlyn down, which allows Upset and Norscarin to get a free top lane tower. All of those tier 1s are now down. Shalke and Nullfear can start to push their vision line up, use this 2,000 gold lead, and just pressure PSG out of the game. And this is something we've seen from PSG time and time again. They just start to lose at this point. Slowly, bit by bit, the enemy team just makes better decisions, better macro play, and outplays them across Summoner's Rift.
It's very challenging when all 3 of your tier 1s are down to try and get your opponent's tier 1s, because you are playing very defensively. Your line of defense is now the tier 2s, and every step forward feels like you're stepping into enemy territory. It's much easier for them to walk up. They have a lot more routes they can get wards into your jungle with. And as we've seen from Shalke so far, they do have sufficient pick comp. You know, you have Ash Arrow for max range engage, kind of like the double lift that we saw from TSM, popping these arrows from across the map consistently. Upset, you know, was ranked 1 on the ladder not so long ago. No doubt he can try and match double lift's ult potential. And then the rest of the team as well, just able to utilize very well with the pick comp.
Shalke win this, they do secure themselves that second spot, and I believe they secure themselves a playoff spot as well. I'm just running down my list. They do. They get themselves a playoff spot if they go 2-0 today. So not guaranteed a high seed. Giants, the only team who have got that first spot. Baron at 21 minutes here for Shalke. Kyrie looking for the steal. Can he make the big play? There's the arrow, going to jump across the wall. Kyrie jumps in, he smites it away. Shalke with the early smite memento. The first misplay he's made today. The play back onto Blanc, though. There's the hook as well. Blanc not going to survive as Kadra chases him down. And although PSG got the Baron, Shalke get the fight afterwards. Only 3 members of Paris Saint-Germain survive, but Sartorius doing Dan things in the mid lane, gets himself a tower and looks to escape down towards the bottom side.
Nothing more heartbreaking than that. You have perfect vision, you know where they are, you know you get it down to 3k, and all you have to do is stun Kirei, but Upset pulls his ult too early. Kirei wears the stun off and then just jumps in, steals the Baron, and now you have to deal with the Sartorius, who has flash up, his TP is about 30 seconds off, and he has Baron buff.
As much as it's a minor thing as well, Memento had a level advantage in that. 1 level up.
And your whole team flames you now.
Well,
I mean, that's it.
Well, hopefully not. Hopefully not. Hopefully Shalke have that mental fortitude.
Oh, here we go. See, the stun
have a look
comes
at
out,
this.
the stun finishes, it's a 1.5k, and he just flashes the wall. It was dropped about 190 there, 200.
Wasn't the best smite, from Memento, perhaps a little bit of a panic when they realized they weren't quite able to lock him down. Shalke get a couple of kills off the back of it. Would have really liked to get Nardius or Sartorius on top of that. Sartorius especially because of the threat now of a Baron buff split push Jax.
Because Sartorius was able to take the mid tower in response, so I mean PSG most certainly happy with this. They only have Cloud Drake from the point of view of Dragons, but their composition most certainly can siege, especially because we know how good the Caitlyn traps are. And all they have to do is wait it out whilst Sartorius tries to get a bit of pressure in these side lanes.
And we were talking about the ability to take tier 1 towers because you're so far pushed back. Well, they've now got bot tier tower, they've got mid tier tower, and they're looking for top tier tower
they've been
as
gifted
well.
to you now. I mean,
Exactly.
usually when you have 3 tier 1s down, you don't get Baron and then use that to take the opponent's 3 tier 1s, but that's exactly what Sartorius is doing. I'm pretty sure he's taken all the tier 1s by himself. Is that?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, so this guy is doing work. Despite the fact that he's even in CS and his kill KDA essentially isn't looking that glorious, he's nonetheless.
I bet if you look at his
team on
gold
his
though,
back.
he's probably actually ahead of Smithy J in terms of gold right now. Maybe, yep, about 1,000 or so. 800, take that every day. Memento jumps in, knocked back with the Shadow of the Week. There's the stun landing all the way onto the backline. The stretching strike as well. Let's bounce, he says, knocks them back. Brought Kyrie and Cly into the backline. Sartorius TP'd in as well, that's 2. Here's Smitty J, Nardius takes a chunk. Cataclysm, 90 caliber net gets him away for the time being. Sartorius caught in the midst of Shalke, can't leap strike away. And only 2 members of Paris Saint-Germain survive.
So Shalke just able to pull the trigger with a superior engage, and PSG just did not have the tools to disengage correctly utilized.
It's the composition though. It's you've given up a Zac, you've given up an Ashe, you've given up a Jarvan. You are going to get engaged on time after time. No cleanse for Blanc. This could be an inhibitor tower as well, and Schalke 04, only 2 minutes after losing a Baron, having it stolen away from them, are just going to push straight into the base of Paris Saint-Germain and say, we'll take that inhibitor today. Thank you very much. They don't quite get it. The inhib survives, but the hook onto Blanc. It's not going to survive for long. Upset does
Someone
get
needs to
taken out
take
as PSG look for the re-engage. Nardius there. Infinity Edge and Static Shift. Memento jumps away. Kyrie no flash. Cadril gonna be able to Valkyrie away, and Norscarin realizes that someone has to die. Some sacrifice to the gods that are Paris Saint-Germain. They save their inhibitor through some weird force of will.
This game has been so crazy. I don't know a better word for it. You know, we've seen Shalke have complete control, throw a Baron. Paris Saint-Germain there, throwing with Baron to return to leave an inhib on 1 auto attack left.
Well, it's a football match. You have throw-ins in that, don't you?
Yeah,
So
throw-ins.
just practicing their
It's like
soccer
a penalty
skills.
shootout. You know, the pressure, the tension, to and fro, where one person takes a kick, the other
Exactly.
team takes the kick.
Cadril, unable to get that final auto attack down on the inhibitor as well. It's like, it's 3-3, you miss a kick, and then you see perhaps if Paris Saint-Germain can answer with their final penalty. Would have been apt if the scoreline had been 7-1.
As someone who's British, penalty shootouts are always a tragedy. I don't think we've ever. I don't know when was the last time we did well in the penalty shootout.
I don't think we've actually ever won a penalty shootout in international play, but let's not get into that. Paris Saint-Germain, French, Schalke 04, German. They both know what it feels like to win in football.
That's true.
The Germans especially so. Schalke are still ahead, 3,000 gold ahead in this game. They have 5 towers to 3. They have that mid lane inhibitor just sitting open, sitting waiting for that final embrace of an auto attack. They haven't quite been able to crack it yet. Let's have another look at this last fight.
Yeah, it's just the tanks for PSG are not tanky enough into the double carry combo coming out from Upset and Cadril. And you compare that to what Memento and Norscarin were doing in that fight, they were essentially just staying back with their carries to completely keep them safe. And Kire just not quite there with the tankiness at this point. He's going to get there eventually, most certainly, but no more so than Memento will. In the end, just a misplay from PSG, not respecting the engage that Schalke put out.
Can Sartorius still split push? Because we talked in picks and bans about how they've got this team fight plus split push composition. Now, Sartorius hasn't really shown up in team fights yet. He got there and then died straight away in the last one. Is he still in a position now where he can split push into the Schalke team, or does he always need to be with the rest of the PSG lineup? As the arrow comes out, hits in, Memento jumps in once again. Cadril with the flank, the hook onto Kyrie. He's going to get taken out as well. 2 kills, Schalke, 11 kills to 3. in their favor.
PSG there did not need to push up for this tier 2 tower. Instead, if they'd sat back on their inhibitor and given time for Sartorius to come down and defend with them, it would never have happened like this. But instead, they walked up 5v4. No wonder that Shalke pulled the trigger there.
I really want Shalke to back away and be like, we're just taking inhibitor towers for the time being, okay? We don't need inhibs, we just want the towers.
Ultimate
we'll go up to top.
You know? Full CLG EU.
Paint it by numbers, they will get that mid lane inhibitor as well as the top lane one. Sartorius actually did eventually manage to back away, but with Baron up in 40 seconds, Dragon in 30, you have to think that this is Schalke's game to lose.
Absolutely, Shalke just need to recall here. If they prefer, get the wards down, get a nice back off, and then set yourselves up for Baron or Dragon. I'm not sure which the Drake was, I didn't quite catch it. I'm sure we'll find out in about 15 seconds or so. If it's anything of value, I'm sure they'll set up for that instead of the Baron, because it's easier to take. But
they can
Baron
do a very quick Baron as well, though.
We'll double carry comp, and you have the tanks still with the front line.
And the Demacian standard for the extra attack speed.
Yeah. And if anyone walks up, you have Noscarin there on Thresh just to try and zone with the box. Jarvan can do the same with Cataclysm.
It's a mountain. It's a mountain Drake.
I think it depends how, for Shalke here, which call you go for depends how concerned you are as to where PSG is regarding Baron.
Yeah.
So if PSG is around Baron, you don't want to be moving anyone to the mountain side of the map. But if there's no one at Baron at all, then you know that you can look to do it because it's essentially free at that point.
So they use the Hawkshot to try and get some vision around it, so they can see perhaps where Paris Saint-Germain are. Sartorius has been split pushing in that bottom lane, pushing against the super minions. That's something he can do because he's relatively strong. Mid lane supers are pushing in slowly. And Shalke and Fear haven't quite pulled the trigger yet, but they can just wait for these super waves to slowly eke their way towards the base.
Yeah, they can be patient, just need to push in this mid wave, whereas they're going to walk down, it'll get them some vision. That's most likely when we'll see Shalke look to walk up to the Baron as this mid wave goes down. It does have a super minion in it, as you said. 3J looking as well to push that lane, and the trigger is going to be pulled on the Baron.
Do Shalke need to kind of do a bait Baron first and get Sartorius' TP out, so that then they can go for a full Baron afterwards? Or can they just
go for a team fight?
They are going to jump straight onto the backline. Clyde there, he's all by himself. The stretching strike hits onto Nardius. Clyde's dead. Nardius gets hooked, immediately QSS's. Flash follows. Cagel jumping in. Nardius with the heal, trying to get himself away, but Memento with the chase potential is huge. Let's bounce back to the team. Kyrie gets a 5-man stun, but it doesn't matter at all. A double kill for Cagel. Shalke Null Fear just devastating this Paris Saint-Germain lineup. Sartorius behind them, trying to distract the next minion wave to stop Shalke just winning the game.
And Shalke with such good execution on the Baron that they all knew when to peel off at the exact right moment. The full team on the same page.
It's better than the last Baron they went for.
Most certainly, I mean, in a sense, it was a, you know, it was similar. It was what they wanted the last Baron to be, right? But instead, they just weren't quite as well coordinated as we wanted. And Shalke going to be able to pick up this free Baron, trade it over for Mountain Drake, so technically not free. But I think it's a trade very happy to take. You know,
I'll take that
Baron
trade
for Mountain.
Smitty does actually still have TP, so he could back TP in and then try and stop this this Mountain Drake going down. But I don't think they really care, because they can just 5-man stack top now. They can just literally just stack a wave and say, okay, you have to deal with Memento, you have to deal with the Arrow, you have to deal with Noscarin with Flash Hook, you have to deal with Smitty J with the Cataclysm.
Yep.
I don't think you can deal with that. We'll just go all in.
I mean, Smitty J might as well push bot lane because he has Baron. He can like try and pressure the Jacks out, keep the Jacks there so they both TP.
Wait, TP top.
Never mind. They're going for the 5-man stack.
I like this from Shalke Null Fear.
Yep,
I like the
aggressive
aggression in this. It's just saying we are going to win the game now unless you somehow invent a new item that gives you twice as much damage as you should have. That's the only way that Paris Saint-Germain are able to come back from this. And this is what we expected to see. We expected to see Shalke taking an advantage in the mid-game and snowballing away from Paris Saint-Germain.
Completely, and you don't even need to look to the side waves at the moment because they know that the super minions are pushing in. The double carry comp from Shalke here is going to be able to take this tower down with relative ease, so long as they account for the traps. That is the big concern when playing into a Caitlyn, is of course is these traps and how they prevent you setting up any kind of engage. So both carries can just keep tapping away as the waves come in.
The true third carry is that cannon minion just there. Like, guys, I can do this. I will slowly eke away at that tower. It's going to go down. Actually took a static shiv shot to the face there.
Nice.
It's not too comfortable.
Smitty
J is going to push onto Sartorius here. Does have TP flash.
Smitty J here wants to try and pick up either mid or bot just to try and look to pressure the Nexus towers. They need a little bit of time, though. They don't want to push the waves too fast, otherwise they're going to connect with the Nexus towers before your wave top connects, and this will give time for PSG to clear mid and then go and clear top.
Yeah, they're going to continue just to force forward. Smitty J there, giving the Baron buff up. Memento can set 2 walls away and still jump all the way to the back line. The stretching strike on them as well. Let's brings Syndra back. That's a dead Blanc. Just wipe the slate clean, and that is exactly what's going to happen to PSG as well. A double kill for Kadril, an ace for Shalke Null Fear, and once again we see them go 1-0 up over Paris Saint-Germain.
Other than a tiny glimmer of false hope there that Kire gave his team by the Baron steal, that was a beautifully clean game, well executed from Shalke on all measures, not only in the laning phase, but also when it came down to the team fights and with their execution across the macro.
Last split we saw Paris Saint-Germain lose to Shalke in a pretty... I want to say it was one-sided. Actually, the first game ended up with Paris Saint-Germain being 8-1 up and then having a Baron throw. Perhaps they had a few sort of like flashbacks to that game when they stole it away from Shalke in that one.
I'm sure the management did.
Yeah, it wasn't good. It wasn't good from Paris Saint-Germain, and it was good from Shalke.
I think what you really need to look at is a team who has got Zach, obviously, as a starter. Zach is so strong right now. I think he was, as you could see from his kill participation, I believe he was about 80%, 83% kill participation there across the entire game. But I think what's even more sort of influential is you have a team who is mechanically and macro strategy better, and you have the ability to pull the trigger whenever you feel like. You've got so many ways to capitalize on an advantage here with Shalke that there's just every single time you want to try and make a play happen, you can make a play happen.
Yeah, and you've got to look back to how PSG drafted. You know, they banned 280 carries, but didn't seem to matter. Upset on this Ashe was as dominant as he would be on any champion, if not better, because Ashe provides this engage tool, which was critically important in the outcome of this game. So maybe PSG will look back and think, well, actually, instead of banning out these sort of hyper carries, why don't we look to ban other champions that could be played to success? For example, Thresh and Zac, who are both extremely dominant.
You can't ban an 80 carry pool away in your first rotation because there are just so many 80 carries that people can function on at the moment.
Precisely, and like, I mean, at least 3 of them are hyper carries, right? So, and that's exactly what Upset wants to be playing. There's Twitch, Cogmore, and there's also Caitlyn. And once you get past that, then sure, there's Ashe, there's Varus, other options, but Upset's Ashe here was maybe, you know, not the greatest thing in the world. It's not like he was 10-0 hard carrying his game by himself, but
his arrows
were fantastic, absolutely, and he did the job for his team. He provided hard DPS across the board. He had an engage tool, and that was...
Let's also look at, I think, one of the MVPs of the entire game, Kadril. On this Corki, 7-0-6 you can see on your screen here. Obviously got better as they sort of cleaned up these teams toward the end, but he was a monster.
I think a lot of it comes down to the fact like Memento consistently dived on the backline and took Blanc or the Caitlyn out of the fight and just absolutely like stopped them from being able to put any DPS down. And it's very easy then, as I like Kadril played well, but it's very easy as a Corki just to say, okay, well all I have to do is attack these guys straight ahead of me, and if they engage on me, they're going to die because I've got an Ashe and a Thresh next to me.
Yeah.
This was a team who was arguably just the better team. I don't even think arguably, just is the better team, even by statistics and standings. Having a composition where whenever they felt like they were ahead or whenever they felt like they wanted to achieve something, they had multiple ways of achieving it because they had so many ways to force the issue. And one of the major things that I really love seeing teams do in League of Legends is take proactive compositions that can force issues. For instance, I want to fight around Baron. Okay, Ashe Arrow, Jarvan engage, Zac engage. I want to fight under this turret. Ashe Arrow, Jarvan engage, Zac engage. I mean, it's so many ways to just say, this is an objective that we want, we are ahead. If they try to defend it, we punish them for it. And that was what Shalke was really good at doing that game.
Yeah, and time and time again, we see a failing of split push compositions. You know, they're so hard to pull off. Even some of the sort of lower tier LCS teams do struggle because it just requires so much more coordination, so much greater understanding of how the waves are going to go in lane management, that something that we just didn't see here at all from PSG.
And with split push compositions, I think what's really interesting is that you are kind of saying to one of the people on your team, you have to perform. When you have something that's a bit more team-based, team-wide based, team fight compositions, everybody contributes to the overall goal and no one has to particularly perform incredibly well. Whereas with split push compositions, you're like, if you don't perform, our entire composition falls to the ground. And I think that's sometimes a lot of pressure, especially for teams at the Challenger Series level, to understand and be able to cope with.
Shalke Null Fear trying to get back into it, seeing if they can perhaps take a 2-0 for only the second time this split. We're going to cut to a quick break, but we'll be right back with the final game of the day in just a couple of minutes' time. Hello and welcome back to the European Challenger Series Summer Split. We are in the final game of week 4, and it's Shalke 04 taking on Paris Saint-Germain. Shalke 04 just too cool to handle for the time being.
Every time. You guys.
It's because I have to then put on my real glasses as well. It ruins the mood. Apologise, guys.
It's all right.
Also, you both look a lot better when my vision is obscured by a film.
Thanks.
Tumbleweed.
Now, I like the way production just switched to me because they know that's the better camera angle out of the ones
It's
that we have.
definitely not your preferred
Anyway, let's
angle.
talk about Paris Saint-Germain and Schalke 04 for the time being. Schalke just dominant in game 1. Is there anything PSG can do to actually win out this game too?
No.
I've just been told we have 3.5 minutes to fill, so if you could expand on that.
Okay,
that'd be great.
I mean, let's be honest. Yes,
I have
obviously,
stuff to say,
there is
but
always
Scoundrels-
things that you can do. But I mean, this PSG team just don't look together right now. They don't look like they know exactly how they want to enact their strategies. And the Jax pick for me was very odd. I mean, I kind of saw how it worked, but I still don't think putting everything into a split pusher right now is the best way to approach the game. I think PSG need to find out who exactly on their team they need to play around, because right now it doesn't feel like they're playing around anybody. Tried to play around Nadius maybe last game, tried to play around Jax as well. I think, like you mentioned, Blanc is the only one who has shown some promise instead of being able to step up to the plate and be a solo carry almost for his team. I would like to see PSG draft around Blanc potentially.
I mean, I agree with a lot of what you said there, but I think in that particular game, the critical point was that you tried to run a split push comp and you gave them Zach Jarvan, who are two of the most dominant engaged champions in both jungle and top.
Draft was
right?
really weird that
so,
game.
So as soon as you see those champions picked, we're going to be team fighting then, boys. I mean, that is the call that's made, and then you try and draft around either disengage, so you can peel for a hyper carry, or you draft into the team fight and try and match them.
There was a lot of disengage there. Personally, we did talk about it in Champions Select. We said okay, they might have the tools to prevent this engage happening, but they staggered it so well as well, and they made it very difficult for someone like Gragas. They caught Gragas and made it difficult for him to use his cask. I think Schalke are so good at pulling the trigger when it's necessary to pull the trigger. What I do want to see is a better draft phase, because that draft phase had both Caitlyn, Zac, Thresh, all still open, plenty of picks on the table that were very, very strong. Yeah, you got Caitlyn over Zac, but Caitlyn not good into Zac or Jarvan because, she is traditionally very difficult. If you manage to catch her before she uses a net or after she uses a net, very easy to just focus her down like any other AD carry.
Yeah, and the thing is, when you're running disengage into engage, you have to have at least one more disengage than they have engage, right? So the Zac jumps in, cask out, and then Ash Arrow comes in. You have to have a way of disengaging the Ash Arrow. Next layer of CC comes in, you have to have a way of matching that as well, and that's all you need. But in this draft, it's not what happened, because Schalke had engage on every single champion that they were running, except for the Corki, who did so much damage that it essentially doesn't matter.
Yeah, and I think, and to have as much disengage as there is engage, you can't have a split push because your top lane is likely going to bring disengage to the table. So I think we need to go back to the draft phase. Definitely a Zac ban, probably a Caitlyn ban in first rotation of bans now, and it might open up the field to be a bit more level-headed for PSG, because I feel like they already had lost draft after the first phase. Personally, felt they'd already lost.
Well, something that showed for me in this game is, can you ban out upset?
No.
So he played well on Ash.
But he
can probably play Caitlyn. We've seen him play the others.
I totally agree with your point, but how do you ban out any AD carries at the moment? Everyone can play hyper carries. Everyone can play Ash, Varus, and Jhin because they're not incredibly difficult to play. I agree that your positioning is important and tiny mechanical plays are very important. So if you see someone who's played 1,000 Varus matches against someone who's played 50, that's different. But the unique skills that you transfer between them are very similar. Whereas in mid lane, you have all of these different ways you have to play. So the block plays very differently to Orianna, and Orianna plays very differently to Corki. Actually, they play relatively similar, but there's less that you have to transfer between champions.
I think it's
in
interesting.
mid lane than there is.
I think it's interesting we're trying to ban marksman out. That I don't even feel. I don't even feel like upset is like the guy to target. I think there's so many high-level carries on Schalke that by just trying to target upset, you just then shift the load onto Kadral or you shift the load onto Memento, all of who have performed incredibly well. But PSG are going to stick to the same strategy this time round. Zac and Caitlyn, though, because obviously Schalke are red side, means that... What are you laughing at?
You trying to take a drink of water while we're on camera?
I forgot about that. That's why I'm not actually...
just going to wait for a couple of minutes?
I was just going to wait until we're in game now.
So it's a good idea.
Permanently hold my
water. It now
water.
just looks like you're looking down at a mobile phone that you're frantically typing on. Let's just put that over there.
I still have the label on.
Zach,
Big error.
Caitlyn, and Elise bans getting taken away from Shalke, and it's the same bans as we said from PSG. They'll first pick the Gragas. Flex all over the place.
So the Thresh is up if Shalke do want that for Niskaran. Not something that I think we've seen much of him play, but it is open if they would like to try and take that off the field. Also get their choice of AD carry for Upset. You know, the bans have been going against Upset. Shalke might take this opportunity to pick up something for him that he feels comfortable on.
Thresh Ashe makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Thresh Ashe is pretty good.
Thresh Ashe is solid, or you can just try and take a carry, not give anything away from the bottom lane. Try and give yourself, for example, carries in a carry jungler is what I meant to say, but never mind. Give yourself the jungler so you don't give anything away in the bottom lane. And Rek'Sai, very dominant champion.
Haven't seen it at all this week thus far. This is the first Rek'Sai we haven't actually seen being played. Was banned out earlier on. PSG probably going to look towards their support and AD carry this rotation.
You imagine so. That's the generic strategy that you see in the first 3 picks. The question is what AD carry. I would be tilting towards Ashe here because she is fairly safe.
You'd be joining a lot of PSG fans if you were tilting at the moment.
Yeah. There is also the option to pick up the Kalista if you want to deny the Kalista Thresh combo and go for the Kalista Braum combo, which is very strong. All depends what you want to achieve. Yeah, I think this is safer.
Yep, gives you good pick potential. Ashe, Braum, the Freyord lane, as it is otherwise known, and then Kalista Thresh, it could be picked up here for Shalke. They've already shown that they're pretty dominant in that bottom lane. Kalista Thresh would just help them try and enhance that, but instead going to go for the Jhin.
Okay, so instead of going for the sort of lane-dominant Kalista, they're going for the teamfight-orientated Jhin. We've seen the success of Jhin in the past, just competitively, you know, obviously a very strong champion, and can provide a lot for his team as well, which is the big difference between Kalista and Jhin, is that Jhin can set up a team. Not only does he have a long-range route, but also his ult can lead straight into team fights. So a strong pickup there for Shalke, especially considering how they played last game, being very decisive with Upset on those Ashe ults, similar with Jhin.
And Jhin can do similar things to Ashe. Jhin sets up sieges so well, he still does that same role where you can open up the ultimate on a tower and start a siege process with it, the same way we saw Dan on Maokai use the Nature's Graph to do the same thing. Bans starting to come out, Syndra ban now for PSG, and obviously the Rumble ban coming through for Shalke.
Yeah, not really too surprised by the Syndra ban. Don't want to give that up to Shalke. It's a very safe mid laner. Orianna there as well against K-Draws, the sort of mid lane bans that we have tended to see. However, he's shown his adept at the Corki. Blunt, comfortable on that as well. There's so many options still open in mid. You're just getting rid of things that you really don't want to play against rather than anything you think is overpowered.
Yeah, I don't think you can limit huge amounts here.
Well, this Cassiopeia ban from Shalke is very smart because Cass is typically picked into Corki, and now it gives the question to PSG, do you ban Corki or Orianna, both of which are very difficult to play against? I mean, LeBlanc is also difficult to play against, but now Shalke can blind pick one of their mids, or alternatively...
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I was going to say alternatively, they could get one or the other anyway, right?
Yeah,
they're going
to get one or the other anyway. But I mean, K-Draw has performed so well on Corki and so well on Orianna, but a very, very quick lock-in for PSG here. Something that you were chatting about earlier, Frozen. You said, you know, Taliyah, when we were thinking about the Heimerdinger pick, Taliyah into Orianna was, you know, you can clear waves against Orianna, functions the same way that we saw the Heimerdinger work, and you thought Taliyah just would have been better. Looks like PSG know exactly what's up. Not going to lock in Heimerdinger, thankfully.
I mean, you never know. They're still picking top lane, right? And typically Heimerdinger's a top laner.
No.
It could still happen.
No one's going to lock Heimerdinger. We have the Jace as well for Paris Saint-Germain. It's going to go up towards
J4. J4 is the pick, I think.
Jarvan makes the most sense here. Continues that engage that we talked about, the team fight that we talked about as well, and works well with the Orianna and the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, J4 also can pressure a Jace in lane if you have the jungle pressure. Unable to realistically if you don't have jungle pressure, but the gank potential on a Jace is strong with J4 and the Rek'Sai combo. Also, J4 is such a good follow-up for Orianna and using the Jhin ultimate. Really good way to make sure you get a categorically fantastic position for the Orianna Shockwave. Really good to follow up on Jhin ultimate on the tower. Lots of ways for, again, Shalke to just force the issue, which is something that I've really liked from the way that they've played.
These comps are essentially the same thing that we saw from last game, right? Shalke has gone at full commit to the team fight, and PSG is able to run at 1-4 with the sort of split-pushing Sartorius. Last game didn't go so well because essentially Shalke had a perfect comp to deal with it. In this scenario, though, they do have engage, but Zach is far more aggressive when it comes to engaging than a Rek'Sai can ever be.
What I actually like from PSG this time around is if they can actually steady the early game, when you get to a situation where you're starting to push towers, you've got a Taliyah, you've got a Jace, you've got an Ashe, all of which can consistently pressure the enemy under their own turret and, you know, eventually grind them out, and then potentially you allow them a free siege on the tower that you're trying to sort of siege up on. So there is always that potential for them to sort of move into that area, and they've got very consistent and reliable wave clear. Taliyah, pretty good at at doing that. Ashe can sort of throw out a volley or two when necessary, and the shockwave, the shock blast and the acceleration gate obviously make a great tool to clearing those caster minions in the back line. So again, a lot of ways to turtle here for PSG, and again, the strategy will then evolve as to whether they want to use this 1-4 or they try and go for a straight up poke game, which they could do here. You know, poke is traditionally weak against hard engage, but you do have the Gragas ultimate. You do have a little bit of disengage from the Tilia as well, and the Ashe can do a little bit too. So if you can try and win the poke war, like just literally do as much damage before a teamfight even starts, might find an opportunity for PSG to get some work done.
Yeah, and that is the way that Jace, if he is going to look to try and 5-man stack into them, is that's how he opens up. You know, he walks down, uses the gate, I don't know what the acceleration gate, and then passes Q through it, and exactly, a big boom. So I think that's how Sartorius would stack up if he goes as a 5-man, but they want to keep him split pushing once again, this time getting him hard snowballing onto the Jarvan and then try and push it through, and that is most likely where we're going to see the jungle pressure coming out as well.
Jungle pressure top, says Frozen Dawn early on. Are the junglers going to change their paths at all? Is it just going to be a pure hit level 3 go top? Or at the moment, we actually see them both at the top side of the map, not going towards the Razor Beaks for Kairi just quite yet.
So Memento has to respect Blanc's push in the early levels. Talia's Q is an incredible pushing tool early game, even into Orianna. Orianna from about level 4 onwards can look to try and snowball it, well, push it into this matchup as well, but early on she is going to get shoved in. That is completely expected. As a result, though, Blanc on Talia is able to roam in, try and get vision of the Rek'Sai, things like this, and it's going to be whether or not Kirei can play off the vision that Blanc can get for him in when it comes to pressuring top.
We have seen strong Talia play from Blanc in the past, specifically last season. He was very good on it. Have to see if he's able to impact the map that much this time. Actually looks like Kairi is going to start at his Razor Beaks, and Memento instead starting straight at red with a little bit of a hand from Smithy J.
All right, so not the usual Rek'Sai start. Even if you're going for like sort of cheesy top lane gank, Wraiths is typically a strong start because you get a little bit more XP and you can try and stack. Obviously, Rek'Sai could do the red buff in straight into a top gank or something kind of crazy like that. She'll have the red buff for it, but Rek'Sai is not the kind of champion you want to be doing that with because you do need all of 3 of your abilities essentially to be able to execute a successful gank.
Nardius and Clyde did help out at the red there, gave the super buff start to Kairi, means that he will be able to just go up towards the top side and look for that top lane pressure early on, trying to help out Sartorius in the lane. Almost worked for them last game. Sartorius almost got first blood, but wasn't quite able to totally capitalize.
Yeah, we're just going to see the Sartorius shoving in Smitty J. Once again, to be expected. And this is kind of a jungler's dream, really, when both mid and top push in early. It gives you a lot of control over the early few levels that the junglers have to contest camps for. We do see Gragas going in, trying to take the Scuttle Crab to secure himself some vision. Keep him at full HP as well.
Speaking of push there, like you said, Blanc can push in mid quite quickly. Already at level 2, he was roaming down, getting a control ward, getting a vision ward down near that Scuttle Crab on the bottom side of the map to make sure they could see where Memento was. Memento will be spotted out. Kairi, I think, just got caught by the tremor sense there as well.
So both junglers aware of each other. Memento opting to go back to try and go and steal his bottom side, well, take his bottom side jungle, look to get a little bit of an XP advantage. Kirei instead, and just have to be happy with his top side, but actually in the bottom lane, quite a big trade coming out.
Yeah, Deadly Flow used onto Clyde, but the Unbreakable does stop some of the damage coming out from the Jhin.
We saw triple pings coming out from Rek'Sai. The 3 separate location Gragas could be, one on Wolves, one on Gromp, and then one looking to sort of pressure into the top side. Memento just doing a good job to track the enemy jungler there, make sure his team is fully aware. They could be ganked from the top side of the map, but considering the current position of both Orianna and Jarvan, it's unlikely that Gragas would look for a dive this early on.
Yeah, Jarvan, not the easiest to dive. If you can get him to use his EQ somehow, then it becomes a lot easier to dive. But
yeah, well, he has a shield as well, so there's a little bit extra health you have to push through. This early on, teams champions are so squishy that you don't want to be looking to execute those. There's a few champions that maybe can, like Repel on Elise is a very useful tool, but you take those risks.
As well, with his mobility, can sometimes do it, but Gragas a little bit tougher. You want to be using your body slam in, so it makes it a little bit harder for you to actually get out of the fight afterwards or reset that tight aggro. Once again, a slowish early game from these two teams, kind of to be expected. We actually see Blanc backing at the 4-minute mark, gets himself a Dark Seal and some boots alongside a control ward to try and keep tracks on Memento.
Yeah, it's important that Memento tunneled through the Dragon Wall, getting deep vision into Kirei's bot side jungle, but Kirei is nowhere near there. Instead, he's going to try and lane gank top lane.
So how much does this actually give Memento? Like, can he be looking for a bot lane gank? Can they be going for that full-on aggression?
It depends entirely on how Kirei's gank top lane goes. If Kirei's gank top lane is successful, then Memento hasn't actually gained any momentum on him. However, if Memento takes the Krug, then recalls, and can take his entire top side, his own top side jungle, then he's going to be a couple of camps ahead of Kirei, and that means things like he's going to hit 6 first, for example, so his level 6 gank is going to be more powerful. Things like that.
20 CS lead for Memento. Now you have to remember the Krugs give you a huge amount of CS, so just taking those does actually inflate that creep score, and that's what Memento's done. Twice, I believe, he's taken his Krugs, which is giving him this large CS differential, and he is going to get his full topside jungle as well. So a small experience and gold gain there for Memento over Kirei.
Kirei, though, is instead trying to pressure out of these wraiths. He is aware that it's going on. Both these junglers having a duel, and Kirei actually putting out a lot of damage.
The barrel was positioned, and Kirei actually steals it away. Flash away from Memento. And that's what we want to see from Kirei. Some early aggression, pushing Memento back, stopping him from being able to get those flash unburrow engages.
Yeah, and Kirei now going to steal the Krugs back from the Rex side. Essentially just traded Krugs across the map. There is still a deep ward in for Memento in that bottom side, so he's going to be happy about that. But burning his flash early on Rex side is not what you want. You kind of need that flash unburrow as your primary engage tool until you hit 6. Blanc with a huge ult top
Smitty J, that's not where you want to be at all. Does have the flash, but the Unraveled Earth comes out. Blanc pushed up mid lane, roamed up. It's what we said we wanted to see from them, and PSG get first blood.
This is the power of Talia. If your team is playing well around it, knows how to utilize it, you just get these free ganks. Essentially, Sartorius just calling down, hey, you know, top's ultable, dude, and then he comes straight in.
Does he do it that casually?
There it is, yeah.
Hey, dude, we're in the
hey, dude.
1970s, top's audible.
Dude.
We're hippies, got some tie-dye. Dude, do you wanna, where's my car?
Some players in comms are that chill, by the way.
You found my car?
Some players just like, we could go top, or we could go mid, or we could, they just talk really like...
That would really frustrate me. I want someone to be like, let's do this.
The thing is, I don't know why, like some players, when you talk to them about these sort of things, it's just because they are kind of thinking about it, or they're trying to basically mind map so much that they can't, they just talk everything that's like, we could go here, or we could go here, or, and then the team just sort of talks with them about it. Very often in the early game,
logic it out,
work it out, discussion. Absolutely.
Bot lane's been relatively even between these two, double door and shield, so neither of them really taking too much pressure in the lane. Nardius will actually be 1 CS ahead as this wave pushes into him. If he gets them all, if he misses one, nope, doesn't do it. Good job CSing Nardius when it's pushed towards you.
I expect that level of CS ability.
Hey, to get 3 out of 3 is better than PSG have done in any of their games thus far. Currently sitting at 0 out of 7. Perhaps 0 out of 8. And there's a unwanted record on the horizon for Paris Saint-Germain. Since the Challenger Series entered a league format in 2015, no team has gone without a win throughout the entirety of the league. The closest we have had is only 1 win for ex-Nielo in the 2015 summer season, but even they were able to eke out a win against G2. Paris Saint-Germain looking down the barrel of a Guinness World Record not to be proud of.
Absolutely not. You definitely don't want that kind of streak on you. Especially as a football club competing against the other football club, you know, and they are going to be competing not only for pride, but also it gives a sort of big mark to other sports teams, you know, who to mess with, who not to mess with.
At the moment, you can mess with PSG. I'm
moment,
sure me and some of my buddies could mess with PSG the way that they have been destroyed by a lot of these teams, looking a lot stronger in the early game here. About 1,000 gold ahead as Memento comes in to help clear this one out. Kaire was there, waiting perhaps for the counter gank.
Both junglers just mirroring each other almost across their movement for the the first 9 minutes of this game, really. And the only successful gank came out of mid lane instead of the junglers. So
Sartorius is going to be jumped on here, doesn't have flash, tries to jump back with the to the skies, gets knocked to the skies, nor scare him with the play back. Sartorius is going to fall, and Shalke will get their first kill of the game.
And the first successful gank that a jungler has done. What a time to be alive, comes in at 9 minutes. The Mento who picked that up is going to help him keep tempo onto Kirei, but Kirei can look to try and pressure the bot side of the map as well.
It's speed of rotation though, because Norskeren had already come up towards that top side, and they're going to have upset there. The question is, do you bring Blanc down as well to try and take this bot lane tower if you're Paris Saint-Germain, or do you just say we're going to try and 3v4 it?
I think you can see that you're going to lose the top tower first just because there's too many people there to be already auto-attacking the tower, and Rek'Sai does more damage to towers than the Gragas will. Instead, you want to keep the Talia mid to keep the pressure on the Orianna, keep her shoved into the lane, whilst keeping her shoved under tower, and then from there, Blanc can try and create some pressure across the map. Both teams could possibly be opting to continue their push, in fact. It'd be very rare to see that, though, because realistically, you aren't going to be able to take the tier 2 tower. It's on full health. It's also harder to kill than the tier 1 tower anyway. And by then, you don't have the items, because even though you've got the gold, you haven't been able to spend it. So,
Cly and Blanc instead deciding they want to take away that blue. They do secure it. Memento unable to steal a blue, because there's no blue here to steal for him. Instead, has to satisfy himself with a wolf.
it's the little things. Taking those small cabs. It's also about vision. Both junglers now having vision in the other junglers' blue sides of the map. Both being able to play fine into their red side, though. That's where they're going to be able to farm themselves back up and look to continue the pressure they're doing. Because the Dragon is Cloud Drake, most pressure we're going to see is around the top side of the map as the teams compete for pressure over the Rift Herald.
Yeah, something you don't too commonly see is keeping the AD carrying support up towards that top side after that first tower does fall. Usually you want to bring them back around, but for the time being, they don't. Did see a red ping come out there. I actually think, yes, they got a ward behind where Nardius and Cly were. So there's a ward just in that side bush there that they were pinging and saying, Smitty J, you can teleport here if Nardius and Cly overextend in this lane. But instead, they've decided to come towards mid and to make it a lot safer for them.
Well, they see the Jhin and Thresh in the top lane, but they're pushing currently without pressure. It's not like that wave's going to crash into a tower anytime soon. Allows PSG to stack up, try and chip away at this tower. But at the moment, it's just creating pressure. And this is what happens when teams talk about pressure. This is what it means. Your AD carry and support walk towards the mid lane. Orianna has to back off. She might lose some farm. You might get a few auto attacks into the tower. You then go back to your lane, push that lane out. You just keep the ebb and flow of the game, essentially, until someone makes a mistake.
Well, Kadra used Shockwave, and that may have been a mistake as Blanc tries to get a threaded volley to connect. Had to use Ghost as well. Kadra still has the heal. Takes a couple of rocky spears to the face. Sartorius now going to take a lot of damage as Smitty J tries to close in. Memento with the flash unburrow. Here comes the Weaver's Wall, but it's not there in time to save the top laner from Paris Saint-Germain.
Both mids now without their ults, but it doesn't matter. Kadra's going to have to look to recall soon as he's very low HP and probably diveable by the power of Gragas.
By the power of Gragas. I have the power.
I have the power to dive you. I mean, he does have the power to dive him, right?
Kadra doesn't have flash heal, though. Could try and escape. It will stay around for the time being as Memento is there as well. Interesting to see Shalke and Fear put so much priority on getting Sartorius penned back, like pinning him to the wall, saying, no, you're not allowed to move. Every time we'll just catch you out.
Well, it's because Jace provides something that other split pushers don't, which is if he does group with the team, he's actually useful. He can poke, which is his primary role, but then because he's a ranged damage dealer, he's going to be able to take towers very quickly. So shutting down Jace is very important for their composition. It also gives DJ this breathing room to be able to try and pressure across the map, look for team fights where they want them. And most likely, similar to last game, we're going to see the primary number of team fights around the Baron area.
Yep, Cloud Drake, of course, something you can take off the cards just because you have the priority, but no team has actually been able to develop that yet. No team's been able to develop those deep wards that you really want to see. There was a time when Shalke and Fear had a few, but they've now expired. And it's all about this river control for both of these squads. Explosive cast onto Memento, there's the shield. And no dice for Paris Saint-Germain. Once again, they will just retreat. Rift Herald is on the cards for them if they want it, but they still haven't got this top tower. And they just trying to eke their way forward towards it.
Well, PSG don't want to risk right now because Smitty J is the one that has the teleport, whereas Sartorius does not have his for another few minutes. This is the opportunity for Shalke to try and make a play. They have the engage options coming out from Upset's ult. Norskeren as well, with a flash available, can look to try and make some sort of flash hook happen. And you can call in a Smitty J TP and try and...
There they go.
Committed
TP
team fight, this is
comes
it.
in. There's the arrow flashed away by Norskeven. Memento burrows in as well. The hook does not connect, but the knockup does. There's the kill. Nadia's dead. Smitty J going to jump on Clyde. Memento looking for the chase as well. There's the deadly flourish. Knocks him up. Glacial Fisher tries to get the knock airborne, but Memento dodges to the side. Stand beside me to a minion. But they're going to die, and you're going to die as well. Kyrie trying to get himself away. The hook connects. Cadril there, so low on mana, does get the grievous wounds onto Kyrie, who flashes the wall, and now it's all arm blank. Deadly flourish hits. Memento sinks in the claws from long range. Seismic shove dodged out there, actually with the burrow in. And Blanc will be the only one to survive this. Norskeven misses the hook. Blanc with the flash. The heel comes out. Upset. Deadly flourish to the face. Blanc trying to get away. Will get himself to the plume.
Wow.
And dies with a flourish.
What a chase. But in the end, it's Shalke who comes away with all the kills there. They aren't able to take any objectives off it, but fantastic use of the Smitty J TP to call the flank, essentially. Upset being able to open up the curtain call as well is their primary engage tool when they're engaging from a long distance.
Momentum's picked up all these early kills and said, okay, Titanic Hydra first, let's go guys. Who needs boots? Who needs a jungle item? All I want is to be able to clear that jungle and get damage down.
But he has a 2-level advantage onto Kire, double the CS. In fact, double CS. I know Krugs, blah, 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 but
I'm trying to think if I've ever seen a 100 CS lead for a jungle.
Well,
I've never seen a Flame Horizon
Yeah.
in the jungle role, I don't think, unless a Master Yi was playing or something. In a competitive game.
back when the, I can't remember what it was called, but the attack speed max health item that used to require 30 stacks. And you used to see, I can't remember what it was called, Trail, no.
So it was
that
Wriggle's
item.
Lantern.
No,
and
you know
then
the one I'm
after
talking
Wriggles,
about,
there was
right?
the other one, yeah, the attack speed one. It's not Blood Razor.
No.
Before Blood Razor,
But that item, the tanks playing into that would often have
Shyvana
this.
as well, yeah, Shyvana.
Precisely right. So I think that would probably be the last time it was ever seen. I'm not sure we're quite going to see it now. Rek'Sai really shouldn't be focusing on farming instead.
Devourer? Was it Devourer?
Yeah, it was. That's the one.
Madrid's Blood Razor as well used to, when Warwick's run that, they used to get it. But anyway, yes, it was Devourer, and that is a cage devoured up by the ice that comes from Blanc's cold heart. Once again, the standout performer for his team. 2-1 with the Banshees in the mid lane looking for this tower. Paris Saint-Germain might get their second turret of the game.
They can literally keep trying to push with this momentum, not memento, needs the jungle, momentum as well, as Sartorius has grouped up, and we know that Sartorius as a Jace can look to pressure towers. This is precisely why Jace can be a threat.
Here
This could be the Shalke engage.
Sartorius there, that's another dead Thresh. Paris Saint-Germain do not want to go into the Guinness Book of World Records for the most losingest team in the Challenger Series. That's what they would call it as well.
Losingest.
The most losingest team in the Challenger Series. They would have to lose next week as well, but they are facing up against Wind and Rain, who have looked stronger than them across the course of the split.
Absolutely. This is a game they have to win. PSG just cannot afford to lose this. Shalke too as well. Perhaps one of the biggest games of the night, just because of how necessary it is for these teams to try and hold their place in standing. Essentially, PSG just desperately not wanting to be anywhere near the bottom.
And they have to win this. In fact, if they win this, they then have to win next week to get 5th spots. I don't actually know if they can even get 4th if they win this game. I don't think they can.
Oh.
I think the best they can do is 5th. I think Paris Saint-Germain are out of contention for playoffs with that first loss.
Oh.
That was an odd realization to have in the middle of a game.
I know, we're like 80 minutes I'm like, oh, that feels bad, man.
Still fighting for pride, still fighting for the possibility that they can come back next year and do it all again. We'll have to fight their way through Challenger Series
talk about
qualifiers.
doing it all over again. You know, when you're down, well, you're actually not that down. I mean, you're down in the series, but not in gold. Technically, you're up in gold.
At the moment, they've got those extra towers. Cage has been called out a couple of times by Blanc, or once by Blanc and harassed down as well. Blanc sitting very pretty with that haunting guys building up towards Leandries as well.
Blanc
and we can see Smitty J's realizing this coming towards the mid lane route. Lands from upset. There's the flay away. Memento looking for the back line onto Nardius. The TP is going to join the fray. There's the explosive cast. Nardius so low, but Memento can't quite get it. The ignite comes out. Memento. Void rushes to victory. He will fall to the rest of PSG as Blanc just runs straight past Shalke no fear. Curtain call does open up. Cadril has the shockwave. If they can get it onto Smitty J, perhaps he'll go for the engage. The shockwave misses. Blanc jumped on though, and Smitty J will sink down at that final bang with the auto attack. Sartorius getting the chase off. upset. The last man really standing here for Shalke 04. Sartorius will take him out. Actually, Smitty J doing work. And the other side of this fight gets himself a double. Top laner versus top laner. It's a full house, a triple for Sartorius, a double for Smitty J. And they will accept it and just walk away.
Both top laners doing complete work in that fight to try and carry their teams. Jace just sort of leaping into the back line there. He excels at taking out squishy targets. He does fall when he gets hard CC'd, but in a situation like that, he timed his engage perfectly. Leapt in when there was no CC left available.
And it's what we said, you know, Jace, the reason he is good as a split pusher is he also works in team fights. And when you get a triple kill, when you've got a Black Cleaver, you are definitely doing work in these team fights.
I feel like there's something painfully ironic about that. Like, his strength as a split pusher is that he doesn't have to just split push. But it is true, right?
Was this just Shalke overstaying, though? Because it felt a little bit greedy
Yeah, well,
from
the
them.
shockwave popped there. Smitty J had no way of actually... I mean, he technically killed Blanc, but at that point, he's sort of gone too deep and isn't there to help his team. And both top laners just gunned down their respective opponents. Now, Jarvan, you can understand why Smitty J wants to make that play. You know, he wants to get ahead, he wants to try and lock the enemy team up so his team can escape. They just did not account for Jace doing the exact same thing onto them.
Caedrel flashes the arrow, keeps himself safe. Nadia's actually going for the Essence Reaver build here, not needing to chunk through too many tanks. Although later on, Memento and Smitty J will get pretty beefy. Sartorius has gone for a Death's Dance of his own. It looks like Kyrie's going Knight's Vow second item, so he'll be trying to protect his AD carry, or probably his mid lane. He's the one doing all the work in these fights.
It's true. You know, people usually think that you have to shove it onto the AD carry or something just because it's sort of the classic, but realistically you want to be shoving it onto, one, whoever's taking the most damage in a fight, but two, who also needs doing even.
Yeah.
But no, it's both taking and doing.
That's what I'm saying. Doing is doing.
Yeah. So it's you know, it's both essentially. The Talia is going to be closer in the team fight than the Ashe will, realistically. And so maybe you want to keep the Talia safe, but it does also look like Braum could be building the exact same item. So we might just see, one on each carry. It works. We see it a lot.
Definitely works. Totally agree with you. 2,000 gold lead for Paris Saint-Germain, or about 1,300. Let's not be too generous to them yet. They are looking like they might have enough in the tank to take down Shalke 04. It would be apt for the football match to go to a 1-1 draw.
It would be highly appropriate. A penalty shootout where they have to just 1v1 each other?
No, it's just
in like straight up
It's a Mundo Baron fight. You have to whoever dies to cleavers wins.
Oh, the Darkstar Thresh game mode would be a lot better.
Yes.
5v5
Darkstar Thresh to see who wins this football match.
Right, get on it.
Paris Saint-Germain clearing out vision around the Baron pit. They do have control of the river for the time being. I think a lot of it comes down to who engages the next fight, really, and how they engage. If you can catch Nadius or Blanc out, that is the majority of the damage just gone from PSG, especially since Sartorius does not have TP and Smitty J does.
Absolutely right. PSG got to play pretty far back to avoid Smitty J being able to TP into them. They have to respect the engage range that Upset on this Jhin can put out for them. So they're going to have to be playing not necessarily under a tower per se, but it's going to have to be very defensive, make sure that no one's caught out so that the Jhin ult doesn't essentially come in and allow for the Memento and Smitty J collapse.
They do still have 2 tier 1s available as well. Shalke have been unable to knock down that outer ring of turrets, only taking the one in the top lane earlier on. And this game is probably going to extend just a little bit now. They're both teams looking for engages, struggling to find them. You feel as soon as an engage goes off, it's going to be cataclysmal. And the arrow misses.
Not in the case of that arrow.
Catastrophic, perhaps, for Nadius. As he misses another arrow down at the mid lane, just threads the needle between all of the Shalke members. They are going to get vision control around this Baron pit. Don't quite clear out the control ward. Smitty J is just going to back and have to deal with Sartorius in the split push rock.
I wonder if that Nadius arrow had in fact hit, where the PSG would have had the restraint to have not fully pulled the trigger. Especially as Sartorius doesn't have the TP available. Essentially all you're looking for at this point is just a pick that you can try and make a kill and then deny any teamfight pressure coming out of Shalke.
Something I want to see from PSG as well is a deep vision line. At the moment they have a very superficial line in the river around the Baron. You need a deep line to allow Sartorius actually to continue to push, because there he backs away when it's only Smitty J on that side of the map. He can fight Smitty J in a 1v1. You can see it here, like he can just harass him down. But he has to be so wary about the fact Memento could be on his way, about the fact Upset could be on his way. If you get a deeper line, even just a deeper line in the red side jungle, you can really track Memento a lot better, and it gives you better control over the Baron pits. And that looks to be what they're doing at the moment as Nadius steps up with Kyrie.
Absolutely, they'll be so careful as they step up. Shalke have so many engaged tools on their team, and Nardius gets hooked.
Lands onto Nardius. There's the box as well. Shalke Nullfear looking for the fight. The explosive cast comes out. Sartorius has teleported in. Smithy J there. The arrow hits. Sartorius jumps onto the 3 squishy members in the back, but immediately stunned up. Smithy J has to flash away. Blanc killed by Memento. Memento will eventually fall. It's 1-for-1 at the moment. Shalke are the ones who are low. Look at the shock blast. Look at the arrows coming out from Nardius. Can't quite connect with the last concussive blows, but they have their jungler alive. They've got their double AD carries in Sartorius and Nardius, and they have their eyes on the Baron.
And Kadal don't have his shockwave up.
We've seen a steal. We've seen a steal with a command attack today.
We have.
It could happen again.
He doesn't have shockwave, but it doesn't matter.
Curtain call. Clyde gonna eat up a couple of shots. Kyrie eats up the second 2. Baron down to 3,000 HP. The deadly flourish. Kadal. Kyrie has the smite. Sartorius is low. Kadal gets jumped on. Kyrie's dead though. Upset there as well. The Baron eventually falls. Norscaron flashes into the pit. They're looking just to clean this one up, and Shalke might just win it out in the end. Who cares about the Baron, they say. We want the kills. 4 kills to Shalke Nullfear. A triple for upset. And PSG once again against Shalke. Full at Baron.
And they don't even have Blanc with the Baron buff. It's completely not worth. At least if you have one Baron buff, you can look to try and pressure and, you know, push down mid lane with the minions. But instead, no one. Shalke able to pick up this very valuable Cloud Drake as well. And what a huge win out there for Shalke. Upset's pressure with his ult was just so great, able to stall the fight out so very long. And Nardius not having the damage necessary to actually bring the Baron down to the health, essentially low enough health.
The last time these two teams faced off against each other, PSG had a massive lead. And then they went for a Baron against the Jace. And they lost the game off 1 shock blast hitting 3 people. This time, they're the ones with the Jace. However, somehow, the Baron once again proves to be their undoing. It's just not at all going well for Paris Saint-Germain. And even I'm just going to extend this. Firstly, replay, Paris Saint-Germain, they went through it. Norscaron flashing in actually makes a big play there with the flay. But even in that last time that they lost at Baron, Upset was playing Jhin and got a triple kill.
Wow.
So like, it's literally deja vu for PSG. It's like, how on earth is the exact same thing happening to us again?
Spooky, man. That's very spooky.
And the mid laner for Shalke was playing Orianna.
Who was the...
It was Selfie.
Yes, of course.
That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy.
This is their kryptonite, this comp.
Yeah. I feel like I'm in an episode of Doctor Who. Anyway, we do just have a pause coming out. I'm sure we'll get this sorted in just a second. And we will be making sure we continue the final game of the day. Shalke Nullfear looking like they have a pretty strong advantage now. Although they're behind in gold, 14 kills to 9 up. A fed AD carry, a fed top laner, a fed jungler. Is there anything more Shalke could want?
Well, I mean, they could be more ahead in gold. Like, technically, they're still behind, right? That dragon could have been infernal. That would have been great.
That's true.
But you're right. Schalke, from the look of the stats, are looking fantastic. But somehow the goal just isn't there for them, and it's all in the amount of towers that PSG's been able to take.
I think you need to look at how well PSG have executed on taking global objectives when they've had the chance. I think they've really executed on their chances this time around in this game. And take a look at Sartorius on Jace. I think he's been a major impact for PSG this game. I actually think they've made this split push work out quite well for them. He's also been able to have impact in teamfights just the way you said, using those accelerated shock blasts to try and deal as much damage from afar as possible. The problem is when they actually get locked into a full-on 5v5, when Shalke can, essentially I like to talk about it like bringing them down into the dirt. When Shalke can bring these fights down into the dirt, Shalke win because they just sort of drag PSG in. They have the better sort of micro-level decisions when it comes to team fight play and positioning. Whereas if you can keep it at range for PSG, they're probably quite happy to just spam those, threaded volleys, spam those shock blasts.
The thing is, PSG have 1,000 gold lead and they have 3 extra towers on Shalke. Like now, Shalke with a Baron buff, that's like the 2 tier 1s are dead already. That's 2,000 gold gone. So that's 1,000 gold lead already for Shalke Nullfear. With Baron, you can probably push for the next tier, probably get 2 of those as well. That's another 2,000 gold. You're 4,000 gold ahead at the end of this Baron. You have a strong composition. I don't see I see PSG having played the early game well, but once again, I see a PSG that have made a mid-game mistake that's going to lose them the game.
Absolutely. And these towers are falling, just as you said. Blanc not able to pressure out Casual. Actually, he is. I stand corrected.
Yeah, this is something you'll learn as a caster, Frozen Dawn. Never predict what's going to happen, because it won't happen. As soon as you predict it, it's like Schrodinger's cat. As soon as you, it's like waveforms, right? Light. As soon as you measure it, you've changed the result. It's like quantum physics.
Okay,
This
so
is
casting is quantum
Casting
physics.
is like quantum physics, except slightly more complicated, in my opinion.
And you have to, you know.
I mean, you wouldn't understand. You're more touchy-feely sort of stuff with philosophy anyway, aren't you?
So sad. So
Smitty
sad.
J setting up around the mid lane here. Paris Saint-Germain trying to counter out this Baron push. Sartorius is still up in the top side, so has got some strong potential to continue to try and take towers, but Memento has caught out Blanc, and Blanc's going to have to try and get his way away. Cadril not there. There's the Void Rush. Memento unable to get the kill, but is able to force Blanc out. And now, actually, this is interesting from Paris Saint-Germain, because they're going to try and retreat up towards the top side. A couple of shots from the Curtain Call do connect, but Paris Saint-Germain do not want an encore, as Sartorius is still going to get that top lane tower. I just realized as well.
Shalke didn't have the buff.
Shalke didn't get the Baron.
I was waiting a very long time.
did not get the Baron.
And I thought, no.
I don't know why I would say that. I just, because it was such a big fight, I thought they stole it. My apologies, everyone.
So everything that was just
said, it's gone to my brain. It's melted the few brain cells I had left. White matter and grey matter are just matter now to me.
Wow. Blimey, how science are we going?
Oh, we can go corpus callosum if you want.
I don't know what that means, so
Yeah.
sure.
Nor do I. Just made it up. So, the center point that connects the two hemispheres of the brain, and at the moment it feels like Shalke are just looking for that center point that connects the two sides of their composition. You've got the need to push into Sartorius up towards the top side. You've got Smitty J there, and then you have this frontline tanking Memento, but how does that combine well with Cadril and Upset on that backline? Can they make that middle portion of it work?
I think their composition certainly can, to be honest. You know, Upset has been doing a fantastic job of opening up with Curtain Call, using that to set his team up, specifically setting up Smitty J to be able to get a Cataclysm into the backline. And then from there, he's just been able to do classic Jhin things, you know, damaging from the backline with the sort of support that Northscaran and Cadril have been bringing. The only thing I am thinking is a bit lackluster coming out from Cadril is his shockwaves. Yeah. He's missed a couple. Well, the odd one or two hasn't actually been that impactful in teamfights. And we all know that Orianna's shockwave is one of the most impactful ults in the game. If Cadril was going to step it up.
Yeah. No, I totally agree with you. If it felt like a little bit of split decision-making there from Paris Saint-Germain, because they put the Talia wall in, and then they try and collapse onto Cadril, but they aren't quite able to make it. Memento's going to get the knock up here. Cadril's on his way. Clyde's going to have to flash. Memento flashes away. The hook onto Kyrie, looking for the kill perhaps here. He's going to flash away as well, but here comes the engage. The shockwave connects, and there's the Cataclysm as well. They're going to continue on to PSG. Two members will just have to jump away. Curtain Call opens up from Jhin. Cadril tanking up the shock blast to make sure Upset keeps himself alive. And they now can look for this tower. Deadly Flourish with the root. There's the hook as well, but that's a dead Thresh. Hook from beyond the grave. Something we'll see when the Urgot rework comes out. Fear beyond death. And at the moment, the fear for Paris Saint-Germain was that they go without a win throughout this Challenger Series split.
Yeah, despite that, though, they are still being able to make these proactive plays, which is beautiful to see from PSG here.
Upset, so aggressive. Just walks under the towers and AD carry.
He knows he has the support from Northscaran. These two players together have such great faith in each other to be able to do the other's role, essentially.
Smitty J flashes in. There's the Void Rush as well. Memento with the kill. Very hard to dodge that, but the arrow comes back out. Back off cooldown as well. Cadril, Winter's Bite, Ignite. Is it enough? Not quite. Oh, the flash volley as well from Nadius. Can't get it. Cadril shields himself. And Shalke and Null Fear somehow limp their way away. Cadril. That was truly a moment from beyond the stars. Some sort of fortuitous alignment of the planet saved him there.
You know, I was watching the Nadius Hawk shot to fly in, imagining it could do damage. I'm like, oh, Orianna's on 10 HP.
One true damage. Yeah. One true damage.
That's all it would take. Oh.
Gold has now equalized. Shalke and Null Fear going from that 1,000 behind to now an even amount of gold.
All right, so it's, I mean, most of the gold difference is going to come around in that mid lane.
Yeah, 2,000 between the two of them.
And in a sense, as Orianna, it's not too bad if you're behind in gold, because you're able to shockwave in a team fight and it's going to be impactful enough. Essentially, if you are to land that multi-man shockwave on top of the Cataclysm or on top of sort of a Thresh combo in the box, for example, that's just going to be detrimental and going to annihilate PSG, essentially. But from Cadril so far, we haven't seen him able to do that. He has used his ult for a couple of kills. We just saw in the last team fight as well. He used it to execute Kirae, essentially, which is a perfectly fine use of his ulti. But if the fight continues to carry on, no one could really follow up because Cage doesn't have the ult, which is just so impactful.
Baron is up, Sartorius is splitting. Kyrie going to try and step forward a little bit here. The teleport is available on the Jason. The Hawk Shot, of course, so powerful when you want to scope out a target. Norscaven trying to clear out vision. No control ward for him, however. Memento is sitting on one, so they can use that if they need to. They're going to start up this Baron. Long-range totem comes out, trying to bring Sartorius up. Look at the flank, though. Look at where Smitty J is. Lord of the Pit from Blanc puts down the wall, keeps Memento in there. Smitty J joins Blanc, caught up. Here comes the fight as Blanc dodges out the deadly flourish. Look at the damage on towards him. He goes down, but however, 2 kills for PSG as Sartorius continues to rip through their front line. Smitty J trying to get away, can't dodge the Hawk Shot. The curling core comes out, just about dodges that shock blast. As once again Upset tries to force Paris Saint-Germain away from that Baron.
I have no idea how Blanc lived for that long in that team fight, but it was incredible. He survived such a long amount of time that he was able to put tons of damage down onto Memento and Smitty J, and as a result, Memento then died.
Smitty's going to TP here. Going to join this one up. Cadril almost has a shockwave back available. Upset there. No summoners on him. Smitty J and Cadril going to force PSG back for the time being. Nadius keeps the Baron aggroed. Kyrie steps forward, trying to continue with that Baron push. Smitty J gonna jump in. Has he got the Cataclysm? Not quite yet, but he has got assistance from Upset. The Unbreakable from Cly blocks them up into the arrow as well. Upset not able to get a kill on the back line, and we saw Smitty J fall as well.
That looks so dodgy from PSG there. It almost looked like they weren't willing to commit to the fight, but the thing is, Baron resets if it doesn't get auto-attacked for about 4 or 5 seconds, and so that's exactly what PSG was doing, just keeping that pressure, because if he keeps taking damage, then the Baron won't regen and shall continue to have to force PSG, knowing the limit of that team fight very well, to be able to keep the Baron engaged, thus keeping Shalke engaged as well.
A second cloud on the Summoner's Rift as well, which means no one wants to fight for those dragons. Shalke got the first. The second, well out of contention for Dragon of the Split. I'm not sure who I would give Dragon of the Split. It's probably going to be one of the Elders. Also just made up a new award that we are going to give out. Sartorius teleporting in here to join the fight as PSG look for their second Baron of the game. First didn't go too well for them. We've seen them make some shot calling decisions around these before. Smitty J not there. The arrow misses. Memento comes in, but it's still at 2,000 HP. The shockwave gets it! And Memento gets out. Paris Saint-Germain, they've blown a 4-1 lead in the past, and now they seem to be blowing every opportunity they have at securing that Baron.
That team fight was 5v4. Smitty J was nowhere to be seen. He respawned as Baron was half HP without TP. And once again, Oriana with stealing a Baron. What is this? Cadril just finally, there we go. He had his moment this game.
That's his big play of the game.
He's done it.
Once again, and Oriana steals the Baron. I think that was with the shock blast. I think as well Smite came out. Blanc gonna try and put the Weaver's wall down. Catches out Norscaven, the jump in from Sartorius, knocks him back. Cly there. This is gonna be a dead Thresh. Has been the sacrificial lamb for his team time and time again. Shalke, even on gold with Paris Saint-Germain. They do have a Baron buff in their back pocket, but Paris Saint-Germain are the ones on the front foot.
Yeah, they just want to try and force in here to deny as much of the time SO4 have with their Baron. You can keep pushing the waves in, try and look to force while they're resetting. Just gives you a little bit more time to not be being sieged yourself, but they are going to have to deal with these waves.
Knock back, the stun lands the wombo combo. Smitty J jumps in. That was superbly played by Paris Saint-Germain. The arrow came out before the knockback. Smitty J now trying to escape, will escape for the time being. The knockback again from Blanc. No mana on him though. PSG instead going for that inhibitor in the mid. Sartorius and the rest of the Paris Saint-Germain lineup will eventually crack the base of Schalke 04, and Cly will tank up those curtain call shots.
This is such a brawl. PSG not without the Baron buff, sieging into Schalke, who had the Baron buff, able to take an inhibitor.
I think Paris Saint-Germain have worked out how to play around Baron late game.
Baron,
you throw
and then
it,
charge at them.
and then you charge. Yeah, they need
sideways,
Kled.
though.
That's what they need. They need Kled. Someone we haven't seen that much this tournament. Actually, very strong in 7-13 as well. Hopefully, we'll see Kled next week or so. Now, Schalke do still have the Baron on 3 members. They can push down mid. Jin, of course, with that 4th shot, can take down towers relatively quickly.
Schalke really needed to send someone bot lane or top lane before the waves get killed, but it looks like they aren't going to be able to get there in time. And Blanc's going to be able to shove out this bot lane and perhaps just send himself top as well. try and deny the sort of pressure that Baron can put out. You know, this is almost a perfect opportunity. If you have Baron and you have both side lanes that are huge waves pushing in, that is a fantastic moment to be looking to take towers because you have so much pressure on the map. But instead,
we're back into
PSG are there sort of a few seconds early, essentially, and able to push out the waves, pretty much denying Schalke's Baron steal at this point. Not to mention, of course, the inhibitor they stole afterwards, but like excluding that, Shalke hasn't really done anything with the Baron.
Sartorius has had a great game as well, you have to say, on this Jace. 8-4-4, Death Dance, Black Cleaver, Last Whisper upgraded to a Mortal Reminder. Oh no, Giant Slayer, sorry. Lord Dominic's, that's what it's called. The Guardian Angel and the Engage coming out from Smitty J. There's the Cataclysm, the Glacial Fisher, knock up. Nardius will flash the wall to get himself away. Norscaron misses the play. Here's Memento with the chase. Void Rush across. Upset, unstoppable on this Jhin. 619. Looking to make it 7, but not quite able to capitalize. Sartorius there. There is the Weaver's Wall to block off the minion wave. Smitty J is going to come in from behind it. Now realize, oh wait, there aren't any minions here. I'm going to have to tank it myself.
Team.
Eventually.
Where's my team?
Team,
Exactly.
please. Can you not jump walls? What is this?
And Jhin just flashes it like, yeah! Could you imagine?
That would be an upset play. Now, mid lane inhibitor is the target. Sartorius still splitting. No TP on him. He can't join this. If Shalke make one more pick, they might just go for the game, but instead, they retreat. A war of attrition here, Frozen Dawn. The gold perfectly even. 40 minutes in, and Shalke Null Fear looking for their second win of the Challenger Series.
This game is so much more even than the game before that Shalke pretty much dominated, other than that minor Baron throw issue, which they won't talk about.
I don't think it's an issue anymore. I think it's just expected.
It's true. Whenever there's a Baron.
Only Giants are a team where I look at it and say that's going to be their Baron. They have a 100% Baron rate, never lost a Baron. I trust in the Giants.
It's quite a crazy stat to have.
Across the Challenger
honest.
Series.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but they have also just won every single game. It's a lot easier to take a Baron when you're ahead.
Or, in this game, take a Baron against all odds.
When you're losing the fight, that's when you take the Baron.
What's the win condition before behind?
Oh, Arrow does still hit onto Kadril. The stun jumped out, the explosive cast. That's a dead Orianna. And Norscaron's going to get caught up as well. Smitty J is in the flank here. He gets the Cataclysm onto blank. That's a dead Talio's. Memento gets a double knock-up. Nardius just about dodges the hook. Memento jumping in with the Void Rush. Can they get the Ash? Yes, they can. And now the rest of PSG are going to fall as well. It looked so good for them, but they only get one. And Shalke instead take 4 and are looking for the game.
Smitty J here really needs to just hold a wave. I guess there's already a super minion in this one, so he has to recall and try and shove it out. Shalke, though, being able to win this fight, despite Nardius actually with some impressive kiting, considering that Kadril died instantly, with Shockwave still available, Shalke, very impressive to be able to win this fight. I think it comes down to upset and the strength he currently has for his team. 8-1-11, all resources being put into keeping him alive.
Is this just the game? You've got Smitty J, you've got Upset, you've got Memento, a lot of AD threat there. They're looking for that first Nexus Tower. Sartorius was unable to hold the wave. 10 seconds left on Paris Saint-Germain, and Shalke Null Fear are going to make it 2-0. Paris Saint-Germain lose it in extra time. Shalke Null Fear blow the final whistle on Paris Saint-Germain's Challenger Series campaign.
And they were so close. I mean, there were so many moments where PSG could have won that game, but they just didn't. I mean, against all these odds, right? Like, I don't know how this happens.
Welcome to Paris Saint-Germain.
You win until you don't.
This is true, but this Baron was then thrown, it was stolen back. They got an inhib despite being against the Baron buffed up Shalke.
I actually think, right at the end there, Sartorius was both their saving grace and the nail in the coffin.
He was Dan. He was the Dan of Paris Saint-Germain.
It literally was the Dan of Paris Saint-Germain. In that last fight, had the rotation for Sartorius been instantaneous, he would have been joining the fight earlier. They actually probably could have got a clean ace, or as close to a clean ace as they could have got, and then resulted in them potentially taking the game entirely. Because Sartorius was slow to react, he was slow to get to the team fight, it resulted in Shalke getting a turnaround with, by the way, Upset, who was a god this game. Upset was absolutely incredible this game.
He's the sort of player that I think if Shalke don't make it to LCS, this split will be picked up by an LCS team. He's just that good.
The result of this last game that we just saw was inconsequential for PSG because I want to confirm what you were suspecting throughout the game. 5 points is now the cutoff for playoffs because I believe Wind and Rain achieved 5 points with their win over Origin. So you needed 5 points, and with a draw today and a win next week, the maximum PSG could have secured was 4.
Shalke have also guaranteed themselves a spot in the playoffs. They're sitting on 8 points at the moment. Giants in top top spot with 12, as you would expect. I'm sure we'll get those standings up in just a second. But next week, let's move on from this. Paris Saint-Germain sadly unable to make playoffs. Schalke looking like they have made playoffs. Let's move on to next week. Up first, we've got Wyndham Reign taking on PSG. It's a big game for War. Do you think that War have shown us enough to win that one out?
Definitely. I mean, I think right now, War look like the stronger of those two. PSG, I mean, look, you don't want to say that it comes into play, but morale is low. It's a game that means nothing for them, essentially, in the long run of things, apart from maybe seeding. I don't even know if seeding works going downwards, but it probably doesn't. So for them, they're going to be really down the dumps coming into this game, and War are going to be playing for everything, knowing that they are within grasping range of winning guarantees them a spot in the playoffs, so they are definitely going to be reaching for that.
The only sort of fun, like, devil's advocate you can play to this is that sometimes when there's no, like, there's no,
play with comfort,
it doesn't matter if you win, you have pure comfort. It doesn't matter, you already know, you're already sort of, saying you're looking for a new team or whatever, and you just kind of come in and play whatever it is you want to play, and sometimes that can work. A team doesn't have the stress, doesn't have the, sure. Is that, are you calling it? Like,
I want it. Like, Perks promised it to us in LCS and then never played it. So let's
also look towards the other game.
Well, we'll do that. We'll just get the standings up as we do that. So let's have a quick look at where everyone stands at the moment. Giants in that top spot, 12 points, guaranteed first place. Schalke in second, guaranteed in the playoffs, not guaranteed that second spot yet. RB and Wyndham Reign actually sitting there in third spot, tied. And then Origin in fourth. They're the only team that can really play spoiler to that.
Yeah.
And you don't want to get fourth spot either, because the team that gets fourth has to play against Giants in the playoff. Now, then the games we have coming up are Schalke against Giants and Origin up against RB.
That is a huge game, because if Origin can win that 2-0, which, I mean, look, let's be honest, not likely, but it is there as a possibility, and it's going to be playing on RB's mind.
Yeah.
That is RB losing a playoff spot, essentially. That is RB going down. I mean, it depends on points and playoffs when it comes to the fourth spot.
No, I'm pretty sure if War win and RB lose, RB are out.
If War don't win and RB don't win, so there could be a tiebreaker there.
Yes.
I think they drew against each other. So,
did.
But a lot to play for next week, specifically that RB Origin matchup. Big for Origin. They can still keep their playoff chances alive. Yeah. Admittedly, they might have to play against Giants, but it is playoff chances nonetheless.
And we saw last time, Misfits Academy played up against Schalke 04 and they won. And now they're in the LCS as Mysterious Monkeys. Like, it's not impossible to beat a team that's gone unbeaten thus far.
Absolutely.
And you can go to your head, and this is sort of something we touched on at the very start of the broadcast, which is what happens when you start winning, don't stop winning, and then finally lose in one game in a series or whatever. You exploit your weaknesses that you've shown but haven't been fully pressured by other teams that you've kind of been stomping. And from there, I mean, that's kind of going to be the big question for Giants, like post-week 5 is, do they have weaknesses? Where are they? And can the teams adapt quick enough?
Interestingly, we also have the possibility of a 3-way tie for second spot. If Schalke lose to Giants and War and RB win their games, they're all at 8 points, so then we would have to have a tiebreaker to break that one down. I believe they're played on the same day. We'll have to find out how it works with us being in the new studio, but we will make sure to have that all up to date for you by next week. For now, that's it from us. We'd like to chuck out a quick thank you to our sponsor, Zotac. They do a great job, and they have been very kind to us sponsoring the Challenger Series for this split. But from me, Medic, from Scoundrel, and from Frozen Dawn, that's it for now, guys. Make sure you stay hot.